lines between reality and imagination aren't always sharply defined, like the rotating surfaces of a kaleidoscope with its ever-changing optical illusions. In fact, before talking to my therapist this morning, I'd convinced myself that I was losing my grip on reality. How else can I explain what happened? I hardly slept last night, unable to calm my mind as I replayed over and over everything I remember from the gala, because there is zero evidence. No witnesses, no camera footage, not even any medical evidence. Which is why it makes sense to dismiss what happened as simply a product of my imagination. But I can't stop asking myself the question, what if it's true? What if it really happened? I might not have the hard evidence I need to prove it yet, but there are plenty of signs that something is wrong. For starters, the fact that I've been followed this morning. I glance in the rearview mirror as I take another right turn, grateful that I've finally managed to lose the truck, but that doesn't mean this is over. And while I might not be sure who is behind this, I do know what they want. $25 million is a lot of motivation. I let out a sharp breath and turn at the stop sign. My first priority right now is to make sure my children are safe, which is why I called Melody. I'm stretching the bonds of our friendship once again, but I can't fix this alone, and I need Sadie and Oliver out of the line of fire. I glance at my phone, weighing my next move as I finally pull into the parking lot of a busy strip mall, then head for an empty space. Tucker called me 15 minutes ago and left a voice message. I know he's worried, but I'm not ready to talk to him. Not yet. Not until I can somehow come up with concrete evidence that everything I told him about last night was real. Unless he has evidence for me. I park, shut off the engine, then grab my phone, hating my indecision. Tucker Shaw, Deputy U.S. Marshal and all-around superhero in my opinion, had saved my daughter's life. In many ways, he saved mine as well. I'm still hesitating when I finally decide to at least listen to the message, hoping he found something that will prove I'm not losing it. Riley, this is Tucker. I need you to call me as soon as you get this. I'm worried about you. I listened to the message one more time. While I'm grateful for his concern, there is no hint that he has new information. I press my fingers against my temples, trying to decide what to do. I understand why he's worried, but until I can prove to him I'm innocent, I'm not sure I should talk with him. He didn't believe me last night. I saw that in his eyes. And it's not that I blame him. If our roles had been reversed, I'd be questioning his sanity as well. Which is why my mind is working frantically through different possibilities and scenarios. If I'm going to figure this out, I'm going to have to work fast. Whoever struck me last night has the upper hand. They know how to get to me. They know how to exploit my fears. And they know Lucas's secrets. If I've learned anything from my husband's betrayal, it's that secrets can be deadly. And if I'm not careful, Lucas's secrets are going to cost me everything. 1. 12 hours earlier. It's not really a date. Or at least that's what I try to tell myself in an attempt to calm my nerves as I tug on the hem of my little black dress. Tonight is simply an evening out at an art gala fundraiser for Tucker and me, for a nonprofit organization he's connected with. I head to the closet to find my silver heels. I can't remember the last time I wore heels or dressed up, or the last time I went on an actual date for that matter. Not since Lucas. I try to shake off the anxiety pressing against my chest. Lucas is gone, and it's time I made a life for myself. Not that Tucker Shaw is going to be a permanent fixture. Tonight is just a step forward to see where things go between us. No pressure at all. A glance at my watch tells me I have 10 minutes to somehow pull myself together before he gets here. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, willing my heart to stop racing. It's not that we haven't gone out before, but ice cream with my kids, Sadie and Oliver, or grabbing coffee at a local coffee shop doesn't really count as a date. Somehow, the little black dress and heels make it feel official. You ready? I turn around too quick at the sound of my best friend's voice and manage to twist my ankle. Melody's standing in the doorway of my room, looking far too amused. Maybe this wasn't a good idea, I say, finding my balance again. I know you're nervous, but you shouldn't be. This is Tucker, the hunky U.S. Marshal who saved your life and who continues to stick around because he likes you. From what I can tell, a lot. You're really not helping calm my nerves. You have to admit it's true, she says, plopping down on my unmade bed. And personally, I think he's pretty perfect for you. I frown, but everything she said is true, especially the hunky part. Still, there's more to think about than just me, I say, searching for an excuse as I stare into my bedroom mirror and put on some eyeliner. It's barely been a year since the kids lost their father. I'm worried about their reaction to my dating again. My excuses don't seem to faze Melody. For one, the kids love Tucker. And two, even if this turns into something serious, it's not as if he's going to ask you to marry him tonight. Relax, slow down, and enjoy the evening. That's all you have to do. I know she's right, but I'm still not convinced I should be seeing him. Somehow, being a widow has me not only navigating being a single mom while running my own graphic design business, but now the terrifying possibility of embarking on a new relationship. Part of me wants that, someone to help carry the load and make me feel safe. The other part would prefer to run the other direction. I do appreciate the pep talk, I say, turning back to her. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without you. Watching the kids tonight and then again tomorrow, just know I don't take your help for granted. I know you don't. Melody shoots me a broad smile. And once Philip and I get through the adoption process, I'll let you return the favor. But honestly, you know I love hanging out with them. Yes, but are you and Philip going to feel the same way tomorrow afternoon? I ask, as I reach for my mascara. 2 dates in 2 days. Tomorrow definitely isn't a date, I say, waving the mascara at her. Stop trying so hard to convince me, Melody laughs. I'm not, I drop my hands to my sides. I'm just trying to convince myself. Granted, it's got to be a bit unsettling going back to your childhood home, Melody continues, especially knowing things were rough for you there. And now there's a possible connection with Tucker's brother who disappeared 25 years ago? I'll admit it is a strange connection. I finish with the mascara, then shove a few essentials into my silver clutch purse, trying to sort out my own rambling thoughts. I'm just going with him for moral support, nothing more, and because I'm friends with the realtor who's setting things up. Clearly, you've got a lot on your plate. But what's really bothering you? What if I'm making a huge mistake? I lower my voice as I plop down next to her on the bed. Sadie and Oliver have already been hurt so much. I'm not sure I can trust Tucker with my heart. Melody tilts her head. It's okay to be scared. I know I would be if I were you. Lucas hurt you. Badly. But that's not a reason to walk away. Because from everything I've seen, Tucker Shaw is the real deal. Which means this is a good thing, Riley. You just have to give him a chance. I nod, knowing she's right about Tucker, but the truth does little to alleviate my anxiety. Enough worrying, she says, as if reading my mind. She grabs my hands and pulls me up off the bed. Your Prince Charming is about to arrive. I laugh. I could use a happily ever after. It takes me a few steps to find my footing in my strappy shoes as I follow her downstairs. I glance automatically at a photo of Lucas and the kids sitting on the edge of the fireplace mantel, one of the few remaining reminders of him in the house. I never planned to start over, just like I never planned for Tucker Shaw to walk into my life. But life rarely turns out the way we expect. The doorbell rings. Tucker's early, and it hits me that I forgot to put on my lipstick. "Answer the door," I tell Melody. "I have to run back upstairs." I'm chickening out, and I know it. Still, I run back up the stairs, praying that Tucker won't betray me like Lucas, and praying I'll have the courage to let him through the heavy armor surrounding my guarded heart. I hear the kids vying for his attention as soon as Melody answers the door. Sadie wants to show him her butterfly collection, and Oliver wants to show him a new comic book he bought with his allowance. Melody was right. The kids do love hanging out with Tucker, but sometimes the man seems too good to be true. I'd once thought Lucas was the perfect person for me, and had married him believing we'd stay together for better or worse. That relationship had failed. Who was to say this one wouldn't eventually fail as well? Except if I were completely honest with Melody, I would have told her that despite my fears, I really do want things to work out between Tucker and me. I dream about him most nights, and daydream about him in the most inconvenient times. Maybe it's time to give him a chance to save my heart as well. I put on lipstick in front of the mirror in my bedroom, then take a deep breath. I was reading too much into a fancy party with appetizers and cocktails. I can do this. With no more excuses, I head back down the stairs. I stop on the last step so I can watch Sadie continue her masterclass for Tucker on butterflies, her science project for this year. I watch him interact with my kids, amazed that the man keeps coming back. Tucker doesn't exactly punch a clock every day. He's not only a deputy U.S. Marshal, but part of their Special Operations Tactical Group. And somehow, he still finds time for us. "Can you see it?" Sadie asks. I watch Sadie's expression while Oliver jumps next to her, clearly wanting to give away the answer. Surprisingly, he keeps quiet for the moment. "Wait, I think I found it. It's lying on the leaf." Tucker shakes his head, then steps back and turns to Sadie. "Am I right?" "You found it." Sadie claps her hands. "And you were right, too, Sadie," he says. "It's practically invisible." Sadie beams. "Butterflies can mimic other creatures, giving them the ability to confuse predators. Even the color and texture of their wings has a purpose in warding off danger by camouflaging themselves. They are masters of disguise and actually have a..." She searches for the right word. "A gene cortex that allows them to evolve and adapt to their surroundings, all for their protection. And for at least one kind of butterfly, if their disguise doesn't work, they have a backup plan." I smile. That's my girl. "What's their backup plan?" Tucker asks. "Poison." Sadie's grin broadens. "They absorb a toxin from the willow plant that gives them another line of protection from predators." "You've done an incredible job with this project, Sadie. I'm honestly impressed." Tucker gives my daughter a high five, and I feel my heart stir at the connection he's made with my kids. I'm still terrified that something will go wrong, but Melody's right. It's time I stop living in fear. Tucker turns around and sees me standing at the bottom of the staircase, watching them. Tucker Shaw is everything a girl could want. Loyal, good-looking, anchored by his faith, and committed to a career fighting bad guys. He's the kind of guy any girl would want to stick around. "Wow, Riley. You look beautiful." "Thank you," I say, knowing I'm blushing as I walk toward them. "Sadie's science project is pretty impressive. I even learned a thing or two." While I might be blushing, Sadie is beaming. "She's done a great job," I say, pulling her against me. "Are you ready to go?" Tucker asks. I glance at my kids, then nod. I'm just going to have fun tonight. No expectations, just the two of us spending time together and enjoying each other's company. I start to feel more relaxed by the time Tucker opens the car door for me and I slide into the passenger seat. "By the way, I got your message about going to see the house tomorrow," he says, pulling out of the driveway a moment later. "Changing the appointment to 1 is fine." Jamie had something come up, and since she's doing us a favor, Of course. I just appreciate your setting it up. I ended up taking tomorrow off anyway. I have errands to run in the morning, so it works out fine. I don't miss the hesitation in his voice as he stops at a red light, and I hope I didn't push him into something he doesn't really want to do. If you've changed your mind about wanting to go, I say, it's not too late to cancel. I can call her back. No, it's something I need to do. The light turns green, and Tucker heads toward the freeway. If there is any chance at all that the house is connected to Wyatt's disappearance, I have to know. Of course. I just want to make sure you're okay with all of this. He flips down his visor and shows me where he stuck the photo. I thought if I keep looking at it, it might jog an actual memory. All it seems to do, though, is drag up a bunch of unsettling feelings surrounding his disappearance. The photo was what had set the chain of events in motion. A picture of my childhood home that had a possible connection to his brother's disappearance. But no memories? I ask. Not really. Ever since that summer, I've had dreams about that house. A dark room, no sunlight, and there's always something about the room that's not safe. Even though I know those flashes of memory are coming from the mind of a boy, whenever I have those dreams, I wake up terrified. It has to be unsettling to think about going back there, I say. He nods. It is. I've looked up the news articles online of when Tucker and Wyatt had gone out riding bikes that summer. Both went missing for 48 hours, but Wyatt never returned. Tucker had only been 8 years old and had never been able to tell anyone what happened that day. An old photo of a house I once lived in triggered an emotional response in him he couldn't explain. Riley, he says, merging into the freeway traffic. I want you to go with me, but not if you don't want to. I know that house is connected to a lot of pain in your own life. I know, but I want to. And I think I've dealt with most of my past and my mother. For the most part, anyway. I've spent a lot of time talking with my psychologist, Dr. Gabrielli, about my mother. After years of believing I was going to end up struggling with the same demons my mother fought with, I finally come to a place of realizing I'm not my mother, and my future does not have to equal her past. Have you told your parents? I ask, wanting to keep the conversation focused on him. Not yet. Not until I know if this is something other than a wild goose chase. Tucker turns on the blinker and changes lanes. They've had their hopes of finding out the truth about Wyatt shattered too many times. I can't do that to them again. I know there might very well be no connection at all between the house in the photo and my brother's disappearance. Or it could give you the answers you need. I try to gauge his reaction as his fingers grip the steering wheel and we head into downtown Austin. How does that make you feel? Possibly finding out the truth of what happened to your brother. That's a question I've asked myself so many times, he says. I don't know. Relief on one hand, but it's just so hard. Even after all these years, I still wonder if I could have somehow stopped what happened. I understood the question far too well. How many nights have I lain awake, wondering what I'd missed with Lucas, wondering how it took so long for me to realize he wasn't the man I'd thought he was, and then wondering what I could have done differently. Can we make a pact for tonight? He asks, pulling me out of my thoughts. Okay, I say, wishing that smile on his lips didn't affect my heart so much. I think I'm falling for you, Tucker Shaw. I've been looking forward to an official date with you for a long time, he says. Let's make a deal to simply enjoy this evening. No talk of work or anything stressful tonight. Deal? Deal, I say. But when he reaches out and squeezes my hand, I realize it's too late. I've already fallen. 2. Live music is playing in the background as we grab drinks from the bar, then stroll through the gallery. The live music playing in the background makes it hard to carry on a conversation, but there's still something magical about the setting. With the place filling up, Tucker walks beside me through the crowd, stopping every few minutes to look at any paintings I show interest in. Which is most of them, honestly. I'd forgotten how nice it is to get out of the house and do grown-up things with another grown-up. I love art, I say, stopping in front of a framed impressionist piece of a flower garden done primarily in purples and pinks. We've moved into another room, where the music isn't quite as loud. In fact, there was a time when I thought I would actually major in art. What kind of art? He asks. Originally, I wanted to be an illustrator for children's books. I look up at him. You don't seem surprised. He shoots me a grin. I have a confession. Okay, I say as we start walking again. I spoke with Melody before asking you to the gala. I wanted our first official date to be memorable. She told me that you loved visiting art museums and that you loved dressing up, but rarely get the opportunity to do either. And, of course, you love the purpose behind the gala of helping at-risk children. I smile, realizing, not for the first time, just how sweet he is. I was a bit worried that this would be a lame idea for a date. Crowds, loud music, and questionable hors d'oeuvres, he says. But she seemed to think you would enjoy it. She was right. I look around the room, then back to him. This is perfect. But what about you? Somehow I have a feeling that all of this has to be a bit boring for you. He grins. Because I'm uncultured? I laugh. Not at all. Because of your career with the U.S. Marshals and their highly skilled tactical unit. You make it sound like I star in a spy movie, when in reality, my job isn't that glamorous. Most of the time, it's a lot of surveillance, research, and paperwork. Though, yes, we do a bit of stalking dangerous fugitives. His smile widens, and I wish he didn't have the ability to do such a number on my heart. So uncultured, I throw back at him. Hey, I'll have you know I spent 2 months in Paris when I was in high school. We went to every museum and cathedral, and if I remember correctly, there were a few castles in the mix as well. I shoot him my best mock surprise look, enjoying the way he's flirting with me. You spent 2 months studying art museums? Don't sound so surprised. I have a bit of culture in me. I laugh, and the butterflies in my stomach finally start to settle. There's something calming about being with him, like I know I'm safe no matter what is happening around me. And it's been a long time since I've felt safe. The thought surprises me, but then I realize how vulnerable I've felt these past few months. Honestly, even in the months leading up to Lucas's death, I hadn't felt safe or protected. And now, working full-time as a single mom to ensure the mortgage is paid, the oil in the car is changed, and the electricity stays on, isn't easy. Which is why there's also something about being taken care of that feels comforting. The fact that Tucker is starting to fill this role for me scares me, and reminds me that this is just a date, and that more than likely, nothing will ever come out of it in the long run. I sip the drink I'm carrying, some kind of fruity, non-alcoholic punch the bartender made special for me after asking what I liked. I force myself to stop analyzing the evening and simply enjoy being with Tucker. You didn't answer my question, I counter back. Something tells me you're leaving out a few important details of your summer in Paris. All he does is shoot me a smile before he starts walking toward the next painting. My heart flutters. What is it about that smile that has me so mesmerized? He stops in front of a painting of an abstract black and white cow, and I hurry to catch up with him. The truth? He asks, still staring at the painting. Always. I don't appreciate art as much as I probably should. I study the painting in front of us and match his frown. I will give you a pass on this one. I think you'll have to. He laughs as we continue walking through the room. My original plan was to do an exchange in Spain and play European football all summer. But when there was a mix-up with my application, my mother found an alternative. Apparently, she thought I needed to be a bit more cultured, and that the trip would give me a more well-rounded resume when I started applying to colleges. Did it work? As much as I hate to admit it, I am here, at an art gala, with a very charming and cultured woman. If you're trying to win brownie points with me, it's working, I say. Good. Though, as you know, eventually I did get into a well-respected university, and eventually a slot in the U.S. Marshal Division. Though I have a feeling that didn't have anything to do with my exposure to a summer of European art galleries. Well, all I can say is that you clean up nicely, and Melody was right. You definitely know how to make a girl feel special. I wish I could tell him what I really think. That as far as I'm concerned, he's pretty much perfect. That this is the ideal date, with the underlying potential for something more between us. Maybe that's what has me scared. The only downside in contemplating a future with him is his job. I'm not sure I could handle losing someone again. I'm afraid of making another bad choice, and have told myself for months that there would be no second chance at finding love. All I need to worry about is raising my kids and keeping a roof over their heads. And yet, here I am, falling hard and fast for Tucker Shaw. Which scares me. No, terrifies me. I take another sip of my drink. I need to stop this kind of thinking. The kind that makes Tucker the hero in a happily ever after fairy tale, because life doesn't end up the way the storybook romances do. Haven't I already learned that? And besides, the man isn't asking to spend the rest of his life with me. Not yet. Maybe not ever. A wave of dizziness hits me as we step up to another painting, and I stumble in my strappy heels. Tucker's arm automatically slips around my waist to steady me. I try to focus on the field of wildflowers painted by an 18th century artist I've never heard of, instead of the electricity shooting through me from his touch. Are you okay? Tucker asks. His arm is still around my waist. Must be the heels, I say, quickly covering my actions. You were right about my rarely dressing up. And heels, let's just say working from home has me spoiled, and they are definitely not a part of my daily wardrobe. Maybe not. But in case I didn't tell you yet, you look stunning. You have, and thank you. I feel my face flush at the compliment. Something else I'm not used to. The last few years of our marriage, Lucas rarely noticed me, let alone commented on what I was wearing. I quietly chastise myself, making a mental note. I'm not here to compare Tucker with Lucas. I'm here to enjoy the evening out. This moment. Not what may or may not happen between Tucker and me in the future. So I take it you're not a fan of modern art? Tucker says, turning the conversation back to the artwork. I much prefer this, I say, studying the strokes of paint and the pastel colors of the flower garden. There's something mesmerizing about it, almost as if all you have to do is close your eyes and you can step into the painting. We start walking again. Another wave of dizziness passes through me, and I stop. This time, I can't blame it on the shoes. Riley, are you okay? I shake my head, confused by my lack of balance, but mainly embarrassed. Maybe I need to eat something. I'm just feeling a bit dizzy. I pinch the bridge of my nose and try to get control of myself. It's probably just nerves. The room is crowded, and it's warm. Normally, crowds don't bother me, but for a moment, I can't help but wish that the two of us were sitting in the intimate back corner of some restaurant, just talking. No crowds, no loud music in the background. Just Tucker and me. Let's go get you something. This time, he has his hand on my elbow as we maneuver through the crowd toward the food area, as if he's afraid I might fall over. I want to reassure him that I'm really fine, but the dizziness hasn't passed. I reach up and touch my forehead and feel beads of sweat. Surely it's not that hot in here. Wouldn't that be my luck to come down with something in the middle of our first date? No. No, tonight is supposed to be special. The first step toward a possible relationship. But whatever this is has hit me hard, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to ignore it. I set my half-empty drink on a tray carried by one of the serving staff, then glance back at Tucker. I think I need to forget the food and find a restroom. He looks past me, then nods. There's one down a hallway we passed not too far back. I'll walk you there. I wave off his offer. Why don't you get me a plate of something to eat? Anything savory, with some chocolate if they have it. I'll meet you back here in a few minutes. I'll be fine. Are you sure? I can tell by the intensity in his voice that he's not sure he should leave me alone, so I force a smile so he doesn't worry. Definitely. I'll be fine. I walk away from him, through the crowded room with women in cocktail dresses and men in suits. Down the narrow hallway, away from the noise of people and loud music, I start to feel a little better. Maybe it really is just my nerves, but now I'm worried he's going to think I'm a high-maintenance date. I stop in the middle of the hallway, wondering if I took a wrong turn because I can't find the restroom. I turn back around. I need to find someone who works here. Instead, I stumble as the walls press in on me. I reach out my hand to try and steady myself, but I can't stop the hallway from moving. Are you okay? Someone's talking, but the voice sounds as if it's coming from underwater. Not really. I look up at the woman, my head spinning and her figure blurs. I'm looking for the restroom. Of course. It's just down a little further. She opens a door for me, and I let out a sigh of relief. Inside the room, I squint my eyes, trying to bring things into focus. But instead of sinks and stalls, there are tall shelves filled with rows of supplies. Where are we? I ask, as the door slams behind me. We've never met, the woman says, ignoring my question. But I know a lot about you, Riley. Riley? I try to take a step back toward the door, feeling a strong desire to run. But it's as if my legs are made of cement, and I can't move. I don't understand, I say, confused. How do you know my name? I know your husband. Knew your husband. And while normally I like to hide behind a computer screen, I thought it was time we meet in person. I've wanted to for a very long time. Now I'm really confused. You knew Lucas? Lucas and I go way back. I am sorry for your loss, by the way. I notice a wooden crate sitting a foot away, and I manage to sit down on it before my legs give out. I don't know what she's thinking, but there's definitely no sympathy in her voice for my loss. If you knew my husband, I'm surprised we haven't met. That's a story for another day. Right now, we need to talk about something else. She's still standing in front of me as she glances at her watch. I don't want your boyfriend to worry about you, which means we don't have a lot of time. I shake my head, but that just makes the dizziness vibrate in my brain like a pinball machine. Time for what? While my mind is panicking, my body feels oddly relaxed, as if I'm breathing in laughing gas at the dentist. Yes, you were drugged, she says, as if reading my mind. I had to make sure I could talk with you, and that you wouldn't cause a scene. This is working out better than even I imagined. Something clicks. That orange, fruity specialty drink the bartender made me. There must have been something in there. But no, that isn't possible. Or is it? It helps to have friends, she says. Like the bartender who gave you that drink. Her words sound garbled. I just need her to get to the point. I shake my head again. What do you want? That's easy. I want the money Lucas stole. What? I ask, still fighting to make sense of what's happening. You heard me. She lets out a sharp sigh, clearly irritated with my answer. Now is not the time to play innocent, Riley Bishop. I know everything about you. The strained relationship you had with your husband before he died, details of your mother and her mental illness, including the genetic probability of following in her footsteps, details of what your husband did before he was killed, details of why Darren Kirby is now sitting behind bars after using your daughter to try and extort the money from you, an attempt that sent you to a mental hospital. She pauses for a moment, as if waiting for her words to sink in. You play a good game, but you're the only possible link between Lucas and the missing money. You might be smarter than I've given you credit for, than most have given you credit for, but your little game ends here. No matter what you manage to convince the authorities, I know you have the money. I glance around me, suddenly needing to vomit. The feeling of paranoia and panic swells in my chest, making it hard to breathe. I'd once feared inheriting my mother's mental illness. Now it's the consequences of Lucas's past sins I can't seem to run away from. But how do I make her understand I don't have the money Lucas stole? That he died, leaving me with nothing? She holds up her phone. On the screen is a photo of Oliver playing in the park earlier this week. She starts scrolling through half a dozen photos of Oliver and Sadie, and then one tonight of Tucker and me walking to his car in front of my house. Here's the bottom line, Riley. You will give me access to the money, because if you don't, I can and will destroy your life. I thought the nightmare surrounding Lucas's death was over. I was clearly wrong. The woman's words play round and round in my head, while something tells me she can do exactly what she's threatening to do. One domino set in motion, and everything I've done to keep my family safe is gone. Don't be a fool, Riley. She sounds like a woodpecker, pecking inside my head. This can go one of two ways. The easy way is to give me what I want. The alternative is that people in your life will start getting hurt. If I had the money, wouldn't I have already disappeared? I ask. I had a feeling you'd play dumb. She rests her hands on her hips. Your husband steals $25 million from investors in his organization, engages in wire fraud, money laundering, and securities fraud, and somehow the feds are dumb enough to believe that you, Lucas's poor, unassuming wife, had no idea what he was doing. I'm telling the truth. My voice is barely above a whisper. For a moment, she looks amused, as if she finds the entire situation humorous. But there's also something in her eyes that tells me this isn't a game to her, and that she's someone I shouldn't cross. I don't believe you, she says. You need to realize that not only am I very serious about my demands, but when you leave this room, there will be no evidence of this conversation. I press my hands against my temples, unsure of what she's implying. That no one will know I've been drugged, or, for all practical purposes, been held hostage? I fight to connect the dots, but my mind isn't working properly. All I know is that it's happening again. A web is being laid that I don't know how to escape. You could have just sent me an email, I say. Where would be the fun in that? Especially when I can both discredit and scare you at the same time. She laughs. I need people to continue to question your involvement in your late husband's schemes. Question your state of mind. If you tell them you've been drugged, there will be no trace of anything in your system. There will also be no security video footage that I was here. Think of me as a ghost, with the power of erasing all physical evidence that this conversation ever happened. And if you don't believe me, just know that I can do far worse than alter security footage and dole out an untraceable drug. What are you? Some kind of hacker? She laughs. See? You are clever. My vision tunnels, and the room darkens. My heart is racing, my palms are sweating, and my legs are shaking. But for the first time, I'm struck by the realization that this isn't just some bad dream. No, this is real. I'm sorry, I say. Sorry for what Lucas did to you. Oh, you misunderstood who I am. Her laugh is low and patronizing. Lucas didn't invest my money. We had a more personal relationship. A cold shiver runs up my spine, even though the room feels warm. I try to process what she's implying. There was a time when I believed Lucas was having an affair, but instead of finding evidence of infidelity, I discovered evidence that he'd been stealing his client's money. If she's telling the truth, and I have no reason not to believe her, she not only had an affair with Lucas, she had to be involved somehow in his fraudulent dealings. For the first time, I force myself to look up and study the woman standing in front of me. I need to remember what she looks like. Dressed in black pants and a button-down white shirt. Mid-30s, with dark brown hair pulled back in a ponytail and no makeup. There's nothing about her that would make her stand out. More than likely, that was her objective. I try to slow down my rapid breathing, knowing I need to clear my brain. It seems almost funny how tonight was supposed to have marked a huge step forward for me. Going on my first real date after Lucas's death, allowing someone new into my life. It was as if I could finally see a light at the end of the tunnel after the nightmare Lucas had managed to drag me through. Clearly, I'd been wrong. Lucas told me you were smart, she says, interrupting my thoughts. He was always worried you'd find out about everything he was involved in. But I don't think he realized just how smart you are. It's truly been an Emmy-worthy performance, pretending to be the poor, left-behind mother and wife. I look toward the door, wanting to bolt, but I know my feet won't let me. I try to convince myself that Tucker will come after me, and this will all be over soon. He knew something was wrong when I left, and by now he has to be starting to worry that I haven't returned. The tendrils of fear are tightening around my chest, and my mouth is dry. I have no idea if I should play along with her game or try to convince her she's wrong. Either way, I have a feeling that this isn't going to end well for me. She has no fear of the consequences of her actions. Clearly, she stepped over that line a long, long time ago. I'll contact you again very soon, she says, heading for the door. And if you want to keep your family safe, I suggest you do exactly what I say. 3. I'm still dizzy as I finally manage to walk back down the hallway. My hands are shaking, and I'm terrified my legs are going to give out on me. I look for her, but she's gone. Already, I feel like what just happened is starting to fade from my memory, thanks to whatever she drugged me with. But I'm coherent enough to know that I have to get out of here. That I need to find Tucker and tell him what happened. And that I need him to believe me. The last thought surprises me. If the roles were reversed, I'm not sure I would believe what I'm about to tell him. And yet Tucker trusts me. He wouldn't be pursuing a relationship with me if he didn't. The music gets louder as I exit the hallway and step into the nearest exhibit room. In the gallery, people are still drinking and eating and laughing, as if nothing just happened down the darkened hallway behind me. I keep walking through 2 or 3 more rooms, trying not to panic, but I can't find him. Where are you, Tucker? The faces around me blur together, and I'm sure I'm walking like I had one too many glasses of the free champagne. Whatever she did to me has to wear off soon, but in the meantime, I find a bench and sit in the corner of a room where it's a little bit quieter. I try to think, but everything is still fuzzy. I need to go over what happened so I don't forget. I fight to bring up the woman's image. Dark hair, black pants, and a white shirt, like one of the servers. I hadn't made that connection before. She knew Lucas, knew about the money he embezzled, and, most importantly, believes that I have the money. $25 million. The problem is, she can threaten me all she wants, but I can't give her something I don't have. I'm still searching for Tucker when I see a man talking on his phone while standing in front of one of the paintings. Of course. I open up my purse, grateful I still have my cell phone. Face recognition unlocks it automatically, and I scroll quickly to Tucker's name and punch call. I hold the phone against my ear, afraid he might not hear the ring and all the noise. Why does the music have to be so loud? It feels like it's drowning out my thoughts, making my head pound harder. Maybe it's the drug and not the music, but whatever it is, I'm finding it almost impossible to string two coherent thoughts together, no matter how hard I try. Riley? I hear Tucker's voice once he picks up, and I let out a sharp breath of relief. Where are you, Riley? I glance around the room, but it's just another large space filled with artwork and people. I'm sitting on a bench. There's a pause on the line, as if he's confused. Where? I look around, but we'd walked through half a dozen rooms, and the walls and floor are still shifting. I don't know. I need you to come find me. Are you sick? I have to work to process his questions. Yes, just please come find me. Okay, but don't hang up. Tell me what's around you. I look around the room, praying that the spinning will slow down. I can see the DJ to my far left, along with small groups of people scattered around the room. And straight ahead, I squint, past the crowd, then recognize the painting I had admired earlier. The room with the painting of the pink and purple flowers, the one I liked. I'll be right there. I feel a wave of relief wash over me when I finally see Tucker rushing toward me. He sits down on the bench, looking both concerned and confused at the same time. Suddenly, all I want is for him to pull me into his arms, hold me, and tell me everything is going to be okay. I bite my tongue, then wince, because the random thought makes me realize just how vulnerable I'm feeling. That isn't going to happen. We're not there in our relationship. And after tonight, we'll probably never be there. What happened? He asks. If you tell them you've been drugged, they won't believe you. Think of me as a ghost, with all traces of where I've been erased. I struggle to find the answer to his question. I know what she said isn't possible, but all I can hear is her voice echoing in my head. He's a deputy U.S. Marshal, Riley. I counter my own thoughts. If anyone can figure out the truth, he can. Are you cold? He asks. I nod, realizing I'm shivering, but it's not so much from the temperature of the room as it is from fear. I continue to process what happened, and what I remember terrifies me. Someone drugged me, I blurt out as he slips his suit jacket around my shoulders. He pulls away from me a few inches. What? I know it sounds crazy, but my drink, it was laced with something. Wait a minute. Why would someone do that at a crowded gala? I don't know. I've been asking myself the same question. For the first time, the words start gushing out. I think she wanted me to feel crazy, wanted me to sound crazy so no one would believe me. I search his face, needing him to believe me, but I'm not sure how to convince him. The last time I felt this way, I ended up in a psychiatric hospital, unable to differentiate between what was real and what was a lie. Panic is taking over again. No, I can't let that happen again. "What are you feeling?" he asks, breaking into my thoughts. "Dizzy, confused, like I can barely string 2 sentences together." "Take a few slow breaths, and then I need you to tell me what happened with as much detail as possible." He squeezes my hand, and I relax a notch. "Just start from the beginning." I nod, then close my eyes for a few seconds, trying to compose myself while pulling my thoughts together. "I started feeling dizzy, really off. That's when I told you I needed to go find the restroom," I begin. "This woman approached me in the hallway. I asked her where the bathroom was. At first I thought she was trying to help me, but Tucker, I was so dizzy that I followed her into a storage room. She told me she knew Lucas and Darren, knew about my mother, and she had photos of Oliver and Sadie. She threatened me." "Whoa, slow down." His grip on my hand tightens. "Who was she?" I realize I'm stumbling over my words, but my mind still feels like a sieve. "She thinks I have the missing money." "Wait a minute. This is all about the missing money Lucas embezzled?" I nod. Music is still pounding in the background, and I wish it didn't hurt so hard to think. "Okay, just take a slow, deep breath," Tucker says. "What does she want?" "The money, or she'll hurt my family." I breathe in slowly like he told me, hoping the conscious act will somehow magically work. But my head is pounding, and everything still looks fuzzy. "She also said that even if I tell you everything, it wouldn't matter. You wouldn't believe me because there would be no proof." "No proof of what?" "I don't know." I search my memory for an answer to his question. "No proof that I'd been drugged or that I had a conversation with her." "How is that even possible?" I finally look up at him and catch his gaze. I know I'm not making sense, but I also don't miss the doubt in his eyes. Surely he doesn't think I'm making this up. Why would I do that? "Don't worry," he says, standing up. "We'll figure this out. Can you describe her?" "I don't know. Brown hair, long, ponytail, dressed like the waiters." A second later, he's pulling out his credentials and making demands to a security officer to see camera footage, then calling his partner, Ruby. My head is still pounding, but I let out a sigh of relief as Tucker talks with her. I shouldn't be surprised at how quickly he's taken charge. This is what he does. He stays calm in a crisis, investigates crimes, and solves problems. He's going to be able to fix this. "Can you walk?" Tucker asks me a few minutes later. I glance down at my heels that I struggle to walk in when I'm not close to passing out. "I'll manage." Thankfully, the floor isn't moving as much as he takes my hand and helps me up. But my mind is going in 1,000 different directions. "I'm taking you to the hospital to get checked out." He catches my gaze and holds it. This time, I can't find the doubt in his eyes, only worry and concern. "It's going to be okay. We're going to figure this out. Trust me." I nod because I do trust him. Completely. It's part of the reason why he captured my heart in the first place. Being around Tucker has always made me feel safe, like he's the calm in the middle of a raging storm. He's always managed to help me see the sunlight at the edge of the storm, when all I see is darkness, and he's not afraid of the mess of me and my baggage. He doesn't let go of my hand as we walk through the crowded room. I feel as if I'm making a scene, though I'm sure no one knows what's really going on. I search the blur of faces as we walk, looking for her, while at the same time wanting desperately to convince myself that she was never here. On the other hand, if she is real, there will be witnesses and security camera footage. Either way, Tucker will figure out the truth. Somehow, all of this is going to be okay. A moment later, he helps me into his car, then pulls something out of the glove compartment and hands it to me. I hold up the pen and pad of paper. What's this for? I want you to write down as much as you can remember about what happened. Everything. I nod, grateful for his calm demeanor and ability to think rationally, because my mind still feels blurry, and I can't quite grasp hold of my thoughts enough to fully process them. I'm also terrified that the memories that are there are going to start to fade. I tap the pen against the paper and frown. I know exactly what my therapist, Dr. Gabrielli, would say to me right now. She would tell me that memories are imperfect, and it is actually possible to remember something that never happened. Our minds simply aren't like a camera, recording every detail of an event. Instead, those said memories will hold some inaccuracies, influenced by a number of things, like strong emotions or the drug coursing through my system, for starters. I shake off the frustration, because I can't worry about what I can't remember. Instead, I start to scribble down every detail, from the moment the room started spinning to every word I can recall her saying to me. There has to be something inside my memories that will lead us to the truth. 4. Tucker glanced at his watch, frustrated at how slow things were moving. It had been almost 2 hours since they'd left the gala, and he still didn't have any answers. How's she doing? Tucker looked up as his partner Ruby sat down next to him in the mostly empty waiting room and handed him one of the coffees she was carrying. Thanks. He took a sip of the drink, sweet with extra creamer, just how he liked it. She's still in with the doctor. I think we're just waiting on test results. An art gala fundraiser for at-risk kids doesn't seem like your typical location for this kind of crime, Ruby said, ignoring her own drink for the moment. I know. Tucker raked his fingers through his hair. I keep going over and over what happened. What she says happened. Tucker frowned at the statement. He'd spent 2 years working with Ruby, tracking down criminals in a world where evil always seemed to be a step ahead of the game. But tonight was personal. What did you find? He asked. The problem is what I didn't find. I can't find anything to back up her statement. That's not possible. First, there was no one working tonight who fits Riley's description of the woman, Ruby said, interrupting him. That's not totally surprising. Tucker set his coffee on the empty chair next to him, grasping for an answer that made sense. She was drugged. It makes sense that she's confused and might not remember details correctly. Tucker, it's more than just her being confused. There's something else. Okay. He leaned back in his chair and folded his arms across his chest, bracing himself for the rest of his partner's news. She'd once told him that she got her looks from her Nigerian father and her spirit from her Latino mother. But despite her often blunt manner, he trusted her with his life and knew she only wanted what was best for him. Still, not only did we not find any witnesses, there is no evidence on the security footage of a woman going down that hallway, either right after or before Riley. He shook his head, still confused. I don't know what this means, but Riley told me the woman said this would happen, that I wouldn't believe her because there would be no proof, that all the evidence would be erased. Rather convenient, don't you think? Ruby's brow rose as she took a drink of her coffee. How would that be possible? I don't know. Tucker tried to keep the frustration out of his voice. But this has to do with $25 million that's missing. I don't know what game is being played here, but that's a lot of motivation. There are only 2 alternatives, Tucker. Either it happened like she says, or she's making it up. And if it did happen... He got it. If what she said had really happened, the security cameras would have picked it up. Still, there had to be an explanation. What about signs of malfunctioning or tampering? He asked. Nothing on the video footage points to it being tampered with. Not on the surface, anyway. Tucker automatically ran through what Riley had told him had happened. from the moment Riley had left him to go to the restroom until she'd called him on her phone. There had to be something he was missing. But what? I agree that this looks suspicious. But why make up a story like this? I know her, Ruby. She just wouldn't do that. Ruby didn't look convinced. How well do you really know her? She was married to a guy who was about to be arrested before he was killed. And after someone killed him, someone else kidnapped her daughter. Not that I'm blaming it all on her, but you've known nothing but drama with her. She ended up in a psych ward, Tucker. Because someone messed with her, Tucker snapped back, still unconvinced. She didn't make any of that up, and I don't think she's making it up this time either. It's also an odd coincidence. Do you really think she's simply a victim? Again? Tucker looked at his partner and bit his tongue, holding back a sharp response. He'd always appreciated how candid and to the point she was. That, and the fact she had an unrelenting desire to take down the bad guys. It was an understatement when he said he wouldn't ever want to be the person she was after. I've spent a lot of time with her over the past few weeks, he said, still trying to work out in his mind how all of this was possible. She's genuine, loves her kids, and has done an amazing job putting all of their lives back together. She's also been through a lot these past few months. Ruby hesitated. Have you thought that maybe she's, I don't know, craving attention? You're not being fair to her. He looked up and caught Ruby's gaze. Besides, she already has my attention. Why would she think she has to play games? It doesn't add up. I can agree that she's a sweet woman who unfortunately was married to a really bad guy who did a lot of really bad things. Ruby glanced at his suit and tie. But maybe you need to stop trying to rescue her, Tucker. It's clearly clouding your judgment. You need someone in your life who isn't battling demons from the past. Someone who's more on your level of the playing field. If it had been anyone else sitting next to him, he would have walked out of the room. Instead, he forced himself to curb his anger. Ruby brushed his arm with her hand. I'd say I know you better than you know her. You have this rescuer personality type. It's why you got into law enforcement, because you thrive on helping other people. I admire you for that, Tucker. But she's not the only one running from her past. That's not fair, Ruby. Isn't it? Ruby leaned forward. What's going to happen after you rescue her? It's not going to heal your past, and it's certainly not the basis for a relationship. You can't fix her. As much as you want to, it's simply going to backfire and leave you in an unhealthy relationship. And eventually, you have to forgive yourself from feeling you failed your brother. You were 8 years old when Wyatt disappeared. You don't have to save the world to make up for your misplaced guilt. Her last words felt like a slap in the face. Tucker stood up. Not only was what she was saying not true, his relationship with Riley was none of her business. He had never told Ruby, ever really told anyone, about how deeply the loss of his brother had affected him, or how long he'd searched for redemption and blamed himself. He'd joined the military, then eventually became a deputy U.S. Marshal. But even that hadn't been enough. He trained to become part of the highly skilled tactical unit within the Marshal Service, their special operations group, on top of his duties as a deputy. He was always on call to respond as a SOG member, a shadow stalker, when needed for group missions like apprehending fugitives, transporting dangerous prisoners, and providing security in the court system. It had become a daily battle to ensure the good guys won. But he hadn't done any of it out of guilt. Tucker, no. He'd had enough. You know how much I value you as a partner, Ruby, but you don't have a say in any of this. My personal life is exactly that. My personal life. He didn't try to lower his voice, didn't care about the couple staring at them from across the room. And think what you want, but I don't need to rescue her. I want to be with her because she makes me feel complete. She makes me happy. Happier than I've been in a long time. I get it, and trust me, I didn't come here wanting to be the bearer of bad news, but it's an angle that has to be looked at. I don't want you getting hurt. Not when you don't need to be. A couple came in with a crying baby and went straight to the registration desk. The TV hanging on the wall played episodes of HGTV. Someone in scrubs pushed a patient across the lobby and through an automatic door. Tucker picked up his coffee, then sat back down, trying to tune out all the distractions. He was still irritated, but Ruby was right. He couldn't let himself become so close to Riley's situation that he couldn't see all the possibilities. "Just let me play devil's advocate for a minute," Ruby said. "All I want to do is get to the truth. That's all. I promise." Tucker frowned. "I'm guessing you're going to do it no matter what I say." "I really am on your side. But please just hear me out." He took a sip of his coffee. "I'm listening." "Have you ever thought how improbable it is that she didn't know what her husband was doing? She's smart, Tucker. I don't think she's that naive." He didn't say anything, waiting instead for her to continue, instead of arguing like he wanted to. "It would be easy for her to play the victim," Ruby continued. "Easy to blame what happened tonight on trauma. Trauma can color memories and cause hallucinations. I know this is hard to hear, but I've read all the case notes in her husband's file. Maybe their marriage was falling apart and they weren't as close. But how could Lucas have been involved in a long list of felony activities and she not have a clue what he was doing?" "She was raising a family," he started, "working part-time and involved in school activities. She and Lucas were emotionally distant and not talking like they used to. From what she's told me, they'd pretty much gone to living separate lives. And now millions of dollars are missing, and she has no idea what happened." He shook his head. "There's no way you'll ever convince me she was involved with what Lucas did." "Even with that kind of money at stake? People take a lot more risks for far less every day." "Okay, stop there." He held up his hand, his frustration mounting again. "I've seen her with her kids. Saw her risk her life for her daughter. You're on the wrong track. All I know is that $25 million doesn't just disappear. And even if we were to assume that what she told us was true, why would someone come up with an elaborate scheme like the one she's claiming happened tonight?" "I don't know. Maybe because someone wants to discredit her. Darren tried to make her look crazy and kidnapped Sadie." "I still don't buy it. We don't have a shred of evidence backing up her story." He glanced at the registration desk, wondering what was taking so long. They'd find proof that she'd been drugged, and that would prove she was telling the truth. "The bottom line is, what does she gain from lying?" he said, ready to end the conversation. "She gains absolutely nothing." Tucker stood up with his half-empty coffee cup and threw it into a trash can. He wasn't even sure why they were having this conversation. He knew Riley better than Ruby did. He'd seen how she was with her children and with him. She made him look at life differently. Maybe she had been a lonely wife, but she certainly wasn't an attention seeker. If anything, she shied away from the spotlight. On the other hand, how well did he really know her? They met in extremely intense circumstances, and while they'd spent a lot of time together over the past few weeks, tonight had been their first official date alone. But how much did one really know another person? He was the one who was naive if he didn't consider Ruby's words of caution. He respected his partner and knew she only wanted what was best for him, even if he did hate what she'd said. Tucker started pacing, trying to shut down the anger brewing inside of him. Ruby wasn't the bad guy in all this. She was only following what they'd been taught. You had to detach yourself from a situation if you wanted to be objective. It was the only way to handle the job. If you got too attached, it was impossible to be objective. "What are you thinking?" Ruby asked, He turned back to her. What if she's telling the truth, and she and her children are in danger? How am I supposed to just walk away from that? And if the drug tests come back negative? They won't. No, he wasn't going to just walk away. If something did happen tonight, it was impossible for someone to erase all the evidence. That was basic forensics 101. Every contact leaves a trace. And as far as he was concerned, there was no such thing as a perfect crime. 5. I feel as if I'm sitting inside some kind of sensory overload chamber rather than an ER exam room. Every sound seems amplified, and the flickering fluorescent light above me is blinding as it reflects off the white tiles. I close my eyes, trying to ignore the sounds of people talking, the constant overhead announcements and bleeping monitors, and even the ticking clock hanging on the wall above me, so I can focus instead on calming my mind. The table I'm sitting on is uncomfortable, and a couple inches too high for my feet, even in heels, to touch the footrest. The feelings pressing against my chest aren't new. Dealing with fear and anxiety these past few months has challenged me, but I've also been faced with my need to deepen my dependence on God. He might not be the author of anxiety, but I do believe he's sovereign over it. Still, sometimes it doesn't matter how hard I try to let go of the fear, it's still just plain hard. I stare at the flat texture of the forest print hanging on the wall and try to breathe, try to pray, try to take my thoughts captive. I'm feeling somewhat calmer when a doctor finally walks into the room. He doesn't look over 30, and I find myself wanting to call in someone for a second opinion. Good news! He grins at me a bit too enthusiastically. Everything came back negative on the drug test, so... Wait a minute. I grip the edge of the bed, confused. I know it has to sound weird to him, but a negative result isn't what I want to hear. That's impossible. Someone drugged me. I had symptoms: headache, nausea, disorientation, confusion, and dizziness. My mind shifts back to the gala. You can walk out of here now, but there will be no trace of what happened. No one will believe you. They'll just think you're crazy. Just like everyone really does. Just like your mother. I try to focus. I'm sorry. What were you saying? I was just telling you it's true that we can't rule out all drugs with the tests we gave you, so without knowing what drug was administered, it would be almost impossible to identify. I shake my head as the panic starts bubbling again. I don't understand. The bottom line is that there are dozens of drugs that are not detected by the testing procedures we use, which means that in order for us to detect these drugs, the specific confirmation tests have to be ordered. The walls are closing in on me again, but for different reasons this time. My head is still pounding, and I'm sure I'm about to throw up. There has to be a way to prove my drink was tampered with, no matter what he's telling me. So you're saying it's possible I was drugged, but you can't detect it with your generic testing? Exactly. Then can you give me a different test? He sets his chart on the counter and shakes his head. We can't test for what we don't know. There are a lot of factors at play here. For instance, certain drugs are difficult to detect, but there are also some that are rapidly cleared from the body. So rapid, in fact, that they don't always show up on blood and urine samples. I press the palm of my hand against my forehead, needing to clear my brain. It's going to be okay. Really, I don't need a positive drug test to prove what happened. No matter what the woman told me, there will be evidence, and Tucker will find it. There are a couple additional things we could look at, the doctor continues. I've already checked your ears, but the dizziness and nausea could stem from a number of things. It's possible that... He's droning on again, but his inability to give me a clear-cut answer scares me. There is one other possibility. He picks up the file he'd set down. Have you been under any stress lately? I manage to shift my attention back to the doctor, but his question makes me want to laugh. Where does he want me to start? Who isn't under stress? I ask. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen something like this, he says. When you're under a lot of stress, it can actually affect the formation of memories. Say, for instance, you were at a tense meeting. It's often difficult later to remember all the details of that meeting, because stress can change our perceptions of what we are later able to recall. In fact, it can actually cause memories to change later. False memories. Yeah, I know all the psychological terms. I just frown, not wanting a psyche eval on top of everything else, but I'm scared. What if creating fear was the point? What if this was what she wanted to happen? So you think that what happened tonight was just stress-related? I finally say. I wish I could give you a more conclusive answer, but it is possible. He takes a step backward, clearly not interested in getting involved. My advice would be to go home and get some rest. Work on things you can do to manage your stress, getting enough sleep and eating right. Follow up with your primary care physician, and if you think that stress could be behind the incident, you might want to look into seeing a therapist. They're good at helping find answers. I can't believe he's blowing me off. But what if he's right? A few weeks ago, I was sitting in a psych ward thinking I was losing my sanity like my mother. Just like tonight. No. My jaw tenses as I dig up whatever fight I have left inside me. I didn't make this up, and I refuse to go there again. Besides, it doesn't really matter. Even if they can't prove that someone drugged me, security footage will be able to prove she was there. Tucker is pacing along the back of the emergency room, talking on his cell phone to someone when I come out. There are a few people sitting and waiting while the television blares in the corner of the room. He holds up his finger as I approach him, and I stop and wait for him to finish. Hey, I'm sorry, he says a moment later after sliding his phone into his back pocket. That was my boss. He was hoping for an update. How are you? He looks worried, probably because I am too, but we'll figure this out. We have to. The drug tests came back negative, I say, and apparently further testing would be too complicated. I'm sorry, he says again. It's a dead end, but you had to have found some evidence of what happened at the gala between witnesses and security footage. He doesn't look at me when he speaks this time. My partner Ruby has been investigating while I've been here waiting. And? I frown, not sure why he's being so hesitant. There is video of you going down the hall toward the bathroom. He rushes on, but no evidence that anyone followed you. And there's also no evidence of anyone with the description you gave us. No evidence? That's not possible. There has to be a way to prove what happened, but I don't know how to explain the lack of evidence. Someone in that large crowd of guests had to have seen her. I don't understand. I drop my hands to my sides, confused. She told me there would be no trace of what happened, but that's not really possible. I mean, there has to be something. I didn't just make this up, Tucker. I hear my voice crack, hear the panic, and I realize how desperate I sound. But I don't know how to rein in my frustration, or, for that matter, to make him believe me. But I need him to believe me. Several people in the ER waiting room glance back at us, and he takes my hand and pulls me onto the empty row of chairs lined up against the back wall. We can't ignore the possibility that he's right, Riley. You've been under a lot of stress these past few months. More than most people have to deal with in a lifetime. Honestly, you continue to surprise me with how well you handle things. It's part of what drew me to you. You are a strong woman, but you're also human, and your mind can only handle so much. I can't process what he's saying to me. All I hear is that he doesn't believe me. I suck in a breath of air, wanting to scream that I didn't make this up. That just because there isn't evidence doesn't mean that there were never any drugs in my system. Instead, I don't say anything. Just sit still, staring straight ahead until my vision blurs. How can I argue against the facts? "We'll keep digging, I promise," he says, taking my hand. "We can analyze the security footage to see if it's been tampered with. I'll get photos of the staff to see if you recognize her, and see if the doctor will order some more tests. It doesn't matter." I see the pity in his eyes as I pull away from him and stand up. "I need you to take me home." "Riley, please, don't shut me out. I'm here for whatever you need." "I just need to go home," I repeat. I head for the exit, resisting the urge to run. I don't know what to do with the frustration and anger. I don't need to talk. I need him to believe me. But the problem is that I'm not only angry and confused, I'm also embarrassed. This was supposed to be a relaxing evening for the two of us, and I can't imagine it going worse than it did. But I can't talk about it, especially with Tucker. Tucker manages to catch up with me outside the emergency entrance. It's windy and dark now, and the hem of my dress blows in the breeze while my feet hurt in my shoes. At least I'm able to walk in a straight line. Sort of. Tucker keeps his hand on my elbow as he escorts me to the car. I'm not sure how our first date turned out to be such a nightmare, but I do know it's going to be our last. He's a deputy U.S. Marshal. He's not going to waste time on someone like me. Someone he clearly can't trust. And why should he? "It's not that I don't believe you," he says, pulling out his keys as we approach his car. "I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Just like you are, Riley." "But," I prod, "there's always a but." He takes too long to respond, but it doesn't matter. "It's fine," I rush on. "I'm not sure I believe my story at this point either. It's not like this hasn't happened before." He unlocks the car, then opens the passenger side for me. "The last time, you were set up." I glance up at him, trying to read his expression in the semi-darkness of the hospital parking lot. "It's a bit of a coincidence, don't you think? For it to happen again?" The problem was, I knew far too much about how the mind worked, and how it's possible that I really did imagine everything that happened tonight. Stress can cause the mind to make up memories that aren't even true. Memories that are lies. My stress over the past few weeks, though, had actually eased. Sadie was home safe with me. Darren, the man who kidnapped her, was in prison. I shouldn't have anything to be afraid of anymore. Even starting a relationship with Tucker didn't seem like the kind of stress that would cause my mind to make up something like this. "I need you to know that I believe something did happen tonight," Tucker says, breaking into my thoughts. "But not what I told you," I counter as I slide into the passenger seat. "Riley." He closes my door, then runs around the front of the vehicle and quickly gets into the driver's seat. "That's not what I meant." "Are you sure?" I know I'm being unreasonable, but at this moment, I don't care. Because I get it. If I were you, I'd certainly have my doubts. I have my own doubts right now. It's not like this is the first time people have thought I was losing it. I'm not the bad guy here. I'm on your side. It doesn't matter. Just know that I'm sorry for everything, I say, before he can come up with another response. I know this evening didn't turn out the way you hoped it would. It certainly didn't for me. 6. Tucker didn't miss the deep sense of loss in Riley's voice as she spoke. She didn't need to apologize to him, but she was right about one thing. He'd wanted so much for tonight to move their relationship forward, but nothing had turned out the way either of them had hoped. Somehow, instead of a romantic evening out, things had turned into a nightmare. "You don't have to be sorry." He reached for her hand, then stopped as she pulled away. "I just need you to talk to me. We can figure this out." "I'm not sure that's possible." She took in a sharp breath, still avoiding his gaze. "You deserve either an apology or an explanation. And since I can't give you an explanation, I'm sorry is all I've got." "I don't need your apologies, Riley." Tucker started the car but didn't move. "And yes, we will keep digging for an answer. Because there has to be an explanation for what happened. I'm pretty sure your boss doesn't think there's a good explanation for my story. And I'm sure he told you not to get involved in any of this." "Maybe officially, but you know he's right." This time she looked up at him and held his gaze. "You have far more important things to do than chase after a woman who has a history of losing it." "Riley." Tucker shifted in his seat. "I've never looked at you that way. You know that." "It doesn't matter. Just take me home now, please." "Riley." She was staring out the window, shutting him out. "Now, please." Tucker gripped the steering wheel as he headed out of the hospital parking lot, unsure how he was supposed to handle the situation. She'd been right about the phone call with his boss. He'd made it clear that the local police were handling the allegations, and Tucker was to leave the case to them. But while he understood his boss's stance, he couldn't just sit around and do nothing. The lack of evidence backing up her story had him stumped, but he believed her, and couldn't help fix things if he didn't get involved. If he was honest with himself, what was bothering him was the complete lack of physical evidence. No drugs in her system, nothing caught on the security cameras, no trace at all of a mystery woman. His job had always been to follow the evidence. So what was he supposed to do when there was no evidence? He glanced at Riley as he turned into her neighborhood 20 minutes later, his mind still churning. Ruby had cautioned him from the beginning about getting involved with someone he'd met during an investigation. She'd told him that he was letting his emotions cloud his judgment, and that it wasn't his job to save her emotionally or any other way. His mother, on the other hand, had thought the whole situation of falling for someone he'd once rescued romantic, but her reaction was more than likely fueled primarily by her desire for more grandchildren. The thing was, he knew that neither of them were right. It had never been about saving or rescuing her. Instead, every time he looked at Riley Bishop, he realized that she was the one who'd rescued him. Or at least that's what he'd believed. Yes, they'd met under intense and completely out of the ordinary circumstances. But in his mind, that wasn't enough to stop them from having an ordinary relationship. Over the past few weeks, he'd found himself growing closer not only to Riley, but also her kids. Hanging out together had reminded him of what was missing in his life. A bit of fun, a bit of distraction. Family. That one word came with a surprisingly heavy sense of longing. He'd never really thought he could fit a family of his own into his lifestyle. If he wasn't involved with his day job with the U.S. Marshals, he was being called to respond to emergencies with his special tactical unit. How could he expect to put a family through the long hours and stress of his job? Maybe it wasn't even possible. But Riley made him want to find a way to make it work out. And while he'd never expected a ready-made family, he'd found himself embracing the idea. Now a part of him was starting to wonder if he was wrong. What if he was missing the red flags that were right in front of him? She'd married a man who had committed numerous felonies and now claimed she hadn't known anything. Not about his crimes, not about the money he'd stolen and hidden, or the thousands of people he'd defrauded, or where the missing money was located. He let out a soft sigh of frustration as he slowed down in front of her house, then pulled into the driveway. "If there's even the slightest chance that you're right about what happened," he started, "I don't feel good about you and the kids being alone tonight." Driving away right now seemed wrong, but he also wasn't sure how she'd react to him insisting on sleeping on her couch. "We'll be fine." She looked up at him in the semi-darkness, her expression indifferent. She'd completely shut him out. "I have the state-of-the-art alarm system you helped install for me. Cameras, motion detectors, door and window sensors. It's safer than Fort Knox." You'll set the alarm? He asked. I always do. She started to open the door, then stopped. There is one other thing. I know we made plans to go to Fredericksburg to see the house tomorrow. Of course. He'd almost forgotten. We can put it off. You really don't need me to go with you, she said. I'll call Jamie and let her know that you'll be meeting with her alone. No, he said, before letting himself think. I'd still like you to go with me. It doesn't have to be a date. Her hurt expression told him that he'd just said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way, he said quickly. I just meant that maybe we need to stop apologizing to each other. She balled her hands in her lap. Maybe it's time to acknowledge that this, whatever this is between us, isn't going to work. Wait, what? How had they spiraled to this? Saying it wasn't a date was simply to take the pressure off you with all that's happened. It's not that. I'm clearly not in the place where I should be dating someone right now. He frowned. If she needed time to heal, that was fine. He got that. But this was not how he wanted things to end. He let his gaze stop at her lips, wanting so very badly to kiss her goodnight, or at the least figure out how to shift the trajectory back to how the evening had started. Thank you for everything. I mean that. She hesitated, then leaned across the seats and kissed his cheek. Goodbye, Tucker. He didn't move as she got out of the car, not knowing how to respond to what she'd said. Should he run after her or respect her wishes? He hit his palm on the steering wheel. At least she was safe, and Melody was there, which would give her someone to talk to, something she hadn't wanted to do with him. All he knew was that he couldn't just stop caring. He'd been with her when Darren had kidnapped Sadie, when she had jumped into the water to save her daughter. He'd watched her work hard to put the pieces of her life back together, and he couldn't just get rid of those memories. From everything he knew about the case, none of it had been instigated by her. None of it was her fault. Why would tonight be any different? He watched as she stepped inside the house, then quickly shut the door behind her. His gut told him there was a lot more involved in this than what had settled on the surface, but what was he supposed to do? His boss had told him to stand down and let the local police deal with the situation. He was too close, and his viewpoints were already tainted. He felt boxed in, and that wasn't a place he wanted to be. But what if someone really had threatened her tonight? $25 million was a lot of money, and he'd seen what could happen over far less. He could try to talk with her, but she'd made it clear she needed her space. Which led him back to his problem of not knowing what to do. He couldn't keep surveillance on her house every night. Eventually, he was going to have to sleep, but that wasn't going to be tonight. He'd stay here for now, making sure she was safe. He glanced at his phone as a plan formed. If he was going to do this right, he was going to need to make a call. Decision made, he picked up his phone from the center console and made a call. His dad picked up on the third ring. Hey, it's me. I need you to do me a favor. 7. I'm fighting to breathe as I lean against the closed front door, glad the kids didn't hear us drive up. I need a moment to catch my breath, because I'm not sure what I've just done. A couple hours ago, I left believing that there was a possible happy ever after for Tucker and me, but tonight proved to me that wasn't going to happen. I'm still not even sure what did happen. Riley? Melody steps into the entryway from the dining room. I didn't expect you back so early. How did it go? I take off my heels and start to tell her what happened, that I was wrong about seeing someone so soon after Lucas died, that my mind is playing tricks on me and I'm not okay. Instead, I decide to convince Melody, both of us really, that everything is fine. The paintings were lovely, the live music upbeat, and the company perfect. I had an amazing evening with Tucker Shaw. Amazing, that was, until it wasn't. She tells me that the kids were great, and I tell her how much I appreciate her. I'm glad, but are you sure you're okay? Melody sets her hands on her hips and frowns. Apparently, I'm not very convincing. Of course, I'm fine. I've never been able to hide anything from her, and I'm certain she's not going to buy the standard "I'm fine," which in reality means I'm anything but fine. But as much as I want to tell her everything, I realize it's not something I'm going to be able to talk about. Not tonight, anyway. There's far too much for me to process. Like, how can I tell her what happened when there's no proof it actually did happen? When I'm not even sure 100% what's real and what isn't? Where are the kids? I shoot her a fake smile, surprised they aren't already here, bombarding me with questions after my date. Melody hesitates, then glances up the stairs. They're packing. Packing? For what? I told them I had to talk to you first, she rushes on. But the kids want to know if they can spend the night with Philip and me. And since you're bringing them over tomorrow so you can drive to Fredericksburg with Tucker, it does make sense. Mom! Oliver comes tearing down the stairs carrying his dinosaur suitcase. He's managed to zip it, but only halfway, and there's a pair of pants hanging out of it. Please, he says, dropping the suitcase onto the hardwood with a thud. Aunt Melody and Uncle Philip have a new puppy, and they said we could help take care of it and come up with a name for it. If it's all right with your mother, Melody adds. Oliver nods, still out of breath. If it's all right with you, Mom. Wait. I turn to Melody and realize my mind is slow to process what Oliver said. When did you get a puppy? Last night. Long story. We're ready, Sadie says, just now making it to the bottom of the stairs. In case you said yes. And we promise to behave and do everything we're told. Plus, tomorrow is a teacher workday, so we don't have school or homework, Oliver adds, as if to seal the deal. There's no reason not to say yes. No reason except for the fact that I don't want to be by myself tonight. That I had looked forward to seeing Sadie and Oliver. Right now, they feel like the only things tethering me to reality. I glance at Oliver, who's jumping up and down, his hands folded in front of him, begging. He's been on a campaign the past few months to get a puppy. Sadie's less overt with how she feels, but I can see the anticipation in her eyes. My shoulders relax. Maybe a little time alone would be good for me. It would give me a bit of bandwidth to be able to figure out what's going on, and what my response to the entire gala nightmare is going to be. Pajamas? I ask, looking at their bags. Yes, ma'am, they answer simultaneously. Clean clothes for tomorrow? Yes. Toothbrushes? Sadie glances at Oliver, and they drop their bags and sprint back up the stairs. And toothpaste and hairbrushes, I add, then turn back to Melody. Are you really sure you want to keep them overnight? They don't need to. I'm not going to Fredericksburg with Tucker tomorrow. Yes, you know I love having them come over. But why aren't you going to Fredericksburg? My head hurts, and all I really want to do is hide in my room right now. I don't want the kids to see me this way. Or Melody either, for that matter. Tonight started off amazing, I say. And then? And then I realized I'm not ready for a relationship, I blurt out. Wait, what? Melody drops her hands to her sides, clearly shocked at my confession. The two of you seem so perfect together. It's a long story, but it's not Tucker, I say. It's me. It's not you, it's me. I sound like one big fat cliche. I understand if you're having cold feet when it comes to starting to date again, but don't be so hard on yourself. It's been years since you've gone out with a man besides Lucas, and on top of that, relationships aren't easy. Tell me about it. But with the right person, Melody rushes on, it's worth the work. And my gut tells me that Tucker is the right person. You can't give up after one official date. Except I can, because I already have. We can have coffee and talk about it later, I say, regretting my moment of weakness in telling her. Right now, I need to process things. I'm worried about you, Riley. Are you sure you should be alone? I'll be fine, I lie. I'm just not ready for the whole dating relationship thing. Melody still doesn't look convinced. You should have taken a second look at your hot date tonight. You're crazy to pass that man up. I can't help but laugh. It's either that or cry. Stop. He is almost perfect. For someone, that is. And that someone isn't me right now. I need to finish figuring out how to put myself together first. It's just too soon. You're too hard on yourself, Melody says, clearly dismissing my excuses. You deserve a second chance with love. I force a smile as the kids come barging down the stairs. All of a sudden, I want to tell her everything. About being drugged, about the woman who threatened me, and about the worst part, the missing evidence. But how am I supposed to explain all of that when I don't understand it myself? We have our toothbrushes and toothpaste, Oliver says with a grin. I crouch down in front of him, fix the zipper on the suitcase, then ruffle his blonde hair. There you go. How was your date, Mom? Sadie asks. I stand back up. The artwork was beautiful. Do you think you'll get married again? Oliver asks. I swallow hard at the unexpected question. Not anytime soon. Then why did you go on a date? He presses. I glance at Melody, not sure I can have this conversation right now. A date is really just a time for two people to get to know each other better, Melody says, coming to my rescue. It doesn't mean you're going to get married. Like a play date, except with kissing, Oliver says, making smooching sounds at his sister. Oliver, that's not our business. Sadie frowns at her brother. But I do like him, Mom. And he makes you happy. How do you know that? I ask, surprised at the observation. You smile when his name comes up. Smile when he comes over. That might be true, but I'm honestly not sure I'm ready for a relationship. For now, he's just a good friend. He makes you happy, though, doesn't he? Sadie's question takes me by surprise. He does, but I don't know if now's the time to start dating. Then wait until you know you're ready. When did my 13-year-old become so wise? She's been through a lot over the past few months, and that, in turn, has made me more protective of her. I don't want her to have to grow up quickly. I want her to enjoy her childhood and not have to worry about grown-up things. Sadie is right. Don't be so hard on yourself, Melody says, filling in the silence. The transition might be hard, but you'll know when it's time. Can we go see the puppy now? Oliver asks, clearly bored with the conversation. I pull him against me and kiss the top of his head. Yes, go have fun. I walk the kids out to the car, hug them both, and then head back inside to lock up and set the alarm like I promised Tucker. As tired as I am, I know I won't be able to sleep. I need time to process everything that's happened. But more than anything, I have to figure out the truth. 8. Tucker was still sitting in his car, a couple houses down from Riley's house, when a knock on the passenger side window pulled him from his thoughts of her. His father stood on the sidewalk, holding up a set of keys in a paper bag. Tucker unlocked the car, then waited for his father to climb in. Thank you so much for coming. I know this was a rather odd request, Tucker started. Looks pretty obvious what you're doing to me. Probably not your definition of a fun evening. I don't mind, his father said, settling into the seat. Retirement makes me long for a bit of excitement every now and then. Remember, I was a beat cop for years, and I've done my share of stakeouts. And the bag? Tucker asked, amused with his father's enthusiasm. Snacks and energy drinks. And you figured all that out because I asked you to come switch cars. Hey, I was also a detective, and a pretty good one if you ask me. Though this scenario was pretty easy to figure out. You're doing a stakeout, and stakeouts are always better with a partner, and, of course, snacks. Tucker let out a low chuckle. I do appreciate your showing up. And the snacks. But if this is excitement in your book, then you really do need to find a new hobby. And you really don't have to stay. Believe it or not, there are times when I miss the good old stakeout. Besides, it's been a while since we just hung out. I was over for dinner last weekend, Tucker said, popping open an energy drink. Do you want the truth? I love your mother, but it was this or another one of her rom-coms. Tucker laughed. Enough said. Plus, I am curious about a couple things. Tucker shifted in his seat, preparing himself for the inevitable questions. I figured you might be. I'm just questioning the fact that the United States Marshals would use you in an all-night stakeout, especially when I thought you had a date tonight with Riley Bishop. I did have a date, he admitted. And that's her house? Tucker nodded. Do you think she's seeing someone else? No. His father broke open a bag of chips. Are you worried she's involved in some, I don't know, illegal behavior? Tucker hesitated. Not exactly. Now I really am curious. But you do know this makes you look more like a stalker than a PI. Whoa. Tucker let out a low groan. This conversation was not going in the right direction. Whose side are you on? I don't know yet. I'm still gathering facts. But if my son is stalking his date, I'm not stalking her. I'm making sure she's okay. Without her knowing? Technically, yes. Which is why you need to use my car for your stakeout. His father crunched on a chip before continuing. If you're really so worried about her, why don't you just call her and tell her you're worried? Or even better, sleep on her couch if she needs a bodyguard. He loved his father, but he really wasn't in the mood to delve into the details. I can't really do either. It's complicated. Life is actually a lot less complicated than we make it most of the time. Do you like her? That answer was easy. Yes. Does she feel the same way? I think so. Or at least she did. Then you're definitely making this too complicated, his father said, grabbing another chip from the bag. Sounds like you simply need to communicate. Call and talk to her. Or better yet, walk up to her front door and knock. If I felt like she'd listen, I would. Tucker let out a sharp breath. Maybe getting some outside input on the situation wasn't a bad idea. I've told you parts of Riley's story. His father ripped open a bag of M&Ms and popped a couple into his mouth. Her husband was murdered in an explosion after being accused of stealing millions from his clients, money that was still missing the last time I heard an update. You met her after her daughter was kidnapped by a man who believed Riley had stashed the missing money away in some offshore bank account. Tucker couldn't help but chuckle. And you don't think our relationship has the potential to be complicated? Fair enough. But what happened tonight to make you plan a stakeout? He blew out a lungful of air. It's possible that someone else thinks she has the missing money. And yet there is zero evidence to confirm the encounter she says she had with that person. This happened on your date tonight? At an art gala we were attending. She claims her drink was spiked, and when she left me to go to the restroom, a woman questioned and threatened her. Problem is, I can't find any evidence backing up her story. No drugs were found in her system, and the security footage doesn't match her story. Somehow, saying it out loud made him wonder if Ruby wasn't right after all. The whole situation seemed ridiculous, and he still couldn't come up with a reasonable motive for why someone would have employed such a risky plot. No. He trusted her. "Did you tell her you don't believe her?" his dad asked. "Of course not. But she took things that way." In order for her to be telling the truth, someone had to have gone to a lot of trouble. And for what? There are easier ways to demand money. "We were always taught that the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence." Tucker frowned. He knew the quote by Carl Sagan that in this context basically meant that just because an investigation didn't turn up evidence to back a claim didn't mean that claim was necessarily false. But on the other hand, if her story was true, then the evidence should be there. "You really don't have to get involved, Dad. I'm more worried that her story is true and her life is in danger." "So you do believe her?" Tucker cleared his throat. "I don't know. I just don't want anything to happen to her." "What do you want me to do?" "Are you up to doing your own stakeout?" "Absolutely." "Riley's kids are staying with a friend tonight. I'm not sure why, but I want to make sure they're okay. In case someone decides to use them as leverage." Tucker nodded. "And you can't be in two places at once." "Exactly. But Dad, all I want you to do is watch. If anything happens, call 911 and then me. You're retired, remember?" Tucker reached for the door handle, then paused. "There is one more thing I think you need to know. I didn't tell you why I can't come help you tomorrow afternoon with the garage." "It's fine, really. I know you have a busy work schedule." Tucker tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. "It's not work-related. It's something more personal. It has to do with Wyatt's disappearance. Or at least I think it might." He watched his father's expression drop. "Okay. What did you find?" "You remember the photograph I showed you and Mom a few weeks ago of the German farmhouse? The one that triggered a reaction." Tucker's jaw tensed at the memory. Like I'd been hit by a train. "You remembered something?" Tucker shook his head. "It turns out it's a house Riley lived in as a child. Long story short, she has a friend who's a realtor in Fredericksburg, where the house is located. It's for sale, and the realtor agreed to show it to us tomorrow. But after tonight, looks like I'll be going by myself." "I could come with you." "No, I think it might be better if I go alone. But I just thought it was something you should know. Though I'm not sure I'm ready to tell Mom." "I agree. Let's not tell her unless something comes of it." "The loss never really eases, does it?" "No, it doesn't." Tucker felt a wave of guilt. His parents had gone through so much since that summer. From the beginning, the theory had been that he and Wyatt had been involved in an abduction gone wrong. The police report was thin, and no real evidence had ever been found. When the authorities had questioned a few possible eyewitnesses, the reports were conflicting. The only real evidence they had was a sedative found in his blood work, which could explain why he couldn't remember what happened. "I don't know how you and Mom got through this. You always seemed so strong." "Not always." His dad shook his head. "I felt broken for so long, I wasn't sure I was going to make it, let alone help carry you and your mother and then your sister. Our lives changed forever that day. Though sometimes I'm not sure which is the hardest part. Knowing that we lost Wyatt, or not knowing what happened to him." I am so sorry. You have nothing to be sorry about, son. Tucker glanced down at the scar on his wrist. He'd returned home, scraped up, with no memories. I just feel like I should remember. I should have been able to protect Wyatt. You were 8 years old. That's far too big of a burden for you to still be carrying after all these years. Things might have been different back then, safer, but it wasn't your fault. A month after Wyatt disappeared, the police found his bike. They never found Wyatt. Never found any new evidence. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. The connection hit him hard. But while the thought might be valid, that lack of evidence had so far made it impossible to prove Riley was telling the truth, which meant he was going to keep looking until he found the evidence he needed. 9. I make sure the house is locked, then automatically head upstairs, not sure what I should do first. This is not how I expected the evening to end. Still, I can't argue with Tucker over the lack of evidence. I can't argue with the fact that no one was caught on those cameras, or that there was no trace of drugs in my system. How can I? What that means, though, terrifies me. It means that none of what is so vividly running through my mind really happened. There was no drug dropped into my drink, no encounter with some crazy woman in a storage room. Everything I thought happened was simply imagined. Unless. The other possibility scares me just as much. I don't know her name, but if she is real and my memories are true, she's been watching me and my children, following me. She knows details about my private life and is willing to risk everything to get what she wants. I toss my shoes into my closet, then grab a pair of pajamas and quickly change out of my dress. The dizziness and nausea have dissipated, but not the pressing anxiety. I hate that feeling of panic that refuses to subside. I've been feeling so much better lately, as if the layers of stress that have piled on top of me over the past year have finally started to slide off. I've been finding ways to make a life in my new reality as a single mom. My kids seem happier, and thanks to counseling and a good support system, they have started to blossom again. I'd even started to think about a possible new romantic relationship. I press my hands against my temples, wishing I could make the remaining layer of fog disappear. If I simply imagined what happened tonight, then why does it all seem so real despite my still clouded thinking? I pull out the scribbled notes I'd started in the car, needing to see what I can add. There has to be something I'm missing. Something that can prove I'm not making this up. I worked once with my psychiatrist, Dr. Gabrielli, to retrieve lost memories. Coaxing old memories to the surface can be challenging, but ones from tonight, the real memories, should be possible to remember. I close my eyes and start going through everything again, moment after moment. Dr. Gabrielli encouraged me to write things down when searching for memories, just like Tucker had me do. Visiting those memories is like telling your brain they are important, and cueing one memory will often bring up another one, making it almost as if you were actually there again. Live music is playing in the background, a bit of jazz mixed with some classical numbers. There is a murmur of conversations surrounding me from people chatting in small groups. Empty glasses clink as they are set back on metal trays carried by servers wearing black and white. I can hear the sound of Tucker's voice next to me. Don't sound so surprised. I have a bit of culture in me. I can't help but smile, remembering how safe I'd felt at that moment. Despite the nerves over the date, when I'm with Tucker, I always feel as if I found a place to belong. A place for my heart to belong. The thought surprises me, but I know it's what I want. A second chance at love with a man who respects me and enjoys being with me. Something I thought I once had with Lucas. Until everything changed. I take in a deep breath and I can almost smell the coffee, savory hors d'oeuvres, and rich desserts from the food tables, mixed with the scent of women's perfume, the sweet smell of fruit from my drink. Feelings of fear dig deeper. Tucker had opted for a coffee and had left me for those few moments while I got my drink. I hadn't been able to give him a description of the bartender, and even now, no matter how hard I try to see his face, I can't. Frustrated, I open my eyes and stand up. Suddenly, the house feels extremely quiet without the kids. I go downstairs to check the front door and make sure it's locked, even though I know it is. It's been a long time since I've had the house to myself, and the feeling is more unsettling than I thought it would be. It's hard to be alone. I start rechecking the rest of the doors to make sure they're locked, then peek out the kitchen window, looking for movement in the shadows of the backyard. I hate that I'm being paranoid. I let my mind wander back to Tucker. Even before Lucas died, I'd felt alone. But to have someone like Tucker step into my life who doesn't seem to mind that I'm a mother, someone who isn't scared off from all the baggage I'm carrying, has been unexpected. He's given me hope that things can change and I'll find love again. It's been so long since I felt like someone wants to be with me. Someone who calls to check in on me and always includes my children in our conversations. It seems almost too good to be true. Maybe that's why tonight had both excited and terrified me. This was our first night out alone, our first official date, and I was actually thinking there could be a future between us. It couldn't have gone worse. I head back into the living room, then stop at Sadie's butterfly exhibit. She's come so far the last few months, and I'm terrified to think about how she's going to react to my telling her that things aren't going to work out with Tucker. Both Sadie and Oliver adore him. It was one of my hesitations originally about starting to date. I want my children involved, and yet if it doesn't work out, I know they might end up getting hurt as well. And as much as I want to protect them, I know I can't protect them from everything, and I hate that. I study one of the butterflies fluttering inside the cage. Butterflies are masters of disguise. I watch one land on a branch, its yellow and black wings slowly moving. Sadie's description of the butterflies continues to play in my mind as I walk back upstairs. Some are able to hide from predators with their camouflage techniques because of the distinct markings on their wings or their ability to blend into the background. There are others who can flash their wings to daze and confuse a potential predator. Suddenly the phrase master of disguise sounds all too familiar. Wasn't that what Lucas had been? He embezzled money from hundreds of investors, and no one knew. He was always charming and charismatic, and people had trusted him with their entire retirement savings. I'd always thought he loved me, and maybe he once did, but at some point, everything changed. The change happened slowly at first, so slowly that I didn't even notice. Whenever we'd have a fight, he'd always manage to win me back. All of his late-night work meetings, every time he'd upset me, he'd come home, sometimes with flowers, always with an apology. And for so long, I'd believed him. Yet all of that time, he'd been living a double life. And more than likely, if the woman tonight was telling the truth, I'd been right to suspect an affair. How could I have missed it? How could I have not seen the signs? A lot of people believe I knew what Lucas had done. But sometimes you simply see what you want to see. Sometimes you don't see the truth. Because I longed so deeply for a happy marriage and happy family, so different from the one I'd grown up in, I ignored what was right in front of me. My stomach is in knots as I stand in the middle of my room, gnawing on a fingernail. I feel as if I'm standing on the edge of a steep precipice, barely hanging on to reality. Lucas kept secrets from me, but unlike tonight, there'd been evidence of it. I'd given the authorities copies of suspicious files I'd taken from Lucas's computer. It had been enough to start an investigation, but not enough to track down the money. So how did someone make $25 million vanish? There had to be a trail, some way to find it. I look around the room, I've made a few changes since Lucas died. Bought a new bedspread and curtains, painted an accent wall I'd always wanted, and took down the pictures of the two of us that had once hung in our room. The explosion that had taken Lucas's life had been the wild card. Presumably, he'd planned to disappear with the money. So where had he hidden it? I knew Lucas had stashed some important documents in a safe in the bedroom wall. What if the money was hidden right here in the house? Or, if nothing else, at least a clue to where he'd stashed it. It seems ridiculous as I think about it, but I don't care. I start in my bedroom, going through every drawer, every book, every possible place where he could have hidden something. Lucas was smart, but he had also been predictable and had a set routine. He'd always worn the same brand of jeans and shoes, listened to the same podcast every day on his way home, and never put sugar in his coffee that he would only drink piping hot. I take 30 minutes to look at the air vents and open up electrical outlets. I remove the back of the clock hanging on the wall and search for false-bottom drawers and hollowed-out books. I search for removable baseboards or loose floorboards, looking for another hidden safe I might have missed. Nothing. I stand in front of my dresser, frustrated. I know I'm on a wild goose chase, but I'm ready to go on to another room. Except, realistically, Lucas would never have left a trail to the money for me to find. Even the files I'd given the authorities hadn't been enough to arrest him. They'd only put them on the right trail. Unless. My car keys are sitting on my dresser, along with a flash drive hidden on my keychain in a plastic penguin. The day he died, Lucas had called me on a burner phone and told me to bring him the contents of a wall safe located behind an electrical switch cover in our bedroom. A safe I hadn't even known about. I'd been too scared to open the sealed envelope. He would have known if I did that. But I'd made 2 copies of the flash drive and later gave the feds a copy of everything. Everything except for a single folder that was filled with personal family photos. My hand is shaking as I pick up the flash drive. I know it's only because I'm desperate for answers, but just like tonight at the gala, I know there has to be something I'm missing. And while it might be nothing, this drive has nagged at me for months. Lucas wouldn't have asked me to bring it to him if it wasn't important, but according to the feds, they never found anything of significance. Nothing encrypted, just a bunch of accounting files. It only takes a few seconds to connect the drive to my computer, then click it open. I start scrolling through the photos, like I've done dozens of times, starting with a family trip we took to San Antonio. There were photos from playing arcade games with the kids, hiking trails outside of Austin, and several birthday parties. It's never made sense to me why Lucas put a random folder of our family photos on the drive. But scrolling through them again, I'm reminded that's all they are. Random photos on a flash drive. They can't prove anything, which means that once again, I'm back to square one with no evidence of what Lucas did with the money, or what happened tonight. Unless. I flip through the photos of our trip to the zoo again. Sadie and Oliver laughing in front of the monkeys, feeding the llamas, random photos of animals we'd seen mixed in with some of the kids being silly. I stop, then scroll back a few photos to one of a jackal. I close my eyes for a moment, going over the day in my mind. I'm positive we never saw a jackal. So why would that photo be in the file? It feels insignificant, and I know I'm just grasping at straws, looking for something that's not there. But if there is any chance at all that there is something significant about this photo, I can't just ignore it. As a graphic designer, I know about steganography, the process of hiding data inside data. Was it possible that what Lucas had wanted from the drive had been right here all along? I shut my computer and shove it to the other side of the bed as dark thoughts start to press in. Thoughts that everything that had happened tonight was nothing more than a string of vivid hallucinations. At least with everything that's going on, I don't have to worry about the kids tonight. Between the lingering brain fog and the dark thoughts, I'm not in a place to give them what they need. Stop believing the lies, Riley. I hear Melody's voice in my head, telling me to push out the darkness and go with my gut instincts. I glance at the clock beside my bed. I would call her, but she's probably already asleep. Tucker is not an option either. What I'd really like to do is talk to my therapist about all of this, but I don't have an appointment with her until next week, which leaves me out of options. Not knowing what else to do, I lay down on my bed, curl up in a ball, and start to pray. Help me stop believing the lies, God. Help me figure out the truth. 10. I wake up just as the sunlight begins filtering through my curtains, grateful I was able to sleep a few hours, even if my sleep was restless and filled with disturbing dreams. In each one, I was lost and running, unable to find my way back to the light that was always just out of reach. I make myself some coffee, trying to clear my mind. I don't want to relive what happened last night, but the pages of notes I scribbled down are a tangible recap. At least to my mind. It's whether they are true or not that I still don't know. I need a plan, but even more urgently, I need some perspective. I add some cream and sugar to my coffee, then take a sip. Melody will support me, but she's going to react emotionally and assure me that she believes me. Tucker might want to believe me, but when he compares my statement with the lack of evidence, he will have no choice but to side with the facts. Which leaves my psychiatrist. Dr. Gabrielli is the only one I know who will give me an unbiased opinion on my state of mind. The problem is that I'm sure she's booked solid with clients and I will never be able to get in with her this morning. The urgency to see her, though, is strong enough for me to start formulating a plan. I remember she told me she walks the jogging trails near her office at dawn. At the time, she was encouraging me to find a way to use exercise as a way to clear my own mind. If I could manage to run into her and convince her to give me a few moments of her time, maybe she'd be able to give me the perspective I need. I hesitate before heading up the stairs to get dressed. The whole idea is not only a long shot, but it's completely rejecting the boundaries of a therapist-patient relationship. I glance at the flash drive hidden in the plastic penguin and know I have to try. It takes me 10 minutes to get ready and another 20 to drive to the park. I don't really have a plan on how to find her, or even what I'm going to say if I do. I could bring coffee to soften my request, but from what she's told me, she's a tea drinker and only in the late afternoons. I guess I'm just going to have to show up empty-handed and pray she has pity on me. It's almost 7 when I find a bench near the entrance to the trails. I sit down to wait so I can hopefully catch her either on the way in or on the way out. The walking path is wide and surrounded by both clusters of trees and wide-open grassy spaces. My adrenaline is racing, making it impossible to sit still, so I stand up and start pacing. A few early morning joggers run past me. I want to call Sadie and Oliver to see if they're up yet and make sure they're all right, but I convince myself they're okay. Not only is it still early, I need to wait until I'm done here. I've just about given up on my crazy idea when I see her speed walking up the trail toward the parking lot. I can't miss her. She's wearing a bright blue coat, matching running shoes, and an orange wool hat. Bold colors, like her personality. I start walking toward her, knowing I'm only going to have one chance to convince her to talk to me. Dr. Gabrielli. I rush on before she has a chance to say anything. I know this is highly inappropriate, but I really need to talk with you. And please believe me that if I didn't feel like it was extremely important, I wouldn't be here. I take a breath before jumping back into my speech, slightly more hesitant this time as I catch her confused expression. I start to backpedal when I realize what I've just said. Of course, I suppose most of your patients think the same thing, which is why they make an appointment in the first place. She frowns, and I feel as if I've just been punched in the gut. All the doubts I've been harboring flood through me all at once. What in the world am I doing? If there was any question of my losing my sanity, this should prove it. I'm sorry. I take a step backward. Please just forget I ever intruded on your privacy like this. I never should have. I suppose I could take a 5-minute breather, she says, surprising me as she points to the bench where I've been waiting. I can't tell by the tone of her voice if she's irritated at me or simply surprised by my boldness. I decide I don't care. I need someone to convince me I'm okay. It's happening again, I say as I slide onto the bench next to her, grateful she's agreed to hear me, but worried it will take way more than 5 minutes for me to explain. I'm listening. Remember when I thought I saw Lucas? Yes. I haven't seen Lucas, I rush on. But things have happened. Things that might simply be in my mind. Her brow furrows as she looks at me. It suddenly seems odd not to be sitting in the padded chair with the gaudy floral pattern in her office while bearing my soul. Instead, the sun's slowly coming up, and early risers are running and walking past us up and down the trail. Why don't you take a deep breath and tell me exactly what happened, she says. I hesitate before going into the details. Saying it out loud only reinforces in my mind the possibility that I'm losing it. But I know that if I want answers, I need help. All of that and no evidence, she says when I finish with my story. I shake my head. No video footage, no witnesses, no positive drug test, nothing. Just my statement. The statement from someone who 6 weeks ago was in a psych ward. I can see how that might not look good, she says, pulling off her wool cap, then smoothing back her short gray hair. I wait for her to continue, for her to say this couldn't be just my imagination, for her to tell me that she knows enough about me to know I'm not crazy, that I'm not following in my mother's footsteps. What am I supposed to do? I finally ask when she doesn't expand on her statement. Seems to me like you should be talking to your Marshal friend right now. What does he think about last night? I swallow hard at the thought of Tucker. He believed me, I think. I shiver, even though the sun has breached the horizon and is warming my face. At least until the cameras didn't pick up anything and the drug tests came up negative. Which is why you're here, wanting to talk to me. She hesitates again before continuing. There is still $25 million out there. I know. I'm no police detective, but that's a lot of motivation. Someone has already tried to make you look like you're going crazy in an attempt to get their hands on the money. We know that wasn't your imagination. Do you think someone might be trying to set me up again? She taps her hands on her thighs, just like she does in our normal counseling sessions when she wants me to dig deeper for an answer. Did you know that the average person has over a dozen secrets? Things they don't want other people to know about? I shake my head, surprised at the shift in the conversation. People tend to not want to be vulnerable, she continues. So they bottle up their secrets. They show one side of themselves on social media, and maybe another with their best friend or spouse. But they never allow themselves to get vulnerable with people. True. I shrug, unsure of the connection to my situation. I don't really have any secrets. I feel like my life is an open book. My husband was on the 6 o'clock news. He was about to be indicted by the feds, and then he was killed in an explosion. All of my friends, everyone at my kids' school, even strangers, know that my husband was a crook. I'm not sure what the point would be of my keeping any secrets at this point. Sometimes the secrets we keep aren't necessarily from other people. Sometimes they're secrets we keep from ourselves. I'm trying, but I'm still not following her train of thought. Like when our memories have gaps and we fill in those gaps with our own created memories? She'd once explained to me about false memories that were brought on by stress. When memories and perceptions are altered by the mind, creating a false memory. But was it really stress that caused me to hallucinate last night? Dr. Gabrielli shakes her head. This time, I'm talking more about the truth that we choose to bury from even ourselves. Here's the thing about secrets, she continues. Keeping them from yourself is hard work. There ends up being this growing tension between the part of you that is suppressing something you know and the part of you that won't acknowledge the thing you're trying to hide from yourself. Keeping secrets puts a toll on your mental and emotional energy, and you know what stress can do to a person. I don't like the direction she's going. Like causing me to see things that aren't there? I ask. What do you think, Riley? That you don't believe me? I turn away, immediately regretting my flippant answer. And yet it's true. I'm irritated and feeling like she's playing mind games with me when all I want is to know the truth. I didn't say that. Her voice is perfectly calm as she speaks. In reality, I'm saying the opposite. Why are you trying to hide the truth from yourself when you know what happened? A new wave of anxiety washes over me. I want to tell her that she's not helping, but only making things more complicated. If I knew the truth, I wouldn't be here. I just want someone to tell me if I'm crazy or not, if I'm going down that terrifying road again. I don't need her throwing the ball back into my court with another question or some psychological theory. I need someone to tell me exactly what's going on. My legs are shaking as I stand up and start pacing. I can't stop the flood of prevailing dark thoughts. I feel like I've come so far over the past few months. I can't go back to that dark place again. You told me that mental illness is a combination of experiences, choices, and factors. And because mine were different than my mother's, I'm okay. Or at least that was what I wanted to believe. Then why do you believe you're not okay? She asks. Why is your first instinct to doubt yourself? I pinch the bridge of my nose as I sit back down. My head is throbbing, and I'm scared. I want her to tell me what to do instead of figuring it out myself. But her words make sense. I grab onto her last sentence and try to pull myself out of the darkness. Hadn't I done exactly that? Bought into the lies and continued to doubt myself? Suddenly, it all makes sense. I let out a sharp breath. She's right. I do know the truth. I know what happened last night, and I know I didn't imagine it. I straighten my back at the shift in perspective. I don't know who's behind what happened, but just because no evidence was found doesn't mean it wasn't real, or that it hadn't managed to mess with my perception of reality. You're stronger than you think, Riley, she says, standing up. Unfortunately, life has a way of throwing curveballs at us. It's the reality of the world we live in. But that doesn't mean you have to let them win. I don't move as she walks away. I'm still trying to sort through what my reaction needs to be, but like she always does, she'd managed to give me exactly what I need. Because if everything that happened was real, then I have to do something. I grab my cell phone and call Melody. I need a favor, I say when she picks up. And it's a big one. 11. Tucker's hands gripped the steering wheel of his father's car while he watched Riley cross the parking lot next to some popular walking trails, talking intently to someone on her cell phone. He'd followed her from her house across town to the park, then watched her for the past 20 minutes as she met with an older woman. It was someone he'd never seen before, but from their intense conversation, he was convinced Riley must know her well. He leaned forward as she walked behind a row of cars. She was dressed casually in jeans, a sweatshirt, and tennis shoes, with her hair pulled back in a ponytail. He had a feeling she had no idea how beautiful she really was, or how much she affected him whenever he saw her. She was the one person who made him long for a committed relationship. Tucker blew out a sharp breath as she got into her car, wondering what she'd think if she knew he'd stayed up all night, watching her place, trying to ensure she was safe. He couldn't remember the last time he'd done surveillance, and if he was honest with himself, The whole situation made him feel like some sleazy PI, like his father had implied. He was pretty sure she'd think the exact same thing. Maybe it's time to acknowledge that this, whatever this is between us, isn't going to work. He took a sip of one of the leftover lukewarm drinks from last night and frowned as the words replayed in his mind. While he respected her desire to keep some distance between the two of them, he couldn't just walk away when her life might be in danger. She'd panicked, that was clear, and yet maybe her response had been inevitable. Talking to his father last night had helped calm his frustrations, but he still didn't have the answers he needed. Not about what happened at the gala last night, not about his relationship with Riley. So where did that leave him at the moment? Basically, he was left with 3 choices. 1, he could get out of the car right now, cross the parking lot, and tell her to her face that he was worried about her. Tell her that even though there was no evidence of what happened last night, he still wanted to believe her. 2, he could keep following her, make sure she stayed safe, all while hoping he could find some evidence on his own of what happened last night. Or 3, he could drop the whole thing and go home and sleep. He'd never been one to walk away from a tough situation, so he knew option 3 wasn't going to happen. And yet, Ruby was right about one thing. Riley had clouded his thinking, and that was something he couldn't afford. He needed to be able to step back and see the situation objectively. And to look at things objectively, he probably should stay in the car and continue following her. What if Ruby was right about another thing, and last night was some kind of weird hallucination or something made up for attention? You can't save them all, Tucker. Sometimes you have to let it go. He didn't want to believe Ruby, and yet neither could he dismiss the fact that there was nothing to back up Riley's story. And as many times as he went round and round in his head over what had happened, it was something he couldn't ignore. He stayed back while she finally pulled out of the parking lot, close enough he could see her vehicle, but far enough to let a silver truck pull in between them. Something niggled in the back of his mind as he studied the vehicle in front of him, with the dented back right fender and the small Dallas Cowboy sticker on the back window. He'd seen that truck before. He was sure of it, driving by her house this morning. At the time, he hadn't thought anything about it, but he wasn't going to count anything as a coincidence at this point. He turned onto the main street, still following the truck behind Riley. A part of him wanted to call her and warn her, but at this point he still didn't have proof that the truck was somehow connected. He caught the tail end of a yellow light as he drove through the intersection. He had to know. He pushed the talk button on his steering wheel to connect the call, knowing Ruby wasn't going to like the request he was about to make, but he needed information. "Tucker?" Ruby answered after the 3rd ring. "I thought this was your day off. Aren't you driving to Fredericksburg to look at that house?" "I am in a couple hours. But in the meantime, I need you to do me a favor." There was a pause on the line. "Why do I get the feeling that I'm not going to like whatever you're about to ask me to do?" "It'll take you seconds, and I'll owe you one." Ruby chuckled. "Fine. What do you need?" "Run a check on a silver Ford truck." He gave her the license number, keeping his eyes on the vehicle in front of him. "Can I assume this has something to do with Riley?" Ruby asked. "I'm going to need you to trust me on this one." He slowed down as the truck made a left turn behind Riley. He put on his blinker, not wanting to get too close, but neither could he afford to lose them. "Okay, I've got something," she said, coming back on the line a moment later. "I'm listening." "Owner of the car is Simon Vance. Looks like no outstanding warrants, no traffic tickets, nothing. Could it be stolen?" "I'll have to dig a bit deeper. Call me if you find anything." "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" "I'll fill you in later," he said, "but I've got to go." He hung up before Ruby could respond. Right now, he needed to focus on his driving. The gap between his car and Riley's was getting too wide as she made another turn. So who was Simon Vance? And why was he following Riley? For a moment, he thought again about simply calling Riley, but instead followed through 2 more stop signs, across the Colorado River, and then north. The truck was still on her tail as they sped through a couple more traffic lights, confirming his concerns. A black Mercedes weaved around him, pulling in between him and the silver Ford and partially blocking his view. Come on. Come on. He saw her take a quick left ahead at the yellow flashing arrow, followed by the truck and the Mercedes, but he had to wait for a string of cars to pass. By the time he turned, he could see the tail lights of the Ford, but not Riley's car. He stepped on the gas, intent on not losing her. They were in the middle of downtown now, 30 minutes from her house, and the opposite direction from Melody's. Where in the world was she heading? The silver truck was idling at the next stop sign, as if he wasn't sure which way to go, then slammed on the gas and peeled through the intersection. Tucker looked both ways down the road, but there was no sign of Riley's car. A wave of panic rushed through him. He could start looking for Riley, but something told him that he wasn't going to have any success. She knew she was being followed. He pulled off the road into the parking lot of a gas station, irritated that he'd lost her, but more than that, he was worried. He grabbed his phone out of the console next to him and called her. Come on, Riley, answer. The call went straight to voicemail. He started to hang up when she didn't answer, then decided at the last second to leave a message. Riley, this is Tucker. I need you to call me as soon as you get this. I'm worried about you. Please. Please let me help you. 12. The lines between reality and imagination aren't always sharply defined, like the rotating surfaces of a kaleidoscope with its ever-changing optical illusions. In fact, before talking to Dr. Gabrielli this morning, I'd convinced myself that I was losing my grip on reality. How else can I explain what happened? I replay over and over everything I remember from the gala, because there is still zero evidence. Which is why it makes sense to dismiss what happened as simply a product of my imagination. But I can't stop asking myself the question, what if it's true? What if it really happened? I might not have the hard evidence I need to prove it yet, but there are plenty of signs that something is wrong. For starters, the fact that I've been followed this morning. I glance in the rearview mirror as I take another right turn, grateful that I've finally managed to lose the truck. But that doesn't mean this is over. And while I might not be sure who is behind this, I do know what they want. $25 million. I let out a sharp breath and turn at the stop sign. My first priority right now is to make sure my children are safe, which is why I called Melody. I'm stretching the bonds of our friendship once again, but I can't fix this alone, and I need Sadie and Oliver out of the line of fire. I glance at my phone, weighing my next move as I finally pull into the parking lot of a busy strip mall, then head for an empty space. Tucker called me 15 minutes ago and left a voicemail. I know he's worried, but I'm not ready to talk to him. Not yet. Not until I can somehow come up with concrete evidence that everything I told him about last night was real. Unless he has evidence for me. I park, shut off the engine, then grab my phone, hating my indecision. Tucker Shaw, Deputy U.S. Marshal and all-around superhero, in my opinion, had saved my daughter's life. In many ways, he saved mine as well. I'm still hesitating when I finally decide to at least listen to the message, hoping he found something that will prove I'm not losing it. Riley, this is Tucker. I need you to call me as soon as you get this. I'm worried about you. Please, please let me help you. I listened to the message one more time. While I'm grateful for his concern, there's no hint that he has new information. I don't know what to do. I understand why he's worried, but until I can prove to him I'm innocent, I'm not sure I should talk with him. He didn't believe me last night. I saw that in his eyes. And it's not that I blame him. If our roles had been reversed, I'd be questioning his sanity as well. which is why my mind is working frantically through different possibilities and scenarios. If I'm going to figure this out, I'm going to have to work fast. If I've learned anything from my husband's betrayal, it's that secrets can be deadly. And if I'm not careful, Lucas's secrets are going to cost me everything. I scanned the parking lot before getting out of my car. I chose this particular strip mall on purpose. It's busy enough that I feel safe, out of the way enough that I don't think I'll run into anyone I know. As I walk toward the coffee shop, I realize that most of the time when I'm out, I'm on autopilot, thinking about my long to-do list, phone calls I need to make, and what we're going to have for dinner. Today, I study the row of cars and the people heading to the shops, watching for anything that looks out of the ordinary. I quicken my steps, needing to shake off the fear. But not being paranoid seems foolish at this point. Somehow, I need to find a way to prove to Tucker and Ruby and the others that this is real, that someone was able to erase evidence last night. I'm not sure if I'm making sound decisions, but what I do know is that I can't just sit and do nothing. I've gone over dozens of scenarios the past couple hours, and I still don't have a solid plan, other than I'm not going to risk the lives of my children while I struggle to figure all this out. And that's where Melody comes in. She's already at the coffee shop. She's sitting in the back corner, nursing black coffee and eating a blueberry muffin. I skip the customer line and head straight to her table. Melody leans forward as I sit down and gets straight to the point. Why all the cloak and dagger stuff? I don't know if I should be excited or terrified. I rehearsed what I wanted to tell her on the way here, but all of a sudden, I'm not sure what to say. I grab a napkin from the holder and scrunch it between my fingers. Are the kids okay? I ask. They're fine. They're with Philip. Riley. This time, Melody's not smiling. I'm not sure what's going on, but from the look on your face, this isn't good. I hesitate again, wishing I'd chosen someplace a bit quieter, without the jazz music playing in the background. Everything with Lucas? It's not over. She tilts her head as she tries to read between the lines of my cryptic statement. What happened? I keep my voice low as I give her a short recap of what happened at the gala. Everything I probably should have told her last night. Tucker was there, she says. Can't he corroborate what happened to you? He knew I wasn't feeling well, but with no drugs in my system, no security footage of the woman I saw, it's just my word against zero evidence. I knew something was off last night. But why didn't you just tell me? I catch the frustration in her voice, because it sounds like my own frustration. I didn't know what to think, I say, but I've been working on a plan. Which is why we're here, acting like spies, she asks. I frown. It's not funny, Melody. And I'm not laughing. She picks at her muffin, but doesn't take a bite. I'm honestly terrified. But why aren't you talking with Tucker about this right now instead of me? He has resources. I have no idea how to help. I stare at the long crack in the center of the table. I need you to keep Sadie and Oliver off the radar while I try and find a way to prove I didn't make any of this up. I lean forward and catch her gaze. Whoever is behind this is smart and has resources, and with millions of dollars at stake, it makes sense that they would risk anything to get their hands on the money. Money they believe you have. I look around the room, then nod. Maybe the loud music is a blessing after all. No one is close enough or looks like they're interested in our conversation. But I'm still paranoid. Do you have any idea who's behind this? She asks. No, but I know someone who might be able to tell me. I hesitate before saying anything else, knowing that Melody is really not going to like my answer. But it's the best plan I've been able to come up with. Who? She pushes. I swallow hard. Darren Kirby. Whoa, hold on. Melody shakes her head. You cannot be telling me that you're planning to go see him in prison. I'm already on the approved visitors list. He's the one person who can help me find out the truth. I can't believe what I'm hearing. He kidnapped your daughter. He held a gun to her head, all because he thought you had the money. You can't trust that man. He might know who the woman is. I still don't like it. I let out a sharp breath, starting to second-guess myself again. It was a risk going to see him, but I wasn't going to figure any of this out unless I took a risk. So what do you need me to do? She finally says. I jump into the plan I've started to formulate over the past couple hours. I know this is asking a lot, but you told me you've been wanting to go visit your parents. I need to get the kids somewhere out of town where they'll be safe. I can't let someone use Sadie and Oliver against me again. I can tell the wheels are churning in her mind as I make the request. I don't think Philip will mind, Melody says. We can work there same as we can work here. But you can't do this on your own. I spoke with my therapist this morning. She made me realize that I have to stop doubting myself, that I know what happened last night. And if it's true, then I have to find a way to prove it. I believe you. And if this is what you feel you need to do, then I'm behind you 100%. Thank you. She has no idea just how much that statement means to me. There's one other thing I need you to do. I know I've already asked a lot, but I need Philip to look at this. I slide my flash drive across the table. What is this? It's copied files from a flash drive that Lucas had. I just need Philip to look at the family photos. What do you want him to look for? She asks. It's probably nothing, but there was a reason Lucas asked for the drive. I need to know if there's any data inside the images. In particular, the photo of a jackal. You think Lucas hid something important in the photos? I think it's very possible. She drops the drive in her purse. Philip is good, but I can't make any promises. I know. I just need to make sure I'm not missing something. Listen. Melody shoves her half-eaten muffin toward the middle of the table and shakes her head. Do I believe you? Yes. But none of this feels right to me. Maybe you need to take this to the police, or even better, like I've already said, to Tucker. You really need to talk to him. I will, I promise. I just need to be able to give him something. Okay. I'll call you when we get to my parents' and let you know if Philip finds anything. I pull out one of the prepaid cell phones I bought this morning after talking to Dr. Gabrielli. Use this phone to communicate with me. I have one as well. You have my number in the contacts. Seriously, Riley? It's just a precaution, just in case mine is bugged. Melody takes the phone, but I can tell she's not happy. You shouldn't be figuring this out on your own. I reach out and squeeze her hand. You know I wouldn't ask you to do any of this if I thought there was another way. I glance at the door. I need to go, but make sure you're not followed going home. I can't risk anyone knowing where the kids are. Please, be careful, she says as we get up. I pull my best friend into a hug while trying to choke back the emotion. I honestly don't know what I would do without her. I can't tell her that I'm certain someone was following me this morning, or just how scared I really am. But as long as my kids are safe, I'll find a way to figure out the rest. 13. I'm early when I pull into the visitor parking lot of the facility where Darren is being held. My nerves are already shot after having my vehicle searched at the entrance, like I'm the guilty one. Except I'm not. Darren is the one who lied to me, betrayed me, and tried to make me believe I was going crazy. Even worse, he kidnapped Sadie. He was in debt from medical bills, gambling, and maxed-out credit cards, and it had all come down to money. The money he'd believed I had. And yet, as deep as my anger is toward Darren for betraying me, coming here doesn't mean I trust him, or that I will take at face value whatever he says. He's the enemy, and I can't forget that. Knowing he can't hurt me again gives me the advantage to be able to take control of the situation. That's all. I turn off the engine and take a deep breath, trying to control my trembling hands. The parking lot is slowly filling up with family members before visiting hours start, leaving me a few minutes to question how I got here. I'd once believed Darren would never betray me. He was the family friend I'd trusted with my life. The friend who stood by me after Lucas's death. Lucas's best friend and favorite uncle to the kids. Or so I'd thought. I glance at my phone and catch the notification of another missed call from Tucker. My jaw tenses because I know exactly what he would be saying if he knew where I was. He'd tell me I'm making a mistake and that getting involved with Darren in any way is dangerous. I can hear Tucker's voice in my head, but he's wrong. That's why he doesn't know I'm coming here. I'm not going in blindly. I know what Darren has done to me. The manipulation, the lies. The last time, Darren's efforts got me placed in the psych ward, so I know what it's like to believe I've lost absolutely everything. This time, I'm going to find a way to stay ahead of whoever is after me. I just need answers, God. I know I'm begging. My faith has grown over the last year, but it's also been deeply shaken. Not that I can blame anything that has happened on God, but I'm still suffering the consequences of other people's actions. I refuse, though, to believe that I'm losing it again. Instead, I really am trying to take every thought captive and refuse to believe the lies of the enemy. To hold on to the truth that somehow God can redeem the situation. If I'm honest, I have no idea how, but I do need answers. And no matter how terrifying the truth might be, the truth starts with talking to Darren. Give me access to the money, because if you don't, I'll destroy your life. Tucker wasn't the only voice in my head. I can't forget her voice, nor do I want to. Because if I believe what happened last night was real, then the threat against me and my family is real as well. I just want the truth, Jesus. That's all I'm asking. No more secrets and hidden agendas. No more running and hiding in the shadows. I'm going to do everything in my power to expose the darkness and find the truth. I close my eyes, loosen the grip of my hands on the steering wheel, and take 5 slow breaths. No matter what's going on, I have to remember that I didn't imagine what happened at the gala. My mind is focused, not on the lies and secrets, but on discovering the truth. Darren has no control over me, just like Lucas no longer has any control over me. I've got one last puzzle to solve, and then I'm moving on with my life. Starting over. I exhale a sharp breath. The thought of starting over suddenly sounds extremely appealing. I've thought for a while about moving the kids across the country and starting over. New job, new schools, new church, new everything. But my mind knows that would probably do more damage than good. My kids are starting to thrive again. They're getting the help they need through therapy, and while Sadie still has nightmares, she's confiding in me again. Leaving Melody behind would be hard as well. And Tucker. My shoulders drop. Last night in the car, I tried to ignore the hurt in his eyes when I told him I couldn't move forward with him. I know that he didn't understand, just like he wouldn't understand why I'm here right now. I'll admit he's probably right, but I've spent so much of the last couple years suppressing how I feel, staying strong for my kids. I can't run away from this. I push away the conflicting thoughts, still not ready to dissect the dynamics of our complicated relationship. He has a need to save people, but I don't need him to be my savior. I need someone who can do life with me without feeling obligated to fix everything about me. And something tells me when this all plays out, that will not be Tucker. So no, starting over is not the answer. Finding out the truth and putting an end to all of this is my only way out. Done second-guessing myself, I get out of the car, grab my purse, then shut the door behind me. I don't know what to expect inside, But I do know that Darren can't hurt me anymore. That's enough to give me the confidence to face him again. A black sedan peels around the corner as I head toward the front doors of the county building, and I have to jump into the row of cars in order not to get hit. My already racing heart pounds harder inside my chest. I want to convince myself that it's just a random bad driver as it speeds away, but so much has happened over the last few months that nothing seems random anymore. I'm still frozen as I watch the car race out of the parking lot, but I'm also relieved as I focus again on why I'm here. This isn't the time to let my imagination run wild. I'm safe. No one knows I'm here, and even Darren can't touch me. Inside the glass doors of the multi-story building, I'm near the front of the line. Walk-in visitors are allowed in on a first-come, first-served basis, but it's like flying standby with no guarantees. I push my shoulders back a bit, head held high, trying to boost my confidence, but my hand is shaking when I'm told to hand the uniformed guard my ID. There is no eye contact or friendly smiles as he tells me to sign in. I focus on what I'm being told to do. Sign my name, fill in the details of why I'm here, then take back my ID. He frowns as he studies my paperwork, convincing me I'm about to be thrown out of the facility. Instead, a phone call later, he tells me to pass through the metal detectors with a small group of people ahead of me. We're patted down, one by one, then funneled through a heavy door that locks behind us. The space between the two locked doors feels claustrophobic. Seconds pass, then finally the second door unlocks, and we're herded once again, this time into a large room. There are multiple guards manning the room that reminds me of the cafeteria in my elementary school. Long tables and chairs, with cameras set up on the high ceilings, a reminder that none of the conversations in the room will be private. Except for a couple lawyers in cheap suits, I assume that most of the visitors around me are here to see their loved ones. There's no touching, except for the brief physical contact allowed at the beginning of the visit. A couple next to me are quietly sobbing. Another woman plays with her wedding ring. Everyone in this room has a story, one that no doubt is riddled with pain and loss. My story is that Darren Kirby betrayed me, and I'm glad he's behind bars. I wait while the inmates file in, wondering if Darren's going to show. Several weeks ago, he'd contacted me to let me know that he'd put me on the list of approved visitors. At the time, I'd ignored the invitation. Right now, I'm just hoping for a chance to talk with him. Finally, the side door opens again, and Darren comes in. He walks slowly across the room, stopping on the other side of the table. "I have to say, I'm surprised you came," he says, sitting down in the empty chair. I shift in my seat, suddenly very uncomfortable. I hardly recognize him. He's changed from the 6'4" lawyer with a commanding presence. He's lost at least 20 pounds, and the confidence that once marked his expression is gone. "I'm honestly surprised I came as well," I say. He smiles, and I can't help but wonder how many visitors he's had. I doubt many. "It's good to see you, Riley," he says. "You look really good. I like your shorter hair. How are the children?" I shake my head at the small talk. I'm not here to catch up or see how you're doing, because I honestly don't care. Was Lucas having an affair before he died? "Wow, okay," he says, clearly surprised at my decision to get straight to the point. "That's not exactly what I was expecting when I heard you were here." "Just answer the question," I say. After everything he did to me, I don't owe him any niceties. "He was," Darren says. "I met her once." I shouldn't be surprised, but I have to force myself not to react to his answer. "Did she know about the money he was stealing?" "I don't know. I suppose it's possible. But Riley, you really shouldn't." "Who was she?" I ask. I'm not interested in his cautionary commentary. All I want is any information he can give me. "Do you really want to be asking these questions?" he asks, leaning forward. "I do. Who was she?" He looks around the room for a moment, then frowns. Her name was Kai. Kai O'Neill, I think. She worked on a few projects with Lucas. What did she look like? I press. I don't remember. I just saw her a couple times. He shakes his head, clearly irritated at me. 30-something, dark hair, long, past her shoulders. Why does any of this matter anymore? I push my chair back a couple inches. Finding her should be fairly easy, but I wasn't done yet. I have one more question before I leave. Does a jackal mean anything to you? His face pales. I've hit a nerve with my question, which means I'm on the right track. Why are you digging into things? I catch his gaze, refusing to back down. Just tell me what you know. Let's just say that if you're looking into something related to the jackal... The jackal. It's a person? It doesn't matter. You just need to stop. Now. Seriously, Riley, you're in over your head. Why? Not that I think you really care. I sit back, knowing he's trying to scare me. Believe it or not, I'm concerned about you. There are things about Lucas you don't know. I can't argue with that. I'd had no idea he was defrauding his clients, hiding the money, and probably plotting his escape out of the country. Oh, and having an affair. I just want to put all of this behind me, I say, which means I need answers. They're following you, aren't they? This time, his question takes me off guard, and I'm hesitant to respond. He's tried to manipulate me before, and I'm not going to get caught in a trap or let him win this round. Or maybe they've already contacted you, he continues. I know there are others who, like me, believe you have the money. People who think you're just biding your time. What do you mean? I ask, trying to keep my expression blank. Lucas managed to embezzle a lot of money. You're wrong if you think no one else is still looking for it. And I'm not just talking about the feds. Who's the jackal? I repeat, not liking the direction of the conversation, yet still needing answers. I have a feeling you're going to regret asking these questions. But his real name is Jace Kruger. The name is a punch in the gut. I've heard it before. Tucker and his team were searching for Kruger, who was wanted for trafficking when Sadie went missing. But what was the connection to Lucas? They thought Sadie's disappearance was connected to Jace Kruger and his trafficking ring, I say, as my mind fights to find a connection. Was Lucas involved in human trafficking? Saying it out loud seems ludicrous. White-collar crimes were one thing, but trafficking young girls? How is that even possible? Darren stands up, shoving back his chair. Don't say I didn't warn you to stop asking questions, Riley. What you know is just the tip of the iceberg. I feel numb as he walks away without answering my question, though what was I expecting him to say? I glance up at the cameras. Maybe what I know about Darren's involvement is just the tip of the iceberg as well. But is he even telling me the truth? Had Lucas been involved in human trafficking? I go through the reverse security process to leave the building, then eventually slide into the driver's seat of my car. My hands are shaking when I lock the door. I still might not have the answers I want, but I do know that Darren is right about something. I'm in way over my head, which means I really do need to talk to Tucker. There's still the lingering guilt over our last conversation. I agreed to go with him to visit a house possibly connected to his brother's disappearance and then bailed on him. I glance at the time on the dashboard. Assuming he's still going to Fredericksburg to see the house, if he hasn't already left, he'd have to leave soon. Without giving myself time to chicken out, I call him. Riley. Tucker. I swallow hard. Hey. Are you okay? I've been trying to get a hold of you. I know, and I'm sorry I didn't call you earlier. I had to take care of some things. I just needed to make sure you were okay. I know. Are you in the car? Yeah, I've left for Fredericksburg. I'm irritated that I missed him, but more than that, I hate the deepening guilt. I'm sorry I bailed on you today. I know this isn't going to be easy for you.
Forget it. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. I've been really worried after everything that happened, Riley.
Worried I'm losing it? Or that I've already lost it? I push away the dark thoughts. I can wait until he returns to talk to him. But the guilt isn't the only thing motivating me. I need to talk to him about my conversation with Darren, and a phone call isn't going to cut it. I promised to go with you, and I'd like to meet you there, I say impulsively.
You don't have to do that, Riley. Really. You've got enough on your plate.
I let out a sharp breath. That's not the only reason. I need to talk to you about something. In person. It's important.
Are you sure you're okay?
No, I'm not okay, I want to scream. Instead, I say, I'm fine. I'll meet you at the house in an hour and a half. 14. Tucker is standing next to an unfamiliar white sedan when I arrive at the house. I pull in behind him, still processing my visit with Darren and why I'm here. Hi. He walks toward me as I get out of my car.
I'm glad you came. I've been worried.
I know. I force a smile, not wanting him to worry. I want so badly to believe that nothing has changed and that I didn't push him away last night. I glance at the sedan. Is something wrong with your car?
No.
He shoves his hands into his pockets, and I catch the fatigue in his eyes.
Long story, but it's my father's.
The awkwardness is still there between us. A part of me wants to jump into an explanation of everything that happened this morning. That I sent my kids out of town. That I went to see Darren. That I was followed, but certain I lost my tail. I press my lips together. No, not yet. Right now needs to be about Tucker, not me. We can talk later, I say. Right now, we need to see if this place triggers any more memories.
Are you sure? He asks, shutting my door for me. We have time.
I'm sure. My friend and realtor, Jamie Emerson, pulls into the driveway, and I start down the sidewalk to introduce her to Tucker. We've been friends since junior high, I tell him, still wearing my fake smile as she gets out of the car. And then someone decided to move away. I honestly can't imagine living anywhere else now. Jamie's grin widens as she gives me a big hug. She hasn't changed a bit. Vibrant and all put together with her pantsuit, manicured nails, and perfectly styled shoulder-length hair. I glance away and manage to catch my reflection in her car window. Jeans, a sweatshirt, tennis shoes, and a ponytail. Anything but all together. Riley explained to me why you wanted to see the house, Jamie says to Tucker, interrupting my thoughts. I'm really sorry about your brother.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Tucker's voice is somber.
It's been 25 years, which seems like forever. A part of me has accepted that we'll never know what happened to Wyatt. But when I saw the photograph, I don't know. It triggered something.
I hope coming here helps jog your memory. Jamie pulls something out from the front seat of her car. I'm also hoping to find someone who can restore it like many of the old houses in the area. With a little imagination, you can see how beautiful this place once was. Thanks so much for coming out and letting us see it, I say. I know you're busy. Of course. She hands Tucker a piece of paper. I brought you one of the flyers for the house. The front and back door are already unlocked. Just take your time and let me know when you're done. I'll be in my car making some calls. I thank her, then follow Tucker across the lawn. Like many of the older homes in the area, the rock house was built from limestone 100+ years ago by German immigrants who worked on the farms during the week, but still needed a place to sleep during weekend trips to town. He stops in front of the porch and holds up both the flyer of the 1-bedroom, 1-bath house Jamie gave him and the photo he brought, the one of me and my mother standing in the front yard.
It hasn't really changed much, except for the trees and shrubs, he says.
He's right. The hedge around the front yard is overgrown, and the mesquite trees have more than doubled in size. The stone exterior of the house is dirty, and the faded shutters could use a fresh coat of paint. Jamie had been right about needing someone to invest in the house.
"It's smaller than I thought it would be,"
he says, reading the description of the house.
"Do you know how long you lived here?"
"I think I was 5 or 6 when we moved away," I say, as we walk up the porch stairs. "I know it was around the same time my parents divorced." My own memories of living here have faded. There's a strong feeling of familiarity, but I have a feeling that's from the photo. A sharp chill runs through me as I step through the front door ahead of Tucker and start across the worn carpet. I can smell the mold on the walls and the layer of dust on the windowsills, but there's something else in the house I can't quite put my finger on. Not a smell or the chill in the air, but a feeling. I hadn't expected such a strong physical reaction to visiting my childhood home. It's as if the past still has a chokehold on me, as if my mother is still here, about to walk into the room. I can almost smell her too sweet perfume, smell the half-filled glass of wine she always tried to hide from me. I stand still, frozen as I stare at the chipped paint on the walls, waiting for her to come into the room and yell at me about something. But of course, she can't. Not anymore.
"Riley?"
"Sorry." The sound of Tucker's voice snaps me immediately back to the present. I haven't thought about this place for so long, but the memories are still suffocating.
"I understand," he says. "The past can be hard to shake."
I can still hear her yelling at me, seeing things that weren't there, especially when she didn't take her medication. My response feels as if it's coming from the lost little girl inside of me. The little girl who tried to cope with her mom's mental illness, her depression, anxiety, fear of crowds, fear of so many things. I desperately tried to take care of her while fighting my own fear of becoming like her.
"We could step outside," he says. "Get some fresh air."
"I'm fine, really," I say, shoving away the memories. "I'm here for you. Does anything seem familiar?" He takes in the rustic room with its stone fireplace and wooden ceiling beams. Sunlight streams through the front windows and onto the floor, but it's not enough to warm the room.
"I feel like the harder I try, the more impossible it is. No, nothing seems familiar."
He turns around to face me.
"It's strange. I don't understand how I could have such an intense reaction to a photo, and now nothing."
Our minds have a way of protecting ourselves. Pulling up memories can be difficult, especially when trauma is involved, and sometimes we're never able to remember the truth. I let out a soft laugh. At least that's what my therapist says. Tucker's hands fist at his sides.
"It's like the memory has been hiding right beneath the surface, taunting me. And this photo dragged it all up again."
"Take a few deep breaths," I say, stepping toward him. "We're not in a hurry, and I think you're trying too hard. Tell me what you do remember. Just anything that comes to mind."
"I don't know."
He closes his eyes for a moment.
"Most of what I know comes from the police report and what my parents have told me. Sometimes it feels as if it didn't even happen to me."
"That's okay." He opens his eyes and drops his hands to his sides, still holding the photo.
"Wyatt and I spent most of that summer riding our bikes. I remember it was hot that day, your typical Texas summer. Sometimes we rode with other kids. We always had enough money in our pockets to buy a treat when the ice cream truck came through the neighborhood."
I listen quietly, not wanting to interrupt his thoughts. I've heard some of his story before, but there's more emotion in his voice this time. We're no longer looking at a photo of the house. We're actually in the house that had triggered his reaction.
"The authorities questioned a few eyewitnesses, but even those reports were conflicting. One woman said she saw a man grab 2 boys off the side of the road and shove them into a white van. Another eyewitness said he saw 2 boys matching our description in the back of a sedan at a gas station. Security cameras were never able to verify either story.
Did you buy ice cream that day? I ask, following him out into the backyard.
I don't remember, but several kids saw us buy popsicles, then leave on our bikes. The police questioned the man who owned the truck, but nothing ever came of it.
He walks across the small yard, stopping at some overgrown rose bushes near the back fence that hang over into the neighbor's yard. Behind the back fence is an open strip of greenbelt, edged by trees 100 feet away. The fence is old and worn, and I'm afraid it might fall over when he touches it. He takes a step back and turns around.
You know, I'm not even sure why I came. We're miles from the neighborhood I grew up in, and there are dozens of houses that look like this.
I hear the frustration in his voice, and I'm not sure what to say, so I just stand there, praying for answers.
I knew it was a long shot, and that being here wouldn't be easy for you.
He catches my gaze, and my heart reels.
Thank you for coming with me today.
I know you're disappointed that the house hasn't triggered any memories.
I am. I also didn't expect it to be so emotional.
He lets out a sharp breath.
I think I have to admit that the answers may never come. I may never know the truth about what happened to Wyatt.
How do you feel about not knowing? Silence settles between us before he answers.
I'm not sure. Disappointed? Frustrated? It's going to take me time to process all of this.
We walk back through the house without stopping this time to look at anything. I can sense in him an urgency to leave, and I can't blame him. I'm feeling the same way. Jamie's standing on the sidewalk, talking to a woman who looks to be in her 60s when we shut the front door and head toward the cars. "This is Vivian Carter," Jamie says. "She lives next door." "I was hoping you were interested in buying the place," Vivian says, tugging off one of her gardening gloves. "Jamie brings someone by every few weeks, but so far, no bites. Which means for the last couple of years, there's only been lazy renters that come and go and leave the place a mess." "It's sad," I say, glancing back at the house. "There's a lot of history there." "It would be nice to have some good neighbors that take care of the place." Vivian tugs off the second glove. "I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but Jamie mentioned why you were here. I'm so sorry about your brother."
"Thank you," Tucker says. "How long have you lived here?"
"Let's see. I moved here about 10 years ago. When did he go missing?"
"It's been 25 years now."
He looks past them, down the street.
"I wonder if any of the neighbors lived here back then."
"You think someone might have seen something?" Jamie asks.
"I don't know. I have no idea if this house is even connected to what happened back then," Tucker says.
"I could ask around for you, see if any of the neighbors were living here at the time. There might be one or two." "It wouldn't hurt," I say. Tucker hesitates, then nods.
"Okay. I'd appreciate that. Thank you."
"I think I have a business card with my number," I say, fumbling through my purse until I find it. "It was nice to meet you both." Vivian slides the card into her pocket. "I'll contact you if I find out anything."
"Thank you,"
Tucker says, as the woman heads back to her house. I hug Jamie goodbye, thanking her again for letting us see the house. And then it's just the two of us again.
"How about a late lunch?" Tucker offers as Jamie drives away. "You said you needed to talk."
For some reason, I hesitate.
"Before you throw another excuse at me, know that I'm really worried about you," he says. "And to be honest, I'm frustrated that after everything we've been through, you still don't trust me. I just want to help, Riley."
I bite my tongue as the guilt presses against me. I want so much to somehow be able to prove what happened, but I also know that this is all way above what I can deal with on my own. Something buzzes in my purse, and I pull out the prepaid phone I bought this morning.
"It's Philip. I found something." "Riley?"
I look up and catch my worried reaction in Tucker's gaze. You're right. We need to talk. 15. I found something. The ominous text brings with it a new round of anxiety. It's from Philip, I say. Tucker sets his hands on his hips.
What's going on, Riley? And no more putting me off.
I don't know yet. That's the truth. But I'll tell you after I talk to him. I promise.
Your kids stayed with him and Melody last night.
I look up at him. How do you know that? He avoids my gaze for a moment before he rushes on.
I couldn't shake the feeling that the evidence, or rather the lack of evidence, is wrong, and that something really did happen last night at the gala. I'm worried you're not safe. So I stayed outside your house last night to make sure you were okay and followed you this morning. Until I lost you, that is.
Wait a minute. I drop my hands to my sides, not sure what I think about his confession. You were following me?
Before you get upset with me, he rushes on, I wasn't the only one following you, which, by the way, definitely gives some legitimacy to your account of last night.
A silver truck. I'm grateful he doesn't think I'm losing it. But still, how did I miss you?
I switched cars with my father, who stayed outside Melody's house to make sure your kids were okay.
Tucker pauses.
He followed them to Waco.
A shiver slides down my spine, and I realize I never should have tried to fix this myself. I can't believe he stayed up all night just to make sure the kids and I were safe. You must be absolutely exhausted, I say, as the guilt piles on.
It's not the first time I've lost a bit of sleep.
I asked her to get the kids out of Austin. But Tucker, if your father was able to follow them...
They're fine, he assures me. Apparently, Melody gave my father a run for his money, making sure she wasn't followed. But my father is a former cop and has a certain skill set.
You're sure they're okay?
Tucker nods.
I probably should let Melody know he's there.
Tucker grins. Probably.
If it was anyone else telling me they sat outside my house all night, watching me, watching my kids, I'd probably be freaking out and heading to the cops. I shake my head, but can't ignore the relief. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He pulls his keys out of his pocket.
I saw a couple food trucks not far from here with outdoor seating. You can call him while we drive, we can talk there, and then come back for your car.
I know by the tone of his voice that it isn't a suggestion, but I'm grateful he's involved again. I'm also stunned that he watched my house last night to make sure I was safe and made sure Sadie and Oliver stayed safe. He might not completely believe me, yet he's still willing to give me the benefit of the doubt. It's enough for now. He moves to open the door for me, but I put my hand on his, stopping him for a moment. I mean it. Thank you. For everything. He nods, then shoots me a reassuring smile.
We're going to figure this out. Just let me help.
I will. I look away as he opens the door so I can get in. What is it about that smile that leaves me so breathless? But while I'd spoken out of fear last night, there was also truth in my words. I can't forget that I'm not in the place where I should be dating someone right now. As I put on my seatbelt, I wince at the reminder of how hard I pushed him away, but that's something I'll have to deal with another day. In the meantime, I call Philip as Tucker pulls onto the street. Philip, I got your text. I put the phone on speaker as soon as he answers, so Tucker can listen. Are the kids okay?
They're both fine. He pauses. We got to Melody's parents a couple hours ago.
I'm sorry, I say, as the guilt surges again. I shouldn't have dragged you both into this.
I'm glad you did. My text was regarding the flash drive.
Okay, I say, suddenly nervous about what he'd found.
I looked at that photo of the jackal, and you were right. I found something.
Philip says, getting right to the point. There are files and data embedded inside, and while I wasn't able to read everything, there are lists of names, pages of accounting numbers, profiles, and headshots. I honestly don't know what I'm looking at, but it's pretty detailed. What flash drive? Tucker asks as he flips on the blinker and changes lanes. I hold up my hand, signaling for him to give me a second. Anything else? Only that I'm worried about you, Riley. Melody told me about your conversation this morning. I'm with Tucker Shaw now. He's the deputy U.S. Marshal who led the case when Sadie went missing. That makes me feel a little better. I glance at Tucker. And he just told me that his father, a former cop, has been keeping an eye on you to make sure the kids stay safe. Melody thought she was being followed. But Riley, be careful. Please. And thank Tucker for me. I will, and I'll update you soon. Tucker is parking next to a food truck when I hang up the call. I have a lot of questions. But first, have you eaten today? He asks. I glance at the sign featuring tacos and quesadillas. I'm hungry, but not sure if I can eat. Just coffee early this morning. Grab a table, and I'll go order. I do what he says and find a place for us to sit in the empty outdoor area at one of the small tables with folding chairs. The breeze smells like sizzling meat and onions, and I realize that despite my unease, I'm hungry. A minute later, Tucker sits down across from me with a receipt and the order number. What flash drive? I take a breath at his question, not sure of where to start. The day Lucas died, he called and asked me to bring him 2 things he'd stashed in the house: a sealed envelope and a flash drive. If I remember correctly, you made a copy of the flash drive and gave it to the feds. I nod, knowing he'd read the FBI's file on Lucas. I gave them everything from the drive except for one folder that was full of personal photos of our family, and made a complete copy for myself. And you found something in that folder last night? Yes and no. I'd always wondered why Lucas wanted that flash drive, especially after the feds couldn't find anything on it. Then it has to be something in the folder of family photos. I nod. That was my thought. I went through the photos again last night and noticed that there was this photo of a jackal in our zoo photos with the kids. And that's significant because we never saw a jackal. So I asked Philip to look, and that's where he found files hidden inside the photo. Why in the world would you give it to Philip and not to me or the authorities? I didn't know he'd actually find something, I say, defending my decision. No one believed me about last night. I didn't want to give it to you unless I had something. Tucker pulled a piece of paper and pen from his jacket and scribbled an address on it. Have Philip send me the photo with the files. It's my secure email. His jaw tenses as I send the message. I know he's irritated with me, but I don't regret my decision. Someone calls our order number and he stands up. I'll be right back. A minute later, he sets a bag with 2 takeaway containers on the table, along with 2 Cokes. I hope you're hungry. I wasn't sure what you wanted, so I got a mixture of chicken, beef, pork, and barbacoa tacos, and some rice and beans. There's more I need to tell you, I say, not sure I can eat now. He picks up one of the tacos. Somehow, I'm not surprised. The woman I spoke to at the gala last night. I know her name. It's Kai O'Neill, and she knew Lucas. Apparently, they were having an affair. And you know this how? I hesitate with my answer, knowing that Tucker is going to be even more unhappy with yet another of my decisions, and yet at the same time, I still feel no regret. I'm doing what I feel I have to do to keep my family safe. I went to see Darren, I finally say. Are you serious? Tucker sets his taco back down without taking a bite. What were you thinking? That the only way I can get the authorities, and you, to believe me is to find the evidence myself. I know I probably sound brash, but it's still true.
Okay. He temples his hands in front of him and draws in a slow breath. So Darren told you about this woman, Kai O'Neill.
I nod.
And you believe him?
He has no reason that I know of to lie to me.
What else did he say?
I took a chance and asked him if he knew of any significance of a jackal, because of the photo, and I definitely hit a nerve. He told me I was in over my head and needed to stop looking into him. I meet Tucker's gaze. When I pressed, he told me that the jackal is Jace Kruger.
Hold on. The man we thought was connected to Sadie's disappearance?
Tucker's entire body language shifts from irritation to complete focus.
He's the alleged ringleader of a large trafficking ring. We've been trying to track him down for months.
Tucker had told me that every time the authorities got close, Kruger managed to elude them. He would pack up and emerge somewhere else with a new name, new identity, and a new look. The thought of that man being involved in the disappearance of Sadie had terrified me. And now, the reality of everything I've just told him presses against my chest like a heavy weight. Because if Lucas was involved with Jace Kruger... I don't know what's going on, Tucker, but I'm scared. Do you think Lucas was somehow involved in trafficking girls?
I honestly don't know.
And I don't understand why Kai, would do this. Why grab me in public? I try to keep my voice from breaking. It all seems so risky, foolish.
I don't know. But there is something to confusing your enemy by creating a web of lies.
What do you mean?
Making it hard to tell what's true and what's not. Like a wilderness of mirrors, something that keeps you going round and round in circles. No evidence, in this case, makes it difficult to distinguish between truth and illusion, and it causes fear.
I don't like what he's saying, but it makes sense. So this is just some kind of game?
To her, maybe. But don't forget, there's a payoff in her mind. That's her motivation.
I catch the worry in his expression. I'm still not sure he believes everything I've told him, but I do know he's trying to come up with a plan.
I need to update Ruby and my dad.
He pulls out his phone.
I also don't want to take any chances. I want you to ride with me. I'll figure out a way to get your car back to Austin, but I think we should head out now. We can eat in the car.
Tucker, I start to argue with him, to tell him that I'll be fine, but he's already heading toward the car and giving Ruby instructions over the phone. I put the food boxes in the bag, grab it and the drinks, then head for the street with him.
Riley.
I stop next to his car. He's off the phone now. He takes the bag of food from me, sets it on the hood of the car, then pulls me against his chest and holds me tight for a few long seconds. I take in a deep breath, and for the moment, I feel safe. Except this is a place I know I can't stay.
We'll figure this out, he says, opening my door. It's going to be okay.
I sit down in the passenger seat, then put the food at my feet, feeling the weight of the world pulling on me again. It's one thing when I'm worried, but now that Tucker seems to believe me, it only verifies the terrifying truth that someone is after me. We drive in silence out of town and back toward Austin. I try to stay focused, not allowing my mind to veer off down one of the many frightening what-if possibilities. Fear that Kai might try to use my children as leverage, that the encounter at the gala was the tip of the iceberg, and mainly that I won't be able to stop what's already been set in motion. We're outside of town when a loud pop vibrates inside the car. The front right tire drops off the uneven edge of the road, and I smack my head against the window.
Hang on.
Tucker grips the steering wheel, trying to straighten out the car.
We have a problem.
It all happens faster than my brain can process, as the car swerves off the road and down an embankment. My seatbelt jerks me back against the seat. A moment later, I hear someone shouting at me, but my ears are ringing even louder, like I'm underwater.
Riley, listen to me. We have to get out of the car.
It's Tucker. His hands are on my shoulders as he talks to me. Panic sets in as I breathe in a lungful of smoke and try to figure out what's going on. The airbag has exploded, and the car is tilted sideways. My head hurts, and I can't move. I'm trying desperately to focus my mind, but I can't figure out how one moment we were driving down the road, and the next moment we're stopped, surrounded by trees and brush. What I do understand is the urgency in Tucker's voice. "The airbag went off, and you might have broken your nose," Tucker says. "Do you hurt anywhere else?" "Just my head." I touch my face and feel something wet. I'm shaking, and now my hand is covered with red streaks of blood. I think I hit it on the window. "I've got your seatbelt undone. We need to go." He manages to pull me to my feet. We're running now, away from the car. He has his arm around me to keep me from stumbling on the uneven ground. While most of the terrain in this area is open and flat, this section is filled with a large grove of trees. I'm trying to keep up, but I'm also unsure of where we're going, or even where the danger is coming from. "Why are we running?" I'm out of breath as I speak. "The silver truck. I think they shot out our tire." I try to process what he's saying. A silver truck had been following me earlier today, but I'd lost them. How had they found me again? And why would they try to run us off the road? I try to silence my mind, listening instead for someone running behind us, someone chasing us. Tucker keeps us moving. He seems so focused. But then again, it's his job to handle emergencies with a clear mind. I have no idea who was in the silver truck. Maybe it's Kai. Maybe it's someone else. Whoever it is wants to hurt me. He stops behind a tree and pulls out his phone. My vision starts to come into focus as Tucker stands in front of me, holding his phone above his head. "Don't you have a signal?" I ask. "No, which makes no sense. They must have blocked the signal with a jammer. We need to keep moving," he says. "Find someone with a phone so I can call for help." Tucker's words rip through my thoughts. He's pulling me against him, moving through the tall grass and trees, away from the road. We'd driven out of town, but there are vineyards along this stretch of road, so there has to be someone close. All I know is that I'm stumbling beside him, my head still pounding, and I'm not sure how much farther I can go. I hear a shout behind us. "Just a little bit farther, Riley. There's a house up ahead." I want to keep going, to get away from whoever is after us, but my feet feel like lead, and my head is spinning. I hear another shout, then feel a sharp prick in my shoulder. Suddenly, the darkness is closing in on me again. And then, nothing. 16. I wake up in semi-darkness, lying on a thin mat on the floor of a windowless room. The walls look like they're made of plywood, and the ceiling hangs low, inside what I'm guessing is some kind of warehouse. I can hear voices outside, a man and a woman, but they're not close enough for me to understand what they're saying. My mind is foggy as I try to sit up, needing to clear my head and remember how I got here. Instead, a terrifying panic strikes before the memories surface. I take in a slow, deep breath, trying to push away the darkness and fear. I can smell food, greasy gas station food, but instead of being hungry, my stomach roils. It doesn't matter. I need to figure out where I am and how to get out of here. A memory surfaces. Tucker and I, heading back to Austin. The silver truck. I think they shot out our tire. Memories continue to surface. Our car went off the road. The airbag's deployed. I touch my nose, which is sore, but I'm pretty sure it's not broken, and the blood has dried up. I stare at a long crack in the cement floor. Someone chased Tucker and me through the trees, and then I felt a sharp stab to my shoulder. I feel again for an injury. Like my nose, the spot is sore, but not from a bullet. that would have caused more damage. Then what? My mind races for an explanation. A dart? Some kind of, I don't know, tranquilizer with a sedative? The idea seems ridiculous, but it makes sense because no matter how hard I try, I don't remember anything after that. And Tucker. I need to find Tucker. The walls press in on me as I stand up. I steady myself and wait for the loopy feeling to pass. I have no idea how long I've been here, but I know my kids have to be worried, and Melody will be frantic, unable to get a hold of me. I wonder what she's telling Sadie and Oliver. How's she going to explain why I haven't come to see them? How did I get here, God? From a happy wife with a family to afraid for my life. I try to twist the door handle, not surprised that it's locked. If someone had told me on my wedding day how my marriage was going to end, I never would have believed this. Lucas, in my mind, had been honorable, full of integrity, and so excited about his first real job outside of college. So what had changed? Small shifts. The answer to the question suddenly seems obvious. Minor decisions that one by one had eventually changed the trajectory of his life. Lucas had forgotten who he was, forgotten who we were as a couple. At first, the changes had been so subtle I hadn't even noticed. I run my hand along the doorframe, looking for a way out. But unlike Lucas's character, the structure is solid. Still, I was as much to blame as he was. I had accepted the fact that he had to work late hours for his job and didn't have a lot of time to spend with the family. And in the process, I'd allowed our relationship to become routine. I hadn't known that Lucas was letting those decisions shift his integrity. Decisions that eventually changed the essence of who he was. The list of felony charges the feds had on Lucas was proof of that. So what do I do now, God? The door opens, interrupting my thoughts, and sunlight from a window floods the room. I blink a couple of times from the brightness, but immediately recognize the woman standing in the doorway. The woman from the gala who drugged me. The woman who had an affair with my husband. The woman who apparently has kidnapped me. Kai. You're finally awake. She smiles at me, but the gesture isn't friendly. Sorry about the dramatics to get you here. Is that what you call this? I'm not sure how to respond to her heavy sarcasm. Where's Tucker? Nearby, and relatively safe for the moment. A man steps into the doorway behind her. Is everything okay? We're fine. Shut the door and leave us alone. She turns back to me as soon as he's gone. He's here to ensure you don't do anything stupid. And that you give me the banking codes. I look away, squelching the strong desire to lunge at the woman and run, because I know I'll lose. But how can I give her something I don't have? I really hoped that it wouldn't come to this. She shakes her head. You should have already learned that I'm not someone to mess with, and that your little charade is over. There's no way I'm going to believe that you didn't know what Lucas did, that you aren't in on all of this with him. I know you have the banking codes to the money he stole. She pulls out her phone and holds up a photo of Tucker. What did you do to him? My voice cracks as I study the photo. Tucker is sitting on the ground, his hands bound behind him, blood running down his face. I thought I could use him. She laughs. And by the look on your face right now, clearly I was right. He has nothing to do with this. He does now. She tilts her head slightly, as if she's enjoying this. I wince at the knowledge of what I've done getting Tucker involved, as I study the slight tilt of her lips that's now more of a smirk. I have no idea why she's enjoying this game, or whatever she wants to call it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do except stall and pray that somehow help will arrive. Tucker is a deputy U.S. Marshal. Surely someone is tracking him. Here's the thing. I know you have the money. And I know you have a flash drive from Lucas with the banking codes. The flash drive?
My mind flips back to my conversation with Philip this morning. There are lists of names, pages of accounting numbers, profiles, and headshots. I honestly don't know what I'm looking at, but it's pretty detailed.
Is it possible there are also banking codes embedded in the files?
I have no idea how the authorities believed you, Kai says, because I can read you like a book. Where is the flash drive? I know of one, I say, unsure how I should answer her, unsure where she got her information. I copied what was on it, but I never found any banking codes on it, only a bunch of random accounting files. You're lying. Just tell me where it is, and all of this will be over. I press my lips together and take a deep breath. I can't even begin to think about her claim that the codes are on the flash drive, because my mind is processing something far more urgent at the moment: keeping Tucker and myself alive. I need her to need me. If I become useless to her, she'll get rid of me and Tucker. And something tells me that her burly friend I just saw in the doorway has experience making people disappear. I've seen what she can do. She drugged me, made me look crazy, followed me, shot our car and shot me, and probably Tucker as well, with some kind of sedative. Kidnapped both of us. I need a plan along with some divine intervention. It's obvious that she thought she had it all figured out, thought she knew who I was and what part I played in all of this. But I need to find an advantage. It's a mind game at this point, and if I'm going to win, I have to outmaneuver her, to outsmart her and predict her next move. I try to read her expression. Dr. Gabrielli and I have discussed Lucas's manipulative traits, and I've learned about dealing with a controlling personality. He was one who typically got angry, then tried to flatter me with an apology, or even worse, blame things on me and act innocent. Dr. Gabrielli had called it emotional blackmail, and Kai is no different. She's expecting to benefit at my expense, but if I can find a way to turn the tables on her... Have you ever stopped to think that we're on the same side? I start, choosing my words carefully. We're both victims. Lucas lied to both of us and used us, never intending to share the money. My comments seem to throw her off balance, so I continue talking before she has a chance to respond. I understand why you're doing what you're doing. You feel betrayed. So do I. I can guess what happened. You had an affair and somehow found out about the money. He offered to share it with you, but despite his charm, he never intended to share anything. She shifts her stance, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Don't try to play me. It won't work. I'm not, I counter. What I'm saying is that he played both of us. What did he promise you? A split of the money? That the two of you would run away together somewhere and live happily ever after? That's where you're wrong. I never needed him. Kai laughs. I'm the one who used him. And yet, here we are. Something changes in her expression, and I can tell I'm getting to her, like I've somehow managed to rattle her. All I have to do is buy enough time for Tucker's partner to find us. Surely I can do that. Please, God, I just need to be able to think. I don't have the money, I continue. But Lucas was full of secrets. He hid things in the house, like secret safes in the walls. I knew Lucas better than anyone. I've slowly been searching, but maybe if we work together... You can't be serious. Kai's brow rose. Why would I ever trust you? Because I knew his weaknesses, his thought process. If the money is out there, hidden somewhere, I will find it. Which means you need me. Kai hesitates, as if trying to fight the logic in my proposal. Her phone rings, snapping her out of the moment. She checks the caller ID, then turns back to me. I know you're lying. Trying to stall.
I want the money, not a partner. So here's what's going to happen. I have to go deal with another problem. When I come back, you'll give me the location of the drive with the banking codes. And if you don't, you really won't like the next photo I show you of your boyfriend. Thanks for calling me back, she says, finally answering the call. We need to meet. 17. He'd trained to be prepared for anything. Army intelligence, U.S. Marshal tactical training that included a special operations group, tracking down fugitives, security, and transporting dangerous prisoners. It had all taught him the importance of preparation, but also, when necessary, to improvise. He kept a go bag in his car, filled with food, water, limited medical gear, an extra phone, basic tools, and cash. When he woke up, he realized that they'd stripped him of his cell phone, watch, and his sidearm. What they hadn't stripped him of was his paracord shoelaces and the makeshift metal lockpick he kept in his shoe. He prayed it was enough. Because he was the one who had been trained to not only hunt down the bad guy, but to deal with a worst-case scenario. It was a constant mindset, one that kept him alert 24/7. But he wasn't supposed to let things like this happen. The room had no windows and was empty except for a bit of trash scattered on the floor. He'd managed to get out of the zip ties, but the only way out of his prison was a locked door. A locked door he was determined to get through. He frowned as he picked the lock. He'd been armed when they'd left the car, but he hadn't been able to spot their attackers. He didn't remember much after the car wreck, other than trying to call Ruby, but there had been no cell phone service. He'd run from the vehicle with Riley after recognizing the truck behind them, knowing he needed to figure out a way to get her to safety. If he'd been alone, he would have gone after their assailant. But instead, his number one goal was protecting Riley. He hadn't even been able to do that. He had vague memories of being blindfolded, zip-tied, and confined to the back of a vehicle. He was also pretty sure he'd been drugged. Maybe that explained why his memory hit a wall after that point. From what he could tell by the small room he was in some kind of warehouse, possibly connected to one of the area vineyards. And in his mind, definitely connected to what happened at the gala. Ruby had warned him about getting involved with someone he'd met through one of their cases. Was Ruby right that his emotional attachment to Riley was simply because of the situation? Or was it, as he believed, much more? He blew out a sharp breath of frustration. He'd been in far worse situations than this, but this time it felt different. Different because this time the woman he loved was also in danger. The woman he loved. Tucker rocked back on his heels and paused his efforts at picking the lock for a moment. The thought both surprised and terrified him. But that was something he was going to have to deal with later. Right now, she was counting on him to find her. But what if he couldn't figure a way out of this? He didn't even know where Riley was or what they wanted from him. He forced himself to focus on the lock. He had no idea how long he'd been here or where Riley was, though he assumed she was somewhere nearby. He'd heard voices at some point, a man and a woman talking, as well as the occasional footsteps that ended at his door, like someone was making security rounds. Once, someone had woken him up out of his groggy sleep, slugged him in the face, and then snapped a photo. He could only think of one reason to do that. He was being used as leverage to get Riley to do something. A minute later, he finally heard a click from his efforts and felt the door handle move. Tucker let out a sharp breath of relief, but getting out of the locked room was just the first step. He needed to find Riley, possibly take out a guard, and then find a way out of here. And he didn't even know where here was. He slipped into the narrow corridor, walking silently until he came to a large open room with high ceilings. He had been right about being in a warehouse, but except for a few rows of pallets and boxes, the space was fairly empty. And, on the far end, the silver double-cab truck sat parked in front of a large garage door. Bingo. He'd found his way out. All he had to do was find Riley and the keys to the truck without getting caught. A piece of cake. Right. Tucker frowned at the growing list of obstacles.
Not only was there still no sign of the guard, he could spot at least 3 cameras, which he had to assume were recording the space. A hazy light shone from a row of windows 20 feet above the ground. Not an escape route option, but it did serve to tell him that the sun had recently risen and which direction was east. There were 2 doors with windows leading outside, one on the south side of the building and the other on the north. 2 additional options for escape. He quickly made his way systematically down the 2 hallways, each running parallel on the sides of the building, and each lined with a row of doors. In the first hallway, where he had been, all the doors were unlocked, and all the rooms were empty. "Come on, Riley. Where are you?" Shouting her name seemed like a quicker method of finding her, but it would also more than likely be a guaranteed way to get caught if there was a guard. He headed across the open middle space of the building toward the other side of the warehouse and heard voices. Tucker froze for a moment, needing to identify where the sound came from. The man's voice grew louder as he came toward Tucker, who pressed his back against the wall, listening to the footfalls across the cement flooring. He flipped mentally through his options, knowing he didn't have time to hesitate. He might have the advantage of surprise, but he was going to have to move fast. The man was carrying a duffel bag and walking toward the room where Tucker had been, still talking on his phone. Tucker started to move again, then paused when the man stopped to argue with whoever he was talking to. Tucker attacked from behind. The man responded by dropping both the phone and the bag, then jamming his elbow into Tucker's ribs. He tried to turn around and face Tucker, but Tucker countered by securing his arm around the man's neck and pulling him to the ground. The man tried to fight back, but he wasn't fast enough, giving Tucker the opportunity to strike again. Seconds later, the man slumped to the floor in front of Tucker, still alive, but for the moment, unconscious. Tucker quickly maneuvered him up over his shoulder, then headed to the truck, where he dropped him into the back seat. He grabbed a ball of twine he'd seen earlier, quickly secured the man's arms and legs, then stuffed a rag in his mouth that he found on the floor of the truck. Now that the threat was contained, Tucker searched the man's pockets and found the keys to the vehicle. He was going to assume that this man was the guard, and the woman's voice he'd heard was Kai O'Neill, which meant this man was an asset and had information Tucker was going to need. The man was starting to wake up when Tucker picked the phone up off the ground and opened it with the man's face. Ignoring the man's grunts, he typed in Ruby's number. "Ruby." "Tucker, is that you?" "Yes." "Where are you? You sound out of breath." He started toward the other side of the warehouse, praying Riley was here. "Long story, but I'm not sure where I am. I need you to trace the phone I'm using." "Okay, but it's going to take a minute." "Riley was right about everything," he said, checking doors as he talked. "And the woman who drugged her at the gala managed to run us off the road this afternoon outside Fredericksburg and grab us." "What? Is this related to the truck that was following her?" "Yes. I'm assuming Riley's car is being tracked. The signal must have been blocked in town, but then picked up again." "Stay where you are. I'll pinpoint your location and then come after you." "I can't stay. Security cameras are watching, and I still need to find Riley. I'll keep the phone with me." He ended the call, then put his hand on the last door. It was locked. This had to be where she was. He banged on it with his fists. "Riley? Riley, are you in here?" He heard a muffled sound. "Riley? Riley, it's me." "Tucker?" He let out a sigh of relief. "I'm going to kick down the door, Riley. Hang on." He stepped back and aimed for the area near the locking mechanism. The wood cracked, but held. Irritated at the delay, he kicked the door another time. The wood snapped, and the door flew open. She was in the corner, leaning against the wall, her hands tied behind her. He ran to her, knelt down and felt her pulse. It was weak, but steady. He cupped her face with his hands and caught her gaze. "Are you okay?" "She gave me something," Riley muttered. "Some kind of drug. She's good at that." "I'm going to get you out of here. Everything's going to be fine." He started untying her hands. "Can you walk?" "I don't know."
He didn't even let her try. Instead, he scooped her up and held her against his chest. Ruby had been wrong about everything, and he never should have doubted Riley. This was no figment of her imagination. Now he just had to ensure she made it out alive.
"Tucker, I'm so sorry for everything," she said, slurring her words as he headed out of the room toward the truck.
Shh. Don't try to talk, he said. You'll have a chance to tell me everything, but I need to get you somewhere safe. Somewhere safe, God. Please let me get her out of here safe. She nestled her head into his shoulder as he glanced up at one of the cameras, certain someone was watching him carry her across the warehouse floor, afraid he was running out of time. A moment later, he slid her into the passenger seat of the truck and put on her seatbelt. He started the engine a moment later, then started looking for the remote to open the garage door. He flipped down the visor, then searched the console. Nothing. He was reaching for the passenger visor when a flash of light caught his attention. A figure was running through the doorway on the far side of the building, shouting at him to stop. It had to be O'Neill. The first bullet ricocheted off a metal post. The second bullet hit the passenger side window, leaving a spiderweb hole. He was out of both time and options. Riley, I need you to hold on. He flung his right arm across her body, holding her back against the seat, then pressed the accelerator to the floor. Tires squealed as they peeled forward, followed by a loud splintering noise as the garage door shattered in front of them. He squinted in the sunlight as he sped out of the building and across an empty parking lot. Everything's going to be okay now, Riley. You're safe. He glanced at her before pulling onto the road, then felt his chest constrict. Blood was seeping through her shirt near her shoulder. No. Tucker? He couldn't breathe. Not after everything he'd done to save her. She shot you. 18.
I've been shot? I try to shift in the seat, but I'm moving in slow motion. Or maybe I'm not moving at all. Time seems irrelevant, my focus non-existent. I can feel my heart pounding, and I'm aware of my surroundings enough to know that the sedative Kai gave me, combined with an adrenaline rush from a bullet, can't be a good combination.
Riley?
It's Tucker again. I wipe my sweaty palms on my pants, then realize that the wetness isn't sweat, but blood. I'd seen Kai running toward us from a side door. She'd shot at the vehicle, trying to stop us. Kai shot me. My mind is shifting again. I should be panicking, but instead I just feel this strange, numbing calmness. Am I going to die?
You're not going to die, Riley. I'm not going to let you.
Tucker hands me something soft and orange.
I need you to press this against your shoulder.
I look down again at the blood. So much blood. I need to get to the kids. The sight of blood somehow increases my racing thoughts. I grab the door handle, but he reaches over to stop me.
Take a deep breath. You need to stay as calm as you can. I'm taking you to the hospital, but keep the shirt pressed against your shoulder to stop the bleeding.
I do as he says, then look outside and realize he's driving down a busy street. I don't want to go to the hospital. I want to see my kids. But they can't see me like this. Maybe Tucker is right. A noise from the back seat shifts my attention. What is that? Tucker glances behind him.
It's Kai's guard.
He gave me a dose of something after she left. It makes me feel funny.
I'll tell the doctor when we get to the hospital. But first, Riley, I need to know if Kai talked to you.
Yes. I struggle to remember our conversation. She wanted the banking codes from the flash drive?
The flash drive? How does she know about it? And why does she think there are banking codes on it?
I don't know. I tried to tell her that we are on the same side, that Lucas deceived both of us, tricked us, that I don't know where the money is. I don't think she liked my answer. Then she got a call from someone and left. Do you know who called her? No. Lucas must have promised her a cut of the money, but instead she got nothing. My thoughts come in rapid-fire bursts. I don't blame her for being angry at him, even though she stole Lucas from me. It wasn't supposed to be that way. For better or for worse, in sickness and in health, I made that promise and I meant it. I finally take a breath and look at Tucker. He's so handsome with his 5 o'clock shadow, chiseled jawline, and brown eyes. You could be on the cover of one of those romance novels, the one where the hero always gets the girl. I see the streaks of blood on his face, and I remember the photo. She showed me a photo of you. I'm suddenly flooded with guilt over what I've done. My actions have risked his life. I'm so sorry, Tucker, because this is all my fault. But there's something else you need to know. I didn't want to cut things off with you. Riley, it's okay. He squeezes my hand, then turns at a sign for the ER. No, I'm serious. I need him to understand what I'm saying. I want us to be together. I want it so bad. But I'm not good for you. I have too much baggage and too much drama. Look what's happened to you because of me. We'll talk later, but for now, we're at the hospital. I glance out the window, then back to Tucker, wondering if I should have kept my thoughts to myself. I thought it was just in the movies, but I think she gave me some truth serum. Don't worry. He takes my hand and squeezes it. You're going to be okay. We're at the ER. They're going to patch you up. I hear him tell medical personnel I was shot. I want to laugh again. It seems so absurd. Except suddenly none of this is funny. I can see him hovering over me, feel him holding my hand, until one of the nurses tells him he needs to move. I pull his hand toward my heart, not wanting him to leave me. You're going to find Kai and fix all this. You can do that for me, can't you? I'm going to fix everything, Riley. I promise. I nod, believing every word he says. Then I close my eyes so the darkness can take me. 19. Tucker stepped back as the ER team worked to stabilize Riley. Someone wearing scrubs ushered him inside. They needed answers about what had happened, information about Riley's medical history. Ruby strode up to him as he finished giving the nurse all the information he could about Riley. How is she? I don't know. Tucker stepped away from the counter where he'd been standing, then shook his head. She seemed fairly stable and able to talk, but they've just taken her into the OR. I don't know how this happened, Ruby. She rested her hand on his arm. We're going to find out. I've arranged a security detail for her kids, and there will be an armed guard outside Riley's room once she's out of surgery. Tucker glanced back at the nurse he'd been talking to. There were questions I couldn't answer. I gave her Melody's number. I know you're worried, but we need to go back to the office so you can give your statement. We'll find this woman. He started to follow her, then stopped mid-stride. I almost forgot. There's someone in the back of the truck. The guard working with Kai at the warehouse. Ruby's brow rose at the confession. I have a feeling this is going to be an interesting statement you turn into the boss. You have no idea. I'll have uniforms take him in. What about O'Neill? He hurried to catch up. Were you able to find anything on her? Nothing yet. We do know that the license plate and information registered are all fake. We also sent a team to the warehouse where she held you. Maybe we'll find something there. Maybe. But he wasn't convinced at this point. The woman was part spy, part illusionist, and part evil villain as far as he was concerned. There had to be a way to track her down. Listen. Ruby slowed down as they approached her car. I owe you an apology. I was pretty harsh on you. I'm sorry I didn't believe Riley. Tucker let out a low laugh as she looked up and caught his gaze. Before you start beating yourself up, you were right. I got way too personal in this case. I still should have trusted you. Your gut instincts have always been spot on. I just want you to know that when all of this is over, not that you need approval from me, but I'll be supportive of your relationship. He got into the car, surprised at her confession. I appreciate that, he said once she started the engine. Give yourself some grace. I have a feeling she'll do the same with you. You were just doing what you're trained to do. Investigate the facts. Tucker looked at Ruby, realizing how well she knew him. But he knew Riley as well. If I had believed her, we might have avoided all this. An hour later, Tucker had written out an official statement of what had happened, and with his boss's blessing, was heading with Ruby to interview the guard from the warehouse, now identified as ex-convict Bruce Worthington. Deputy Shaw? Tucker stopped just outside the interrogation room. I'm Cammie from IT, the young woman said, coming up to them. I was asked to find you and let you know that the security footage from the gala was tampered with. Whoever did it is good. Very good. So some kind of genius hacker? Ruby asked. Definitely. Tucker frowned. Were you able to pull a photo of the woman that should have been in the footage? I'll keep trying, but no, nothing so far. I'm afraid the original footage is gone. Keep us updated. Tucker nodded his thanks, then opened the door and went inside to where their suspect sat on the other side of a narrow table. Kai O'Neill might be good, but she made mistakes. Had a weakness. They just had to find it. Angry and looking for answers, Tucker dumped the folder he'd been carrying onto the table, then sat down, not waiting for Ruby to sit down before he started speaking. Bruce Worthington. Looks like 7 years ago you were arrested for your role in a pill mill pharmacy in the Dallas area, where you were unlawfully dispensing opioid pills in exchange for cash. Worthington shrugged. I paid my time. But you didn't learn your lesson, did you? Tucker countered. What's that supposed to mean? I'll get right to the point, because the only way you're going to avoid serious jail time is if you tell us where Kai O'Neill is. Worthington looked away, clearly uncomfortable with the demand. Right now, I can pin attempted murder and kidnapping on you. So if you want to take off a few years of jail time, talk to me. Worthington's face paled. I honestly don't know where she is. She got a call and told me she had to leave for a couple hours. The next thing I know, you're attacking me. You kidnapped me, Tucker countered. I never actually hurt anybody. Oh, really? Ruby spoke up for the first time. We have a witness who can confirm that you were the bartender at the gala 2 nights ago where we now believe Riley Bishop was drugged. Also, your fingerprints were on the gun that shot out the tire of my vehicle. It was recovered at the warehouse. Tucker leaned forward. Do you want me to continue? Worthington looked away. Where did you get the sedatives? I have my sources. She wanted a drug that can't be easily traced. Makes sense, Tucker said, glancing down at his notes. You were a pharmacist, and I'm sure you still have contacts. What about hacking skills and the video footage at the gala? Worthington laughed. Not me. That was all Kai. Tucker frowned. Were all the theatrics Kai's idea as well? Why drug Riley at the gala and grab us in broad daylight? Seems awfully risky. Besides the fact that Kai gets a kick from living on the edge, she doesn't exactly tell me why she wants something done. She just makes sure I do it. I was there to make sure everybody stayed in line. Who called her before she left the warehouse? Tucker pressed. Like I said, she doesn't answer to me. But she did tell you to give Riley another dose of sedative before she left? Yes, and I was supposed to give you a dose as well. But then my brother called about an issue with his wife, and somehow you escaped. Tucker glanced at Ruby. That story checked out with the call log and explained why Tucker hadn't been drugged again.
Ruby tapped her nails against the table. How do we find her? I honestly have no idea. Then we need you to call her. Tucker pulled Worthington's phone out of an evidence bag. Put it on speaker, call her, and let's see if she'll tell you where she is. It was a long shot, and risky at that, but a calculated risk that was worth it as far as Tucker was concerned. Worthington looked irritated, but nodded. Fine. Tucker held up the phone. I strongly suggest you convince her that everything is fine on your end. Trust me, she's not worth spending the rest of my life in prison. He made the call, then waited until Kai answered. Where are you? I've been held up. Is everything under control? It's fine, but I'm getting nervous. He tapped his fingers on the table. Someone is going to notice they're missing. I just need a little more time. Do your part, and I'll double your fee. Tucker signaled for him to keep the woman on the phone. How much longer till you're back? I'm not going to take the fall for this. Just do what I told you. Kai ended the call, clearly irritated. Worthington shrugged. I tried. And I'll make sure the district attorney knows you cooperated. Tucker grabbed the phone, then stood up. One last thing. What's her hacker alias? Worthington hesitated before answering. I don't know. CH453. Ruby followed Tucker out of the room. Do you think he's telling the truth? He seems pretty ignorant about what O'Neill is up to. I have a feeling O'Neill wants it that way, Tucker said as they started down the hall toward their desks. Agreed. We already know she's willing to take risks. The problem is we only have a vague description of the woman and no real leads on a location. This is our job. Ruby's smile broadened. Fugitive finders. We track her down like any other fugitive. You're exactly right. Something clicked in Tucker's mind. I need to talk to the IT person. Why? Tucker headed for the tech department without answering Ruby's question. The information was slowly starting to come together, but it still wasn't enough. He shoved open a pair of glass doors and headed straight to the IT worker's desk. Have you found anything else? The young woman they'd spoken to in the hall earlier spun around in her chair, clearly surprised by his intrusion. I've put out a bolo for Kai O'Neill, but the description we have could describe half the women in the city. It's going to take time. That's what I'm afraid of. Tucker sat down across from her on an empty rolling chair, realizing he needed to back up a bit. It's Cammy, right? The young woman nodded. I know you're new here, but I also hear that you're good at what you do. One of the best, in fact. She blushed at the compliment. Thanks. Have you heard of CH453 before? Cammy shook her head, as if she was having a hard time keeping up with Tucker's running train of thought. The hacker? Tucker nodded. Of course. She's pretty legendary, though not in a good way. What do you know about her? Not a lot. Rumors say she works alone and is essentially an adrenaline junkie. The higher the payoff and the riskier the job, the more motivated she is to do it. Every move she's made in this case so far is risky, Ruby said. If you were to profile her, knowing what you already know, Tucker said, and knowing that there's a $25 million payoff if her plan works, what else could you tell me? Cammy frowned. I don't know her, but in general, the adrenaline rush from hacking can be highly addictive. Cybercrimes are a way to make you feel powerful. With that kind of money at stake, her motivation would seem to be monetary. But there's also a lot of hackers who do it for the fame, even if no one really knows who they are. Perfect, Tucker said. What else? Her skill set would be very technical. She has to be methodical and have a mathematical mind. She also has to be creative. She would have the ability to think outside the box. Knowing how to break codes and build systems means she is detail-oriented, and yet she can see a bigger picture. Cammy took a breath. Which means she would probably have a lot of patience in a long game if the payoff was good enough.
Which we know it is, Ruby said. Tucker nodded. And we know she's in it for the long haul.
Basically, Cammy continued, the hackers I've come in contact with don't mind risking jail with the right payoff. They know they're lawbreakers, and they've already crossed that line. The problem is going to be finding CH-453 with nothing more than a generic description.
Tucker frowned. He'd seen her, but only briefly. Riley had seen her. Eventually, they could get with a sketch artist. But how many details was Riley going to remember after everything that had happened? Lucas obviously knew Kai O'Neill. Tucker glanced at the screen, his thoughts racing. Maybe that was it. Maybe Lucas knew everything. Hold on. Tucker scooted closer to her. Can you bring up the agency's secure email server so I can get into my account?
Of course,
Cammy said, switching screens. What are you thinking? Ruby asked. Just a minute, Tucker said, putting in his passcodes, and then pulling up the email and photo from Philip. Inside this email, there should be a photo of a jackal. I need you to use your super ninja IT skills and pull up everything that's hidden in that photo. After you've done that, you can check the rest of the photos, but start there for now.
I won't ask how you know there's information hidden in a photo, but I can definitely find it for you.
Tucker stood up and started pacing while Cammy worked. He glanced at his phone, making sure he hadn't missed a call from the hospital. Nothing yet, but he needed to stay focused. Riley would be fine. He had to trust God with that. Ruby stopped in front of him. What are you thinking? I'm not sure yet. It's just a gut feeling.
Well, I think your gut feeling just paid off, Cammy said. I don't know where you got this, but I just found a complete profile of CH-453, and we're talking things she wouldn't want to get out. I'm going to need some time to pull the data, but she's not the only one.
While you're in there, Tucker said, I need you to look and see if you can find any banking codes.
Yes, sir.
Ruby turned back to Tucker.
So, what do you think? Lucas was blackmailing people on top of everything else?
Possibly, Tucker said. Skimming millions isn't a small operation. More than likely he had help. Maybe he kept this information as insurance.
In case one of them tried to betray him, Ruby said, finishing his thought.
Exactly.
Tucker turned back to Cammy.
Let's stick with Kai for the moment. Do you have a photo of her? Tucker asked.
Hold on. Cammy's fingers flew across the keyboard. Here's a photo from her file. Does this look like the woman who kidnapped you?
Tucker studied the candid shot of a woman that popped up on the screen. I just got a brief look when she was firing at us, but yes. I'm sure that's her.
This information could change everything, Ruby said. Can you put her profile on the screen?
A second later, a bulleted document filled the screen. Tucker skimmed the file. According to this, she's connected to Jace Kruger.
Her name wasn't a part of the information we have on him, Ruby said. Who's Jace Kruger? Cammy asked.
The alleged leader of a trafficking ring, among a lot of other things. Every time we get close, he manages to slip away. Tucker was trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Riley told me that Darren implied there was a connection between Lucas and Jace Kruger. What we have here might prove that connection and help lead us to Kruger.
Do you have a photo of Jace Kruger in there? Ruby asked. You're going to have to give me some time to take a deeper dive into the files. For now, I'll add the photo to the bolo we have out on Kai. I can also upload her face into our database and hope the city's facial recognition cameras can find her.
Tucker turned to Ruby. You realize what this means. If she's connected to Kruger, we might have just come closer to finding a way of bringing him and his organization down.
20. Our bolo on Kai O'Neill just got a hit. Tucker jumped up at Cammy's announcement and crossed the room to where she was sitting in front of a row of computer screens. He'd spent the last hour running down every lead he could think of, but so far he'd come up with nothing.
"Where is she?" he asked, stepping up behind her and Ruby.
"At a hotel downtown. I'm texting both of you the address now."
"Are you sure it's her?" Ruby asked.
"An officer saw a woman matching the description and called it in," Cammy said. "I was able to pull up security footage and confirm her identity with facial recognition."
"Finally," Ruby said.
Cammy pulled up a still frame from the security footage of Kai standing in the lobby with a man in his late 40s. "No ID yet on who she's with."
"Are they still in the hotel?" Ruby asked.
"It looks like they went upstairs to one of the rooms. The room number is being confirmed now with the concierge, and there are 2 plainclothes police officers watching in case they leave. They're waiting on orders from us."
Tucker grabbed his keys and phone off the table where he'd been working and shoved them into his pocket before turning back to Ruby. "We need a plan." "A plan that isn't going to include you, Deputy Shaw."
Tucker turned around as his boss, Harry Blackwell, walked into the room. Blackwell had always been fair to him, but he wasn't stepping down from this without a fight.
"This isn't just any fugitive," Tucker said. "We have a possible connection to Jace Kruger. A slim connection, if you can even call it that. And this woman can recognize you. On top of that, I've gone over your statement from the past 24 hours. I'm not sure what your relationship is with Riley Bishop, but if you're not careful, it looks to me like you're coming very close to crossing a line with your involvement." "I was never involved in the Gala investigation," Tucker said, standing his ground. "I left that to the local authorities as ordered, sir." "And unofficially, you still managed to get yourself kidnapped by this hacker."
"Yes, sir, I did, but—" Blackwell held up his hand.
"I don't want to hear a string of excuses.
I need to see this through."
"He has a point, sir."
Tucker glanced at Ruby, surprised she was coming to his defense.
"Get me a map of the hotel and surrounding block, along with a direct line to the manager on duty," Blackwell shouted at someone before stepping in front of Tucker. "Deputy Shaw, I might agree that you and your partner are the best team for a job involving chasing down fugitives, but that doesn't mean I'm giving you permission to cross the line." "I understand, sir."
30 minutes later, Tucker arrived with Ruby at the luxury hotel in the heart of downtown Austin. The building had 8 floors and a rooftop pool that Tucker was sure had stunning views of the city. He was nervous as he got out of the car, unable to stop thinking about the significance of bringing this woman in. Kai O'Neill could lead them to Jace Kruger. At least that was his goal. But his boss had been right about one thing. He was walking precariously close to the edge of a dangerous game with a woman who was ready to risk everything for what she wanted. Inside the hotel, Tucker tugged down the bill of his ball cap, then headed straight toward the stairwell with Ruby.
"Any word from Riley?" she asked as they started their ascent. "The hospital called me just before we got a hit on the bolo. She'll need a lot of PT when this is over, but surgery went well and she's stable."
"Good. I told you there was nothing to worry about."
Nothing except for tracking down their hacker fugitive who had shot Riley in the first place.
Tucker was thankful for his morning runs by the time they made it to the 5th floor. Service weapons in hand, they started down the hallway. Plainclothes officers came out of both the elevator and the far stairwell as planned, cutting off any potential escape route of their fugitive. Tucker nodded, acknowledging their positions on either side of the long hallway. Housekeeping and maintenance had been told to clear the hall, and hotel guests had been called and told to lock their doors and stay in their rooms. The sound of a door opening shifted Tucker's attention. He swallowed his irritation.
"We told people to stay in their rooms."
Kai stepped out of the room. Tucker aimed his weapon at her.
"Kai O'Neill, put your weapon down and put your hands in the air," Ruby shouted, rushing forward.
He could tell from the expression on Kai's face that they'd taken her off guard, but that didn't slow her reaction time. She pointed a small handgun at them and took a step backward. Another door opened across the hallway at the same time, and a lanky teen stepped out between them and Kai.
"Get back in your room, now," Tucker ordered.
But it was too late. Kai was already running away from them toward the guarded stairwell at the other end. Kai fired her weapon, and the undercover cop at the door went down. "I've got our second suspect," Ruby said, barging into the hotel room. Tucker spoke through his earpiece as he shoved past the kid who had just stepped into the middle of their op. "Officer down, 5th floor, south side. Need backup now." Tucker crouched down to check on the fallen officer, who didn't look like he was a day over 21. "I'll be fine. Go," the man rasped. Tucker nodded, then pulled open the heavy stairwell door. "I'm going after O'Neill," he said through his earpiece. "She's heading toward the roof." Which made no logical sense. There was no escape path from the roof. Unless... Guests had scattered by the time he made it to the roof. But Kai had already grabbed a 20-something-year-old woman wearing shorts and a tank top, and who was clearly terrified. "Stand back, deputy." Kai stood near the pool with one arm around the woman's torso and holding her handgun against the woman's head. "I can't believe I missed this small detail. The fact that you're law enforcement. I must be getting sloppy." Tucker held his own weapon steady. "It's over, O'Neill. You know who I am, and I know who you are. You probably should have stuck to hacking." "Probably. But sometimes in life you have to take risks, and this is far from over. You've seen how far I'll go to get what I want." Her hostage was whimpering, with tears rolling down her cheeks. Tucker shifted his attention to the young woman for a moment. "What's your name?" "Kimberly." "Kimberly." Tucker held up his hand. "I want you to take a deep breath. It's going to be okay." "Don't be so sure," Kai said. "She's coming with me, so no one interferes. And when I say no one, you can believe me when I say I won't hesitate to shoot anyone who tries to stop me." 6 inches to the right. Ruby's voice came through his earpiece. Tucker shifted his body slightly at the command, then took a step forward. Kai took a step back toward the pool, while still holding tightly to the whimpering woman. "Another 3 inches, Ruby said. He took another half step to the right. "I need you to step away, Kai," Tucker said. The risk was too great for them to let Kai leave this rooftop with a hostage. "There's nowhere to run." "I'm walking away today. I want the stairwell cleared. And if anyone tries to stop me, I will shoot her." "Another inch," Ruby said. Tucker stepped forward again. "I've got a shot. Take it." The crack of gunfire broke through the still afternoon air. The hostage dropped to the ground, while Kai fell backward into the water. 21. It's over. Or at least it is as far as I'm concerned. It's been 2 weeks since Kai ran us off the road and drugged and kidnapped Tucker and me. 2 weeks since Kai shot me. I glanced down at my shoulder, grateful I'm no longer wearing a sling, but the lingering soreness and physical therapy is a reminder of what we went through. And if I'm honest, while I know it's over, a part of me is still afraid. Until they find the missing money, there will always be those who believe I was involved. But that's not something I want to think about right now. Instead, I'm trying to focus on the facts. Darren is still awaiting trial. Ruby's bullet ended the hostage standoff, but Kai survived 2 surgeries and is now awaiting trial as well. But even she can't hurt me anymore. I move away from the kitchen table and my computer, where I've been trying, unsuccessfully, to work for the past couple hours. Worrying about Sadie and Oliver has been the hardest, next to focusing on work. My mind is constantly spinning with what-ifs. But I'm also extremely grateful to God that I'm still here and okay. I know that things could have ended so differently. The doorbell rings. I check my security monitor to see who's on my front porch, and smile when I see Tucker standing there holding a bunch of flowers. I've only seen him a couple of times since I got home from the hospital, though he's checked in with me daily with text messages. "Hi," I say, opening the door. "This is a nice surprise." "You said you needed to talk to me, and I had a few things to catch you up on as well." So you decided to bring me flowers? He hands me the bouquet.
You did tell me that I was handsome enough to be on the cover of a romance novel.
Hold on. I shake my head, but I can't help laughing. For all I know, you could have made all that up. I still have no memory of what happened on the way to the hospital. It wasn't the first time he'd teased me about my truth serum-induced monologue, or at least that was what he jokingly called it. What I do know is that my feelings for Tucker are still jumbled and, for now anyway, have been set on the back burner to deal with later. Come on in, I say, realizing he's still standing on my front porch. The kids are spending the day with friends, and I've spent most of the morning trying to convince myself I made the right decision to let them go.
How are they?
Tucker asks. More resilient than I am. I breathe in the sweet smell of the roses. But it's still hard. I want to believe that if they're with me, I'll be able to keep them safe. Unfortunately, life has reminded me that I'm really not in control. And of course, they worry about me.
That's hard, he says, following me into the kitchen. How's your shoulder?
I set the flowers on the kitchen counter, then grab a vase from the cupboard with my good arm. PT is pleased with the progress, though I still have several more weeks to go. I'm told I'll get most, if not all, of my mobility back.
You're not overdoing it, are you? He asks.
Trying not to, I say, filling up the vase with water. What about you? How's the investigation going? Tucker leans back against the counter and folds his arms across his chest.
Honestly, I'm frustrated. We've spent 2 weeks chasing down lead after lead, and we still haven't found what we needed. For instance, we found banking codes on the drive that we believe were connected to the missing money, but the associated accounts have all been closed.
Meaning? I ask.
We're not sure. It's possible Lucas moved the money to new accounts.
Or someone else did, I say, feeling only numbness with my response. Like whoever killed him.
The thought has crossed my mind. Either way, the trail I had hoped would lead us to Kruger is cold.
I frown as I set the flowers in the vase, not missing the fatigue in his eyes. You still have Kai?
Yes, thankfully, he says. She was discharged from the hospital, as you know, and won't be seeing the outside of prison for a very long time. I've been assured of that. Which means she can't come after you again, Riley.
I frown. I still don't know why she thought I have the money.
I might have an answer to that. We now know that Kai visited Darren in jail a week before the gala, and then received a phone call from him the day you visited him.
Wait. I stop messing with the flowers and turn to Tucker, giving him my full attention. Are you saying Darren is connected to what she did?
Kai claims Darren told her he had evidence that you had the money.
But why would Darren tell her that? My fear is mounting. So many secrets. So many lies. He knows I don't have the money.
No, but even from behind bars, he's still trying to track it down. We think he used Kai for 2 reasons. 1, to send her down a rabbit hole in the wrong direction of the money, and 2...
Tucker hesitates. He knows I went to the feds, I say, suddenly putting it all together. He blames me for his arrest and knew she would come after me if she thought I had the money. Tucker nods.
It makes sense.
I'd seen the smug look on Darren's expression in the psych ward 2 months ago, when I first realized he'd betrayed me. He wanted the money Lucas had embezzled, and it had almost cost me Sadie.
You and I are going to make a deal because there's nowhere for you to run, Riley.
Memories of that day still leave me shaken. Darren told me he had nothing to lose, but in the process had gambled everything and lost. Tucker nods.
I'm sorry.
I push back the memories. Was Darren involved in Lucas's financial dealings? It wouldn't surprise me, but it had never been proven. Darren had been arrested for kidnapping Sadie, and trying to use her as leverage to get the money his best friend had embezzled.
It wasn't a small operation that would have been easy for one person to do on their own. We've always believed Lucas wasn't the only one skimming money.
So Kai and Darren, I ask, you believe they were involved as well?
Possibly. There's also a fourth possible person we found in the data you gave us, Tucker says. Did Lucas ever mention an Owen Pollard?
Owen Pollard. I search my memories, but there's nothing familiar about his name. I don't think so. Who is he?
He was one of the names listed on the data we pulled from your flash drive. We were able to verify he's currently in the Caribbean with his sister on a medical tourist visa. His sister has cancer and is undergoing an alternative procedure that isn't yet legal in the U.S. I think he could have been involved as well, but we haven't been able to connect him to the missing money. I was hoping you might remember something.
I wish I did. I still don't understand why Darren warned me about looking into the Jackal and Jace Kruger. He has to know something.
While we already know that Darren was on the defensive team last year for a case involving one of Jace Kruger's partners, he claims that Lucas never told him any details about his embezzlement scam. He claims he was genuinely worried about you.
And you believe him?
No, definitely not. But all I know is that the money, and whoever Lucas was working with, is out there somewhere, which means we're missing something.
Tucker searches my expression.
But forget about all of that for the moment. Are you okay?
Honestly, that's exactly what I want to do. Forget about everything that happened.
You're safe now, Riley. We're making sure Darren and Kai can't do anything more to hurt you.
I nod, wanting to believe he's right. But was that even possible? Because no matter how hard I try, I still can't shake my unease.
You said you needed to talk to me about something?
He says, seeming to realize I need to shift the conversation. Yeah. I grab my phone off the counter and open up the messages. I heard from Vivian Carter last night.
The neighbor who lives next door to your childhood home.
I nod as I pull up the message. She said she talked to a few neighbors who've lived there a long time and found one who might have some information. The problem is that the woman is almost 80 and doesn't drive. Vivian thinks it's probably a dead end,
or it's possible she might know something that helps me find Wyatt.
It's possible. But unlikely as far as I'm concerned. Going the first time had been emotional and frustrating, not to mention it had ended in Kai kidnapping us, which was why I'm feeling reluctant to pass on the message. We both know that finding out the truth never completely erases the pain, and yet if this is something he needs to do, I want to be supportive. Tucker rubs the back of his neck.
You don't look convinced I should go.
I hesitate. I just can't help but think that maybe you need to let this go. It seems more like ripping off a bandage than allowing yourself to heal.
You're right that it's probably another dead end. But if there's any possibility at all that I could find out what happened, my parents need to know what happened to Wyatt.
It's completely up to you, I say.
I could actually go right now.
He glances at his watch. I could come with you, I volunteer impulsively.
You don't have to, but I'd like that,
he says before I have a chance to take back my offer. Great. I force a smile. He doesn't know how unsettled the idea of being that far away from my kids makes me feel, but I also don't want him to have to go alone. I nod. I'll call her now and see if that will work. 15 minutes later, we're headed to Fredericksburg in the red pickup truck he bought to replace his totaled car. I comment on the new vehicle, and for the most part, we just continue to exchange small talk. The familiar route is full of memories I wish I could erase, and suddenly I'm hit with another round of anxiety. Worried, of course, about Sadie and Oliver, and that they might need me while I'm 2 counties away. Worried that Tucker will be disappointed again when this trip doesn't get him any closer to finding out what happened to Wyatt. Have you told your parents you visited the house? I ask as we approach the small town.
My dad knows about our first trip, but I made the decision not to tell my mom what I'm doing. There were too many times when they got their hopes up, and then it led to nothing. I don't want to do that until I actually have something concrete I can tell her.
Fair enough, but you need a way to process all of this. He glances over at me.
You're kind of like my therapist, wouldn't you say?
Funny. Just because I go to a therapist doesn't mean I have the skills of one.
I don't know. You're pretty insightful when it comes to people. Seriously, thank you for coming. It means a lot. I feel like I've got someone on my side who truly understands, and I appreciate it.
The silence is back as he weaves his way through the neighborhood and finally parks in front of Vivian's house. The older woman is working in her garden again when we arrive, wearing a different floral apron and long gloves. She waves as we start up the drive. Trying to get it all pruned before the weather starts getting warmer. I love this time of year. Summer can be so brutal. The yard is beautiful, I say, impressed with the simple, manicured yard. My husband was the real gardener, but I do enjoy working out here. Vivian glances at her watch. You made good time. Cece should be here in a few minutes.
No hurry,
Tucker says, dropping his keys into his pocket. Vivian sets her hands on her hips. Could I ask a favor while you're here and while we wait?
Of course.
I have this large pot in the backyard that I need moved, but it's too heavy for me.
Of course, Tucker says. Show me the way.
The backyard is well kept, with similar landscape as the front yard. There's an old wooden swing set near the fence, and a tree stump that had been made into a planter. If you'll just move it to the other side of the patio, that would be so wonderful, Vivian says, stopping on the large patio. I'm afraid the house shades it too much where it is.
Of course, no problem.
You have a basement, I say to Vivian as Tucker starts scooting the pot. Not very many houses around here have them. It's a unique feature, but I've always loved it. Vivian waits until Tucker is done moving the pot. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Tucker steps back and shifts his attention to the yard, but I'm not sure what's caught his eye, or why he suddenly looks upset. Tucker? I say, still trying to read his expression. What's wrong?
I don't know.
He turns back to the house.
I think I remember something.
22. Tucker walked across the yard to the swing set and paused. Something felt familiar about the setting, but he couldn't put a finger on it. He'd had a similar feeling with the photograph, but he'd come to the conclusion that his memories were twisted in his mind, unreliable. But now... He crossed the yard slowly, past the old stump near the back gate, then turned to the basement that opened onto the patio. The realization hit him hard. He might have seen the house next door, but this was the house. This was where he'd spent those missing 48 hours.
We were here,
he said, trying to process the rush of emotions as he turned back around to Vivian and Riley. What do you remember? Riley asked. Memories started to come back slowly. A TV tray with a bowl of soup, a plastic package of saltine crackers. The radio was on, and Wyatt was sitting next to him on the couch.
I need to see the basement, Tucker said, heading toward the house. Please.
Of course. Vivian hurried toward the house, then opened up the sliding door into the basement. She let Tucker and Riley step inside ahead of her. The room looked exactly the same. He knew that now. This was the basement his mind had struggled to remember for 25 years. Green and yellow plaid couch, a rocking chair, and a bookshelf in the corner filled with toys and books. But not only were the memories flooding back, so was the fear. He had only been 8 years old, unable to save his brother. Tucker squeezed his eyes shut.
The door was locked, but I remember looking up at the narrow window. I could see a bit of sunlight, see the movement of trees, but I couldn't reach the window. I kept thinking if I could get out of the windows, I could go for help.
Okay, that's good. Riley stepped up next to him. What else do you remember?
You don't understand.
Tucker glanced at Riley, then turned back to Vivian, who still stood in the doorway.
There is no Cece, is there? It was you.
Please don't be upset with me. She pulled a gun out of her apron pocket and, hands shaking, held it up. You don't understand. Tucker put himself between Riley and Vivian. He needed to disarm this situation before someone got hurt. Don't, she said. Stay where you are. His hand automatically touched the scar on his wrist as more memories surfaced. You tripped in the backyard when I was bringing you inside. Scraped your wrist and hand on that old stump. Tucker pushed down his sleeve, covering up the scars, but he couldn't cover up the memories or the panic. Tucker? He caught the fear in Riley's voice and knew he had to put an end to this, but he also had to know what happened. I never meant to hurt Wyatt, Vivian said. I just wanted to take care of him. To take care of both of you. I need you to understand that.
Then give me the gun, Tucker said. I want to make sure no one gets hurt.
No, she said, her shaking hands still holding the gun. No. This is the only way I can make you understand.
Okay.
Tucker reached back and took Riley's hand, making sure she stayed behind him.
I'm listening.
My husband had died. Pancreatic cancer. I was so alone. I had a miscarriage a few months before he died. It all seemed so unfair. I was in Austin that day to see a specialist, and I got lost. That's when I saw you on the side of the road. 2 boys trying to fix a tire. Suddenly it all made sense. You were supposed to be my boys.
What happened to Wyatt? Tucker asked.
What do you remember?
You told us you would give us a ride home, and then you gave us something to drink.
He searched his memory for clues.
Lemonade. You drugged us.
The doctor had given me some sedatives. I was just trying to calm you both down so you'd understand I was there to help.
To help? We were afraid and wanted to go home. I was 8 years old and didn't know what was going on.
That's why I needed some time. Don't you understand? I knew that if I kept you here for a little while, you would want to stay. I wanted you to be happy. That's all I wanted.
And we just wanted to go home.
Her hands continued to shake as she held the gun. I tried to explain how happy you would be, but then Wyatt ran out the door and into the woods.
What happened to my brother?
He must not have drunk enough of the sedative. I left you and followed him. I chased him through the gate to the woods. When I found him, he was huddled under a tree, crying because he skinned his knee. I tried to pick him up and carry him back to the house, but he just kept screaming. I was so afraid one of the neighbors would hear and call the police. No one would understand that what I was doing was best for you and your brother. Tucker pressed his lips together, knowing that if he argued it would just make her angry, or worse yet, lose her train of thought.
What happened next? He asked.
I put my hand over his mouth. He bit me, but I just pressed harder. I couldn't let somebody hear him. I just wanted him to calm down. Tucker paused, knowing now what happened, but needing to hear it from her.
What did you do with my brother?
He finally stopped moving. I thought he was ready to cooperate, but when I stepped back, he didn't move. I didn't know what to do. I kept shaking him, telling him to wake up, telling him I had a new bike for him, but he didn't answer me. He just lay there, his eyes open, staring up at me.
He was dead.
She nodded, then slowly lowered the gun as if it was weighing down her hand. I came to check on you later. You were sitting on the couch, crying. I've waited so long for you to come back. Tucker shook his head.
Where's Wyatt?
I buried him in the woods behind the house.
I need you to take me to where you buried him.
I wanted us to be a family. I had to move away for a while, but see? I came back.
He'd heard enough. He knew Vivian was no match against his training. He reached out and quickly grabbed her arm at the wrist and spun the gun away from him to redirect the line of fire. He released the magazine a second later, cleared the handgun, and then made sure there were no bullets in the chamber. Take me to my brother. She nodded, then stepped out of the basement ahead of him and headed for the side gate. His mind scrambled at the information that had just been dropped on him. He'd thought of this day for the past 25 years, but somehow, finding out the truth didn't make him feel better. Instead, it was making him relive the events all over again. A flood of memories were now threatening to overtake and drown him. Tucker? Riley pressed. I have to know.
He's not far, Vivian said. He followed her across the yard and out the back gate that led to the wooded area. Blips of memories from the night he made it home surfaced. He must have walked for miles that night before someone found him, and then he hadn't been able to tell them where he'd been, which was why all these years the authorities had been looking in the wrong place. He pushed back his anger. Those emotions would have to be dealt with at another time. For now, he needed, to see where his brother had been all these years. He saw the small mound before Vivian said anything, tucked away in the shadows of an old stretch of farmland that had been abandoned decades ago. The trees choked out the sunlight, leaving them in the shadows of overhanging limbs, but he didn't miss the initials that had been marked in the tree with a heart. W.S. Wyatt Shaw. 23. My hands are shaking as I follow Tucker's directions to call 911. He pulls out his shoelaces, has Vivian sit down, and then ties her hands behind her back. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but this is definitely not it. I want to be here for Tucker, but I don't know how to help him. I don't know how to deal with the sudden dark direction the situation has gone. I'm told by 911 to wait until the authorities get here, and not to touch anything. As soon as I'm done with the call, I step up next to Tucker, wanting to somehow take away the pain I know that is enveloping him. Even after all these years of waiting and wondering, the ending is still devastating. What can I do? I ask. Just stay here with me. I don't know how something I've thought I needed my whole life could be so overwhelmingly painful. I can't leave Wyatt alone. Of course. I think a part of me always hung on to that slim chance that he was still alive, that he had just been growing up somewhere else and we'd find him. I want to tell him that it's still possible. Maybe Vivian is lying. But then I see the carved initials in the tree trunk and have no doubt she told the truth. I look back at Vivian, who's simply staring straight ahead, her gaze glassy, almost as if she's in a trance. I wonder if she ever prepared herself for this day. Wonder if she thought somebody would eventually show up and expose the secret she'd lived with for so long. Sirens whirl in the distance, breaking through the silence that had settled in the air. I take Tucker's hand and squeeze it, and he laces our fingers together. I fight the anger as we stand there, knowing that none of this should have ever happened. He should have grown up with his brother. Wyatt should have been able to go to school, graduate, and have a family. Instead, all those dreams had been shattered. Soon, several officers appear in the clearing where we stand. And Tucker identifies himself, then tells them further details about what has happened. One of them has a shovel. Several of them have cameras and other equipment. I stand out of the way, as Tucker seems to find a second wind, even with the emotions that I know he's battling. Someone handcuffs Vivian and takes her back toward the house. "Maybe you shouldn't be here," the officer says to Tucker. "Let us handle things." "I need to be here when they find his body." The officer agrees, as long as we move back from the scene. They're digging now, searching the presumed crime scene for Wyatt's body as the sun begins its descent. "There's something I never told anyone about that day," Tucker says, still holding my hand. Temperatures have dropped, but I don't let him know how cold I am. "Wyatt didn't want to go out riding bikes that day." "What do you mean?" "He'd just gotten a Game Boy for his birthday. I convinced him to ride bikes instead because he wouldn't let me play that dumb game." I look up at him. "This isn't your fault, Tucker. None of it was. You told me you spent most of your summer riding bikes." "But if we hadn't gone that day, we wouldn't have run into her, and he'd still be alive." "And you've been holding on to that guilt ever since?" He nodded, his expression crushed like the little boy inside him. The little boy who'd lost so much and carried that burden for so long. I squeeze his hand, feeling part of his pain. That guilt is a heavy burden to carry, one you don't need to carry. But you're not the only one who tries to carry guilt. For me, it can be a daily battle not believing the lies. But I can't even pretend to understand what you're going through." "I don't know about that. You've lost a lot as well." "Yes, but I got Sadie back. And while not all of my questions have been answered, I haven't had to wait all these years, not knowing what happened to someone I love." "I just don't always understand why there has to be so much hurt and suffering," Tucker says. "I know as much as it hurts me. My mother has gone through even more pain than I ever did. And yet she has never lost sight of her faith, even in the darkest times." I'm trying to empathize with him, but I feel as if I'm only making things worse. I don't know how to help him. I don't know how to fix this. Maybe being here is enough for the moment. "We've got a body." One of the officers stops digging and stands up. Tucker doesn't move, and I just stand beside him until someone comes to speak to him. "Is this familiar?" "It was in his pocket." The officer holds up a bagged NASCAR Matchbox car. Tucker's shoulders drop. "Yes. Wyatt loved these cars. He had a whole racetrack set up in his room. Must have had 50 or 60 of these cars. I remember this one because the windshield is cracked. Wyatt was playing outside with it and somehow dropped a brick on it. He was so mad." "Thank you," the officer says. "I know this isn't easy for you, but we're going to have to take his body to the medical examiner so we can make a positive ID." "I understand." Tucker doesn't move as the man walks away. "It's okay to grieve about what you've lost," I say. "I just didn't know it would be so hard. I need to go see my parents. They have to know what happened." "Maybe there will be freedom with the truth," I say. "Maybe." He wraps his arm around my waist and we start for the house. "Maybe." 24. When we get to his parents' house, Tucker shuts off the engine but doesn't move. I sit still beside him, not sure what to say, not sure I should even be here. The situation we're about to walk into seems too personal, too intimate to have a stranger like me involved. Besides that, I have no idea how to help or what to say. I know there's nothing I can do to fix this. There's nothing that can be said to make the pain go away for Tucker and his parents. All I can do is pray that in the long run, The fact that they have answers and a sense of closure will help ease the ache. But God. I start to undo my seatbelt, then pause at the thought. I haven't forgotten those 2 words Tucker shared with me a few weeks ago. 2 words that point to the only answer in an impossible situation. But sometimes, as much as I want to believe in that answer, it doesn't feel like enough. Guilt floods through me. My questioning God's faithfulness isn't a new thing for me. Faith alone has never felt as if it could hold me above water during those moments I feel like I'm drowning in the darkness. Tucker told me that those 2 words were the only way through something like this. That while the enemy is intent on destruction, God is always in the middle of every situation, moving and redeeming hearts, even in the middle of this fallen world we live in. And He hasn't left us alone. Stop believing the lies. But God. The enemy means it for harm, but God means it for good. Those were phrases I'd set on repeat, a continuous loop stamped in my mind as I try to believe the meaning behind the words. I just wish it wasn't so hard. Loss is something everyone struggles with in life, but sometimes the breadth of these losses seem too heavy, too impossible for frail humans to carry, which shifts my thoughts to my own unanswered questions. Questions about Lucas's death, the missing money, and Kai's efforts to destroy me. I force my mind to shift directions again. We aren't here today to deal with my fears. Tucker's family has come face to face with evil and lost so much. Even discovering what happened to Wyatt isn't going to erase their pain. If anything, it's going to resurrect old wounds. And it's going to take time to process and deal with their emotions. For some reason, I'm here, hoping to help despite my own faltering faith. You ready? Tucker finally asks me. I nod, still keeping my thoughts to myself. I'm here for whatever you need. He reaches out and squeezes my hand. I know you are, and I appreciate it. I mean what I say, even though I still don't know what we are. Friends? Love interests? We've been through so much together, but I don't even know if there's a chance for a relationship between us. What I do know is that I don't like the muddied waters that have managed to separate us. I don't like not knowing exactly where I stand with him. But, as I keep reminding myself, today isn't about me. When all of this is over, he starts, as if reading my mind. He doesn't have to finish his sentence. I simply nod again. The truth is, I don't want any promises he can't keep, or that I can't keep for that matter. There will be time to dissect whatever is between us at some point. For now, I simply need to be here for him. Seconds later, we're heading up the walk to his parents' home, a lovely 2-story house in the middle of South Austin. While the circumstances of our visit make me uncomfortable, I already know I will like them. I try to recall the details of what Tucker has told me about them. His father, Bill, recently retired from the position of CFO in an accounting firm, and his mother, Anita, was a school teacher for 30 years. She now volunteers for a nonprofit group in town, teaching English to immigrants, while his father mentors a group of men at their church and has recently discovered an obsession with pickleball. Tucker said that they'd always planned to travel after retirement, but they'd yet to plan their first trip. I can't help but wonder if Wyatt's disappearance has anything to do with that. They know why we're coming, don't they? I ask as he rings the bell. They know that I have an update on Wyatt. His voice breaks. I couldn't give details over the phone. His mom's broad smile surprises me when she answers the door a moment later. I was expecting a somber welcome, considering the circumstances. Instead, she takes my hands and ushers me inside a large entryway with high ceilings, talking to me the entire time. We're so glad to meet you, Riley, Anita says. Tucker rarely brings his friends around, so this is a real treat to meet you in person. Tucker's dad is standing behind her. He holds out a hand and warmly shakes mine. My wife is right. It's great to meet you. It's good to see you both as well, Tucker says, still standing in the doorway. His mom laughs, then draws her son in for a hug, followed by his father. Tucker has told me that he doesn't see them as often as he'd like, and yet I sense the undeniable closeness between them. It's the kind of relationship I always craved but never had with either of my parents, and one I pray I can have with my own children. We know this visit isn't exactly a social call, Anita says, stepping back. This time her smile fades. You have news about Wyatt. Tucker nods. And since Riley has been involved in this journey, I asked her to come with me. Of course. We can sit down in the living room. The space is bright, thanks to floor-to-ceiling windows and gauzy curtains, but I still feel a heaviness pressing in around us. There's no way to avoid the pain of what is about to come. No way to lessen the hurt. I sit down next to Tucker on the leather couch, while his parents take a seat across from us on the matching love seat. Tucker hesitates, and I take his hand without thinking, knowing how hard it is to say what he needs to say, how speaking the words out loud will only make it feel more real. I know, because it happens to me every time I have to share my story. A few weeks ago, I asked you about a photo of a house, he finally says. I remember. His mother leans forward. The one that brought up a slew of dark emotions for you. Tucker nods. We were able to find it, and I went to see it with Riley. I had hoped that it would jog my memory, but even after walking through the house, I still couldn't remember any more details of what happened to Wyatt and me that day. I'm sorry. His father's arm is wrapped around his wife's shoulders, as if he wants desperately to bear the brunt of the pain that's about to hit. I know this is just as hard on you as it has been on us. Tucker draws in a deep breath. Turns out we were at the wrong house. Riley and I returned to Fredericksburg, and... Tucker's voice breaks. We found him. We found Wyatt's body. Silence fills the room. Tucker's mom doesn't move, but tears are sliding down her face. I've prayed for this day for so long, and yet now that it's here, now that I know, I don't know how to process it. I understand, Tucker says. I'm still trying to put the pieces together in my mind. His mother presses her lips together, as if afraid of the details about to come out. What happened? Her name is Vivian Carter, Tucker begins. I don't think she ever meant to hurt either of us. And while it's no excuse, she'd suffered the loss of her husband and a miscarriage. She says she just wanted a family. You talked to her? His mother asks. Tucker nods. Can they prove it's Wyatt? His father asks. They still need to do DNA testing, but this was buried with his body. Tucker pulls out the familiar Matchbox car from his jacket pocket and hands it to his mother. She holds the toy in her palm, fiddles with the worn tires for a moment, then looks up at her husband. I can still see him playing on the kitchen floor with this. He loved all his cars so much. She pauses for another moment, as if the memories are flipping through her mind one after the other. Remember that racetrack we got him for his birthday? He spent that last summer either playing with his cars or out on his bike. Silent tears run down her face. Even though it's never seemed possible, for so long I've held on to the hope that he's still going to walk through the front door. That all of this has just been some kind of huge mix-up. Even now, my mind is fighting to believe it's really over. In a strange way, I can understand her mind's confusion. I saw my husband die and still struggled to believe it for weeks. We'll need to tell Camille as soon as she and Mark get back in town with the boys tomorrow night, his dad says, breaking into my thoughts. There's going to be a media frenzy. The case was in the public eye for months. Tucker nods at the mention of his sister. I've pulled a few strings to keep it out of the news cycle for as long as possible, but I won't be able to indefinitely. I understand. Anita hands the toy car to her husband, then gets up and walks over to the bookshelf and grabs a photo album. I know this seems odd, but I'd like to plan a celebration. She turns around, hugging the album against her chest. A celebration of Wyatt's life for the time we had with him. And now, for finally knowing the truth.
I think that's a wonderful idea, Tucker says.
And maybe, Anita's voice breaks, maybe another step toward closure. She comes over to the couch and sits down on the other side of Tucker before pulling out one of the photos. This is the last picture we have of your brother, his mom says, setting down the album. Do you remember this?
I do.
Tucker chuckles as he studies the photo.
Wyatt was obsessed with two things: matchbox cars and dinosaurs. And this, he says, handing me the photo so I can see it, is the dinosaur costume Aunt Jenny made for him.
He never wanted to take it off. His mother's smile fades. This has always been more than us as parents losing a son, Tucker. You lost your brother. Tucker shifts on the couch next to me. Like his parents, I know he still has a lot of processing to do. And while he wants to be strong for his parents, Wyatt's disappearance is intertwined with the guilt he's carried with him for the majority of his life. It doesn't matter that he didn't play a role in his brother's disappearance. Like pain that never completely goes away, guilt is an emotion that doesn't play by the rules. The thought feels like a twisted knife to my own gut. Not that I would ever claim to have been the perfect spouse, but I'd spent a long time blaming myself for Lucas's bad decisions. Why was letting go of unfounded guilt so difficult?
Even though I've had more time to process this, I'm honestly not sure how I feel, Tucker finally says. We knew the odds were slim after all these years, but there was always a small part of me that hoped he was still alive.
It's how we cope, I say. We hold on to hope despite the circumstances. Yes, Anita says. But hope, with faith, can get you through despite the outcome. She's looking at me as if she's waiting for me to say something more. I'm sorry. Anita smiles at me, then stands up. I completely forgot my manners. Would you like some tea? I know I do. And I could use some help getting it together. Another second passes before I realize she's still looking at me. I jump up. Of course, anything I can do to help. I follow Tucker's mom into the kitchen, feeling extremely uncomfortable now that it's just the two of us. What can I do, Mrs. Shaw? She pulls a box of tea from the cupboard, then starts to fill up an electric kettle with water. Please, call me Anita. Okay. Tucker hasn't told me a lot about you, but I do know that you recently lost your husband. She flips on the kettle. And that you almost lost your daughter. How is she doing? She's slowly healing, something I thank God for every day. I'm really glad to hear that. Healing takes time, and that's okay. I clasped my hands behind me, not wanting to be the focus of our conversation. Today shouldn't be about me. I should be helping her somehow, but I'm at a loss to know how to do that. My husband was murdered last year, I managed to say. But to lose a son, I truly am sorry. She pulls out a wooden tray from the pantry while the water starts to bubble. There's a set of teacups in the cupboard above the dishwasher. If you wouldn't mind getting them out and setting them on the tray. Of course. There was always a small part of me that hoped he was still alive, she says, pulling out a carton of milk from the fridge, even though I knew it couldn't be true. I set the cups on the tray, knowing from personal experience how important it is to feel heard when you're grieving. Sometimes it feels like it was just yesterday, she says, setting the milk on the counter. Like if I close my eyes and then open them again, Wyatt will be here. The same smart and funny 6-year-old. He always made me laugh. Made me question my sanity a few times. She smiles, lost in thought. Made me love like I'd never loved before. He and Tucker were best friends. 2 peas in a pod. It's so easy to think how life might have been different if I hadn't let them go out that day. And yet I know I can't change any of it. How did you keep going? I immediately regret my question, realizing that, once again, I've shifted the conversation my way. But she doesn't seem to notice or mind. For a long time I didn't function, she says, leaning back against the counter. And even today, there are moments when the loss hits me like a freight train. Completely unexpected. Particularly on his birthday or the anniversary of his disappearance. I couldn't celebrate Christmas for a long time because of the pain. And today, it's hitting me all over again. The electric kettle clicks off, but the tea she planned to serve is forgotten for the moment. You're surprised at how well I'm handling the news of Wyatt's death. She turns back to me. But today is only a small piece of the puzzle. Right now, I'm feeling a deep sadness mixed with a surprising sense of relief, knowing that Wyatt hasn't been suffering all these years. So many times I've cried until there were literally no tears left. So many times I struck out in anger at my husband and Tucker and Camille. So many times I've blamed God, doubted my faith, and threatened to give up. I stand in the middle of her kitchen, listening to her share her story, and knowing she understands my pain thanks to this connection we share. I'm amazed at how she hasn't let life destroy her. I remember one particular moment so clearly, she continues. Bill must have been at work, and I had slept most of the day. Most of my days had become that way because I didn't know how to function. Tucker came into the bedroom and handed me this burnt grilled cheese sandwich and a glass of milk. I remember my first reaction was to yell at him for using the stove. He wasn't allowed to cook without permission. And then it was like everything came into focus at that moment. I was sacrificing my husband, my child, everything because of fear and loss. I wasn't being the mother or wife I knew I needed to be. I decided at that moment that I had to make a choice. I could either live life the way God wanted me to, or just give up and end it all. That decision to start living again wasn't easy. I fought it more times than I can count. But in the end, I learned that God doesn't always take away the pain we face on the journey. But He does walk alongside us. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I whisper. Anita nods. I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Right there in the middle of the muck. God might allow man to have free will, but at the same time, He also hurts with us, promises to go with us through the darkness, because this world is not the end of the story. And forgiveness? I ask. How do you forgive the woman who did this? Especially now that you have a name. I bite my lip as I wait for her to respond. If I'm honest with myself, my lack of forgiveness has burrowed deep inside me and begun to fester. I'm angry at not only what Lucas did to me, but what he did to our children. How am I supposed to forgive the man who broke every promise he ever made to me, with no thoughts of his own family? The unforgiveness is still there, Anita says. But I've realized that, in the end, if I don't let it go, it will eat me alive. She reaches over and squeezes my hand. It's hard, I know. And sometimes I think the hardest parts of life are when our expectations aren't met. When we're left sitting in a pile of grief because things didn't go the way we thought they would. We think if we go to church and treat people nice, then somehow life will be okay. But then the bills pile up, or we get the notice from the doctor that something's wrong. Her shoulders slump. Or we lose someone. Like Wyatt. Or a husband betrays us. Like Lucas. Anita pours the milk into a small pitcher, then places it and a bowl of sugar on the tray. Tucker has dealt with guilt over his brother's disappearance for all these years. He's never really spoken about it with me,
but I know it's there. The thing is, our grief becomes a part of who we are, and no matter how much we might want to, we can't go back and change the past. But we can control our response to that grief. And when those doubts and thoughts are dark, I ask, sometimes I don't know how to take them captive. I don't know how to just trust or how to let go. There's this hole in my heart that I'm afraid will never be filled. Anita shakes her head. That hole will never go away. Not entirely. But maybe you're looking in the wrong place for answers. What do you mean? What if instead of wanting God to fix the situation, you focus more on Him restoring your heart and the hearts of the people involved and becoming closer to Him? Maybe that's what He really wants us to experience. Maybe. My walk with God has grown, but there are still too many days when I feel as if I'm back at the beginning, starting all over again. You're good for Tucker, you know, she says, interrupting my thoughts. I let out a soft laugh. I don't know about that. I feel like I come with way too much baggage. There's a light in his eyes when he's with you, despite the sadness I know he feels. I haven't seen anyone affect him quite the way you do. I want to believe her, but I'm still not sure it's possible for something to happen between the two of us. I don't know if I could ever give him what he needs while meeting the needs of my children. And yet what she says about Tucker is true for me as well. I feel my heart light up when he's around, think about him constantly when he's not with me. And I want to see what could happen between us. But I'm afraid that Lucas, even in death, will always come between us. Which leaves me, well, I don't know where it leaves me. Feeling grateful and lost all at the same time. Feeling a connection with a woman who lost her son all over again today, and yet who managed to show me grace and help me put things into perspective. Maybe she's right. Maybe I'm asking the wrong questions and need to refine my focus and my faith. And maybe it's time to take a leap of faith with my heart. Epilogue. Taking a leap of faith isn't always easy. But here I am, hanging out on a Saturday afternoon with Sadie, Oliver, and Tucker over burgers and plans later for a game of Monopoly. I had tried to convince myself that my spontaneous invitation was simply because the kids missed him, but my heart knows that isn't exactly true. I've missed him. Tucker walks through the back door and into the kitchen, carrying a platter of burgers fresh off the grill. The smell is amazing, but that's definitely not what I'm noticing right now. Thank you so much for volunteering to cook the meat, I say, catching his gaze. Of course. He sets them on the counter next to a plate of sliced tomatoes, lettuce, and cheese. The kids were excited when they found out you were coming over, I say. I'm pretty sure, though, that your offer to bring ice cream with all the toppings is at least part of their enthusiasm. He takes a step toward me. Were the kids the only ones excited I was coming over? I shrug, but can't keep from smiling. Your company is, I don't know, tolerable, I guess. He smiles back. Well, that's a relief, because if you ask me, we make a good pair. A pair of magnets for trouble. I let out a nervous laugh. But you know I like having you over here, too. I hope so. He's flirting with me, and I feel so out of practice, especially when he takes another step toward me until we're only a few inches apart. He's staring at me with those big brown eyes, able, apparently, to see through the wall around my heart. Suddenly, all I really want to think about is what might happen if I open up my heart to the man standing in front of me. What might happen if I take a chance and trust him completely? I was wondering if you were up to doing something with me later. Just the two of us, he asks, pulling me out of my thoughts. Not if it's as eventful as our first and last date, I say. Why can't I look away from that mesmerizing smile? Yeah, he really would look good on the cover of a romance novel.
But more than that, my heart beats faster when I'm around him, and I can't help but think about my future. With him. "How's your mom?" I ask, suddenly barely able to breathe.
You're changing the subject.
Yes, I am. But I genuinely like her, and I'm concerned about her.
She feels the same about you.
His smile fades.
We're talking as a family, while giving each other space to grieve. I'm going over there after church tomorrow. My sister and her family will be there. I'd love to bring you and the kids.
I want to say yes, but meeting the rest of his family somehow makes everything seem official. But isn't that what I want? "Mr. Tucker!" Oliver's calling from outside. Looks like duty calls. I turn away, remembering I forgot to put out the pickles.
Maybe we can finish up this conversation later. Alone.
I smile as he takes my fingers and rubs his thumb down the back of my hand. I'm still afraid of how this is going to end, but the connection is undeniable. Opening up my heart again is huge. Trusting someone else is huge. Sometimes I'm just not sure I can do it. I'm not sure enough time has passed to mend my heart. Maybe your heart never completely heals until you move forward. Maybe I need to stop worrying about how it might end and simply enjoy the journey. "Mr. Tucker!" Oliver flies into the kitchen, letting the door slam behind him. "Sadie needs help moving one of her butterfly cages." I raise my brow at Oliver.
Please?
"Sorry. Please?"
Of course, Tucker says.
"Come back in when you're done and we'll eat." Tucker winks at me, then follows Oliver outside. I let out a sharp breath of air, realizing that I have no idea how to navigate dating with kids. I've always tried to be honest with them, but my feelings for Tucker are wrapped up tightly in a corner of my heart, and I'm still trying to figure them out for myself. There's been so much change in our lives over the past year. Losing Lucas, the scare of almost losing Sadie, Kai shooting me. Sometimes I have no idea how to navigate the fear and trauma. And while I know my kids aren't going to emerge completely unscathed, I want so much to be like Tucker's mom. A woman who went through the fire and came out stronger on the other side. Because the truth is, I realize, that my list of fears are simply excuses. And if I let myself pause long enough to listen to my heart, I know that a relationship with Tucker is worth pursuing. My phone rings, and I'm smiling as I answer it. Yes, Tucker Shaw is definitely worth risking my heart for. I hear a click, and then nothing. "Hello?"
Riles, it's me.
My heart stops. Only one person ever called me Riles.
Riles?
I recognize the voice, but it can't be Lucas. Who is this? This has to be some kind of joke, some kind of sick misuse of technology.
You don't have to say anything, he continues. I know this is confusing, and I know it's going to be hard to believe this, but I'm alive, Riles. I'm alive, and I need your help.
This concludes